Urban Epics presents The Emerald Tablet, Book 3 in the Fated Destruction series. Written by D.S. Murphy, performed for you by Austin Gray. 1. I could feel the broken bones in my arm scrape together under my skin, like wooden blocks covered in sandpaper. Puriel lifted me up from the pile of rubble that used to be my childhood home and carried me to the black sports car. It was so quiet. I thought my ears must have been damaged, but then I could hear Puriel's voice. He was asking me something about how to drive the car. I shrugged and rolled my head. I'd been in JDRI since I was 9, and driving lessons were never on the curriculum. I looked around for Sitri. Why wasn't he driving? Then I saw him, or at least the dark furry shape he'd become. The impossibly large wolf-like creature. He was waiting for us in the middle of the road, howling at us to hurry. Puriel finally grasped the mechanics of the vehicle, and the car screeched out of the suburban cul-de-sac. I could hear sirens getting louder, and we passed several police cars and an ambulance. I blinked against the harsh, flashing lights as they sped by. Puriel kept checking the skies through the windshield. I looked up as well, expecting a helicopter, but instead I saw a flash of wings and a glimmer of silver shapes illuminated by the early light. The sun hadn't risen yet, so I only saw silhouettes against the dark sky. But I knew what they were. Hunters. Dozens of them. Why aren't they attacking us? I asked. I don't know, Puriel said, but Zeus isn't going to want us to reach Neva. Not with the shears. The golden shears. I looked down, and sure enough, my pale fingers were still clenched around the gold metal, like they'd melded with my fist. My arm looked like a spiked hammer. The shears radiated power, and I could feel a pulsing, a throbbing through my whole body. I didn't know if it was my own heartbeat or the shears. My hands felt sticky, and I realized they were covered in bright blue goo that shimmered when I turned my arm. Zeus's blood. Pure divinity straight from the source. I shuddered and resisted the urge to wipe it against my clothes. Do we have a towel or something? I asked. Puriel looked physically pained, and his eyes were coal-black with unusually wide pupils. He stared at my hands with more than just concern. It was hunger, I realized. This much energy right here, it was taking all his strength to restrain himself. You want this? I asked, holding my wrists out. Hunger took over his face, and for a moment I thought he was going to lose control and bite my hand off. Instead, he reached for my hand and held it up to his mouth. He gently kissed my fingertips, and I felt his tongue flick over my skin. It should have been erotic, but it wasn't. I knew this disgusted him as much as it disgusted me, but after what we'd been through, he needed the strength. It must have taken a tremendous amount of willpower to resist Zeus, and Puriel had refused him. He'd given me the shears, and I'd stabbed Zeus in the thigh. Nobody could question his loyalty now. He'd had his shot at redemption, and he'd chosen us. Tall pine trees tore past us. I looked behind us and saw that Sitri was keeping up, a shaggy blur against the dark branches, running impossibly fast. I checked the speedometer and saw we were going over 100 miles an hour. Puriel hugged the curves tightly, his white knuckles gripping the wheel with singular focus. I couldn't believe he'd never driven before. The Olympic forest expanded before us, inviting us in. 100 miles of virgin territory, as far as anyone else knew anyway. Up ahead, I could see the small road that cut through the forest to Neva, Abel's private sanctuary for heirs, roots, and magical creatures. But something looked different this time. Some kind of translucent barrier was blocking the road ahead. When we got closer, I could see it was actually a tight lattice of hunters, their golden armor glistening in the early light, swords glowing blue with supernatural power. There were at least 30, and streaks of light overhead told me more were arriving every second. They spread their wings in uniform, and it was like drawing the drapes closed. Their feathers blocked our view completely. Puriel slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a stop. I heard a growl as Sitri launched himself into the wall of hunters, barreling through the middle. He tossed one hunter up in the air with a flick of his jaw and pinned the other to the ground, tearing at its neck with bloody jowls. "Stay here," Puriel shouted. He tore the door off and held it with one hand like a shield. Then he grabbed his sword and darted towards the fray. His sword didn't glow like the hunters who were connected with Zeus's energy, but after feeding on divine blood, he was much stronger than they were. He cleaved hunters in half with raw strength, slicing through their metal armor. My eyes widened as he cut through them like a lawnmower, tossing up bits and pieces. A head bounced off the windshield, cracking the glass with its armored helmet. I hit the wipers and watched them smear the glowing silver blood across the glass like butter on toast. A tiny stream of soap shot out, and the wipers worked furiously until I could see again. I gripped the door weakly and tried to push it open with my shoulder, but pain radiated down my arm. Hunters materialized by the door. One of them ripped off the side door and tossed it aside. He grabbed me by my clothes and threw me to the pavement. I didn't think they'd kill me. I was far too valuable. Unless, now that I had the shears, Zeus didn't want to take the risk. The shears. I rolled to my knees and held them up, feeling their power. Zeus was afraid of me. I'd hurt him. The look of surprise on his face when I'd stabbed him filled me with courage. I took a deep breath and focused on the slender threads of the hunters' lifespans. They shone like silver glow sticks in the early light, but when I tried to reach for them, a numbing, icy pain shot through my elbow. With my broken arm, I couldn't lift my hand high enough, which meant I couldn't grip the threads and also cut them with the shears. Not with one hand, anyway. But that didn't mean I couldn't do any damage. I tucked the shears into my pocket, then lashed out and flicked the thread with my bare fingertips and watched the nearest hunter crumple and writhe on the ground. The others froze and exchanged a look. I got to my feet and dusted off my jeans, then looked up at them with a smirk. I curled my fingers like talons just before one of them swung a fist at me. I ducked and hooked his thread, winding it around my finger before pulling sharply. He dropped like a stone. 2 hunters grabbed my arms, holding them in a vice-like grip. I cried out as they twisted my arm painfully. A third grabbed the shears, attempting to rip them out of my pocket. An arrow appeared in his neck, and he slumped to the side. I looked up to see mist flying towards us, loosing arrows nimbly. Dion and Tori were right behind her. Dion charged through the hunters like a bull, skewering them with his double scimitars. Tori flashed a long staff, tossing a handful of hunters back into the trees. They kept coming like flies to meet, swarming around us. But then the sky darkened. Abel and Stephanie, holding hands, descended in splendor with some kind of dark web of energy between them. They sucked out the light, causing temporary blindness except for the small portal under their arms. We passed through, with Stephanie chanting, and the gateway closed behind us. The sealed passage swallowed up the sounds of battle. We'd made it back to Neva safely. My knees buckled and my face hit the dirt for the 3rd time this morning. I woke up in the infirmary. Alice was by my side, sending currents of warm, healing light over my arm. The throbbing pain was gone, but there was a stiffness in my muscles when I tried to move. I stretched my fingers, playing with the morning light coming through the large bay window. Nearby, the fountain of Asclepius, Alice's grandfather, tinkled magically, surrounded by ferns and sweet-scented jasmine. I sat up suddenly, craning my neck at the empty white beds around me. "Where's Sitri?" I asked. "And Puriel?" "Safe," Alice said. "We're all safe." I took a deep breath before sinking back into the soft pillows. No thanks to me, I said finally. If the others hadn't come to save us, we wouldn't have made it back. I screwed up again. Is Abel pissed? I'd say he's dealing with a wide range of emotions. Alice smiled. But excitement is probably at the forefront. Why? I asked, reaching for the glass of water by my bed. The shears. Alice said. She whispered the word, almost with a tone of reverence, and her eyes sparkled. Personally, I never thought they really existed. Came another voice from across the room. Mist was leaning against the window, watching me, so still I hadn't noticed her before. I thought it was all a foolish legend, and I couldn't believe Abel had let himself get so caught up in hope that he'd bought into it. Even when he brought you here, even after what you did to me, I still didn't believe it. And now we're all here, Alice said, wrapping a purple shawl around my shoulders. Abel wants to see you, Mist said. I'm to escort you upstairs. I nodded, though my chest tightened in dread. At least I'd brought back the shears, but I'd probably get a lecture for sneaking out again. Whatever, I could handle a lecture. We made it back alive, and that's all that mattered, for now. I trailed behind Mist up the wide, curling staircases of the mansion. I realized it was still early morning. Most of the household probably wasn't even awake yet. We passed the kitchen, and my stomach growled at the smell of bacon and coffee, but I knew I couldn't delay the inevitable. Abel's office was exactly as I remembered it, a large round hall filled with books and antiques. Sitri and Puriel were sitting on leather couches looking like chastised schoolboys and still covered in blood and sweat from the battle. It was the first time I'd seen Sitri since his transformation. I wanted to run to him to feel his arms around me, but I resisted. He didn't look up to meet my eyes. Puriel nodded at me, and I realized his hands were unrestrained. That's something, at least. Stephanie and Abel were standing in front of the desk, blocking my view, but I could just make out the golden glow of the shears behind them, on a stand in some kind of glass box. You may go, Abel said to the others. Mist, find Puriel a room in the house. Mist's jaw nearly dropped open, but she quickly replaced it with a sneer and crossed her arms. I'm not his keeper, she said. Besides, he belongs in the pit with the other vermin. Now! Abel's voice made the room tremble. After they were gone, Stephanie gestured towards one of the tall cushioned chairs, but she and Abel remained standing, on edge, and I realized putting themselves between me and the shears, like they were afraid of how I'd use them. Puriel and Sitri told us what they could, she said, but we'd like to hear it from you. I had a dream, I said quickly, or maybe a memory, and I realized where the shears were. I thought we could just go and get them and be right back, Puriel, Sitri, and I. We're not gods, so we're harder to track. I didn't think Zeus would even notice. What happened when you got the shears? Zeus showed up. He forced Puriel to bring them to him, but at the last second, Puriel threw them to me instead. You had the shears. Zeus was right there. Why didn't you cut his thread right away? I bit my lip, wondering what Sitri had already told them. I didn't want to get him in more trouble, but none of this was his fault. When we were in Greece, when we fought Athena, Sitri got hurt. Zeus told me I could save him. Abel squeezed the desk so hard I heard the wood crack. And you believed him? Stephanie asked. I didn't have time to think about it, I said. I couldn't let him die. You did this without his knowledge? Abel clarified. Sitri never knew what you'd done for him. Not until last night, I said. I didn't even know how it worked. I didn't know what I'd done. Not until I saw it. Saw what, dear? Stephanie asked. They leaned forward, eyes wide, as if compelling me to answer. I realized I hadn't even had time to share this with Puriel and Sitri. Zeus's thread. It's bound with hundreds of others, maybe thousands, including Sitri's. It's less of a thread and more of a tangled ball of yarn. And you hesitated, Abel said, his voice dripping with scorn. You wanted me to get the shears, right? I asked, pushing back. I was tired of being lectured. They're right behind you. I got them for you, and I couldn't have done it without Puriel and Sitri. You should be thanking us. Is that what you think you deserve? Abel glowered. After failing to kill Zeus? The shears are useless if the one person who can wield them doesn't have the courage to use them. I won't apologize for not killing thousands of innocents. Abel looked like he was going to yell at me, but Stephanie placed her hand on his arm and shook her head slightly. You care about him, she said. It wasn't a question, so I didn't bother to answer. Everything was out in the open now. I had saved Sitri once, with some kind of magical voodoo that tied him to Zeus. It gave Zeus an extra layer of protection we hadn't expected. Honestly, I was surprised all three of us made it back to Neva alive. We got the shears. That's all that matters. I had other questions, but I was tired of being grilled and hungry, so I kept my mouth shut and raised an eyebrow. Are we done? I asked, crossing my arms. One more thing, Stephanie said. Puriel said you stabbed Zeus. In the thigh. You should have heard him scream, I said. I could have sworn I saw the smallest glimmer of a smile on Abel's face, but he turned his back to me, so I couldn't see it. I opened the door, unsure where I was even heading. Sitri was waiting outside. We locked eyes, and he searched my face, but he made no move to follow me. I wanted to talk to him alone, to say I hadn't told them everything about the way Zeus had been able to control him, about how he'd attacked Puriel. Abel must know what he is. The last of Zeus's guard dogs, the last of the hounds of hell. I wondered if they also knew how completely Zeus had been able to control him. I didn't think that had anything to do with the knot I'd tied. That connection was older, ancient. Like Puriel, Sitri had been bred for service. Following orders was in his DNA. But Puriel, unlike Sitri, had been able to resist. Sitri moved past me and took a seat in the office. I guess they still had things to discuss. I realized I wasn't anxious to be cut out of the loop if they were making plans. What happens now? I asked over my shoulder. Zeus attacked once before, for you. Now that you have the shears, I don't imagine he'll wait long before trying again. For now, you'll continue your training. Get some food and some sleep. We'll talk again later. I shut the door behind me, then made it back to my room and shrugged off my clothes. My stomach growled, but I was too exhausted to make it back to the kitchen, and I felt gross from having Zeus's blood on me. I scrubbed my skin raw in the shower, then wrapped a soft white towel around me. I thought I heard movement in Sitri's room and put my hand against his door. I knocked timidly, but he didn't answer. It seemed like ages ago he'd slept outside my door to make sure I was safe. My head barely hit the pillow before I was out cold, drifting through dreams of white wings and gleaming armor and long fangs and sharp claws. I was running and falling, and there was an earthquake so strong it shook me awake. I sat up, dizzy and momentarily confused as I watched books fall off my shelves. Not a dream. I sat up just as Sitri burst through the door. The look on his face woke me up like a shot of adrenaline. Something was wrong. I'm fine, I said, throwing off the blankets. It's not me. We raced down the hall, and I saw a wisp of smoke from under the door of one of the guest bedrooms. Sitri kicked the door open, and I followed him inside. The room looked like a charred-out shell of a campfire, everything smoldering and black. But the roof was still intact, and instead of a flood of armored hunters, a young girl stood in the center of the wreckage. She turned so we could see her face, and I gasped as her wide eyes met mine. She looked so familiar, but I was sure I'd never seen her before. "Who are you?" Sitri demanded. "What are you doing here?" She looked up through her blonde hair, tears hanging from her round blue eyes. They seemed too large for her face, which was square and angular. Still, I recognized her, and even before she opened her pretty mouth, I knew. "Kai, it's me. Sarah." I wrapped a blanket around Sarah's shaking shoulders and held her tightly. My Sarah, the only thing that had kept me sane during the long years at JDRI, my surrogate sibling after losing my brother to the car accident in the death I foresaw. But she'd aged years overnight. We brought her down to Alice and tried not to stare at her long limbs. She'd lost all her baby fat and moved awkwardly, like she wasn't used to her new body. Sitri leaned towards Alice and whispered, "Don't ask any questions. Just make sure she's all right." Then he pulled me outside for an explanation through the side door leading out towards the back of the property. "I'm going to kill Jadius," I said, flicking my hands out from my body like I could dispel the rage building inside me. "I still don't understand," Sitri said. "How did this even happen?" "When we were in Seattle, I made a deal with a watcher." The look of surprise, then disappointment on Sitri's face cut through me. I wondered if it was because I was foolish enough to deal with Jadius, or because I still hadn't told him everything about what really happened after Puriel and I escaped Neva. It seemed like so long ago now. Matt's death, the leech at the gas station, getting rescued by biker witches with Zeus's hunters on our trail. Hard to believe it was only a week ago. It was the only way he'd tell us how to find the shears. I continued quickly. He wanted 5 years, but I thought they'd be my years. He must have included a loophole or something and taken 5 years from Sarah instead. But still, I don't understand what happened in the room. It looks like a bomb went off. Sarah was 8, right? Heirs often demonstrate powers when they become teenagers. So if 5 years were taken, then she'd be 13 now, and her powers caught up to her. But why would Jadius take time from Sarah, unless he knew exactly what she was and didn't tell you? I squeezed my fists together and took a deep breath, but my lungs tightened painfully. I glanced back towards the house and could see Sarah and Alice through the large bay windows of the infirmary. It was so lush inside it looked like a greenhouse or indoor garden. "I keep making things worse for her," I mumbled. I didn't know she was an heir of Zeus, not until after she killed the Fates, but I never should have brought her to begin with. Not that I had options. Abel hadn't even told me they were in danger, Sitri either. Puriel was the one who warned me that hunters were on their way to collect my friends for ransom. "You didn't mean to," he said. He looked like he was about to touch my arm, but then he pulled back, running his fingers through his dark hair. I noticed he'd taken a shower and changed into jeans and a black t-shirt. "I didn't even have a plan," I said, crossing my arms. "I just needed to make sure they were safe. I thought maybe if we got the shears on our own, it would buy them a permanent place in Neva, even though they weren't magical. And now, she's lost what little innocence she had left. I stole her childhood. It doesn't matter if I meant to do it. It happened because of me. I pulled the shawl tighter around my shoulders. The fall air was chilly, but the scent of pine was refreshing. It made me feel homesick, I realized, but neither JDRI nor Neva felt like a real home, and we'd just turned my parents' house into sawdust. I had never felt more disconnected. I wondered if I'd always be homesick, craving a place where I felt like I belonged, a curious homesickness of the soul that followed me wherever I went. "It's not your fault," Sitri said, as if he could read my mind. He lifted my chin, and for a second, time seemed to stand still as we looked into each other's eyes. The intensity in his look took my breath away. Shame and something else. Longing, aching. I felt it mirrored in my own body. My gaze fell to his lips, remembering the way he'd kissed me on the island of Kos. But that was before Athena. Before I knew what he really was. Stephanie's voice came from the doorway, shattering the moment. "Sitri, please take the child upstairs for some food. After that, perhaps a stroll on the grounds. Some sun would do her good. Cadence, your presence is required in the family room." Sitri dropped his hand like he'd burned it on my skin. I stared at his fingertips. It took me a moment to realize he touched me with his bare hands. I wasn't even wearing my gloves, but there'd been no vision, which meant Sitri was safe for now. I followed him inside and forced myself to look at Sarah directly and smile. "Do you recognize me now?" Sarah asked. She looked so afraid and insecure it broke my heart. I pulled her into a tight hug and held her for a few moments. "I'd recognize you anywhere," I whispered, "no matter what you look like." I wished Jessie was here, but I hadn't seen her since we got back. She was probably still sleeping or sulking. Had it only been a few days ago that we'd been in Greece? I wondered if she was still mad at me for Max's death. That was my fault, too. I had to make a choice, and I chose Sitri. Somehow, despite our victory over Athena, I felt like I lost more in Greece than I came home with. I squeezed Sarah's shoulder one more time, but lingered in the doorway with Sitri. "What's going to happen to her?" I whispered. "I mean, she's not in any danger here, is she?" "Today, nothing," Sitri said. "Not without your knowledge, I promise." At least she'd be safe with him while I walked into the lion's den. My stomach rumbled and I realized I still hadn't eaten, but it would have to wait. I'd been summoned by the Queen of Hell. It took me 10 minutes to find the family room. There were dozens of large sitting rooms in the mansion. I wasn't sure which one Stephanie meant until I heard voices arguing. I hesitated outside the doorway. "We can't trust anything she says," Mist was yelling. "She's dangerous and a liar. What if she's working with Zeus? What if she brought the shears back to kill you, to kill all of us?" "You really think she's some kind of assassin?" Tori asked. "She can barely walk outside without tripping over her own shoelaces." "She could be pretending," Mist said. "I think it's clear the girl doesn't have any combat experience," Stephanie said. "But that doesn't mean she's harmless. It's her recklessness and disregard for her own safety we should be concerned about." "She's gotten closer to Zeus in the last 24 hours than any of us have gotten in nearly as many centuries," Abel said, his steely voice silencing the others. "Also, she's standing outside." I gulped and then knocked on the door timidly. Alice opened it, looking as put together as always in a crisp yellow day dress. My eyes widened at the sight of her. Somehow she had changed her clothes and straightened up and still beat me here from the infirmary. But she smiled warmly, and I was glad she was here. The room was filled with chandeliers and large curving tapestries met in a high ceiling. Green leather couches were grouped into small arrangements around low tables. Dion and Tori were reclining on one, looking like bored rich kids out of a Gucci commercial. Tori played absent-mindedly with a strand of Dion's hair. Hef stood by the window, looking out over the grounds towards the ruins of the amphitheater and the woods. I took a minute to read the room, trying to gauge how much trouble I was in. The whole family was here, the last of the Greek pantheon, gods of the ancient world. Abel and Stephanie sat in tall backed chairs with golden lion heads carved into the armrests. They almost looked like thrones. Sam was tinkering lightly with a grand piano in the corner, while Mist paced next to him, her arms crossed. Alice sat down across from Tori and Dion and began pouring tea from an antique porcelain set. She passed me a teacup as I sat down beside her, then smiled as she added a handful of sugar biscuits to my plate. The silence pulsed with energy. I think even the windows were vibrating like they might burst outwards. When I first arrived at Neva, I thought they were simply a family of aristocrats, beautiful and elegant, forgotten by time in this classic mansion. When I realized what they really were, the remaining survivors from Mount Olympus, those who survived Zeus's coup and cover-up, and what they really wanted from me, I'd run away. But I wasn't just some orphan anymore, I realized. Neva wasn't just a temporary shelter. It may not be home, but it was all I had.
Cadence,
Abel said.
First, we need you to tell us exactly what happened after you left Neva. Sarah's life depends on your honesty.
My skin crawled at the open threat, and I resisted the urge to throw my teacup at Abel's head. I took a deep breath and held it before letting it out slowly. I didn't have any reason to keep secrets, not anymore. Sarah's safety had to come first. I thought the shears would buy her protection, but that's before we knew who she really was. Now, I wasn't sure it would be enough. Looking around the room, I realized how much I knew that they didn't. These gods that traded on information and secrets, no wonder they were uneasy having me back in their house. I found out that Sarah and Jesse were in danger, I said, frowning at Abel. I didn't point out that he knew and hadn't told me, so it was really all his fault. He got the point and looked away. I had to save them.
But why free the torch?
Dion asked. He was going to be executed, right? I didn't want that to happen. Plus, I needed help.
But he tried to kill you,
Tori said. How did you know you could trust him? I didn't, I said. I bit my lips so I wouldn't say anything about how I couldn't trust anyone at Neva, especially not Abel. I saw a few looks of surprise, and I wondered how much Abel had told them about my disappearance. When we got back, he told me to keep it a secret. Everyone assumed Puriel had kidnapped me, when actually I was the one who'd decided to leave. I was sure someone would bring up Matt, the Minotaur Puriel had killed on the way out. I felt a sting of remorse at the memory. That had been my fault, too.
But why not just bring them back here?
Alice said, where they'd be safe. I didn't think you'd accept them, I said quickly. You already treat Roots like second-class citizens. You tolerate me because of whatever powers I have, but I wasn't sure you'd let them stay. I thought if I could get the shears first, then I'd have more bargaining power, and I could convince you to let them stay. Abel frowned and creased his brow, but didn't speak.
Go on,
he said finally. We found someone in Seattle, a trader of knowledge. He gave us a clue to the location of the shears, a painting in Italy, but at a price, 5 years. I didn't mention the conditional favor, assuming I got my full powers. I would deal with that later.
You signed a deal with a watcher.
Dion asked, looking surprised. Yes, but I thought it would be 5 years from the end of my life. I didn't think I'd miss it. Sarah and Jesse were more important. That was stupid, Mist said. Everyone knows not to trust watchers. Yeah, well, we realized our mistake in the lobby when we were surrounded by hunters. How did you get away? Alice asked. Someone saved us, a seeker and her friends. Witches, Stephanie said, spitting the word like a curse. Hackers, Hef said, looking curious. How did you get to Europe? Abel asked. We flew on the Minakawa beasts. We found the painting, but we were attacked by hunters. Then Sitri found us. And he didn't bring you home right away. Shit. I wondered what Sitri had told them. I didn't want to get him in more trouble. I convinced him to get the shears first. We knew where they were, a cave on the island of Kos. The Temple of Poseidon, Sam said. I've been in that cave 12 times. I never found anything. We had help from the Daughters of Triton, I said. You had to go through the well, and I had to make a sacrifice first. There was a message on the back of the painting, only those who live without can look within. My fingers reached toward my neck out of habit, even though I knew the clump of Legos I usually wore wouldn't be there. It was the only thing I had left to remind me of my brother, and now it was gone. So you found the Fates, Tori said. There was a spark in her eye, and my pulse spiked when I realized it was hope. She didn't know the Fates were dead. None of them did, I realized, except Abel. Tell them, Abel commanded. They need to know. By the time I figured out to go through the well, the Fates were already dead. Zeus had gone through before me. I'd shown him the way. He possessed Sarah's body, and he killed them through her. Dion sat up suddenly, practically shoving Tori off the couch. She gazed at the table with a stunned expression. Hef turned away from the window to stare at me. There was a silence as even Sam's fingers stopped hitting the piano keys. I had their full attention now, but I wasn't sure I wanted it. And the shears? Alice asked. They weren't there. I don't know if they ever were. When we came back, Athena was waiting for us, along with 12 leeches and hunters. She'd already killed the Minakawa. It was an ambush. And you defeated Athena? Mist scoffed, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow. No, it was Puriel. We fought, but she was too strong. She broke my arm before I could even touch her thread. But there was so much energy, so much magic. Puriel swallowed it all and became a leech. He risked his life to save us. There was a pause as the family considered this new information. Finally, Alice broke the silence by taking a sip from her tea, which seemed to break the spell. Incredible, Tori said. Who would have thought after all this time, a torch, a mutt, and a half-breed? Watch it, sister, Stephanie said. So wait, Hef said, trying to keep up. That's when I picked you up and brought you back here. That was the night before last. I put Puriel in chains and left him in the cell downstairs. What's happened since then? You didn't let that torch out again, did you? Tori asked with a smirk and a teasing look in her eyes. Even after what happened to Matt. You did, didn't you? How absolutely delicious. He didn't deserve to be there, I said, and I needed his help. I had a dream, I went after the shears, and I brought them back. I thought they looked surprised before, but their expressions of shock this time were almost comical. Dion's jaw fell open while Alice actually spit out her tea. They're here, Abel said quietly, in my office. Athena is dead, Alice said slowly with a look of disbelief. And we have the shears. Then it's finally time, Hef said with a faraway expression. Time for what? I asked. For this to end, Mist said softly, gazing out the window. The sun was just breaking over the jagged line of trees on the horizon. There was a softness in her eyes I'd never seen before. For the first time, she looked her age, like an insecure teenager barely older than me. What about Sarah? I asked. What about her? Mist snapped, her hard edge returning instantly. Sarah is a daughter of Zeus, Stephanie said. A direct descendant, the first in centuries. He used her body to kill the fates. And you brought her back here? Tori said. It gets worse, Abel said, standing up. Last night, by retrieving the shears, Cadence consummated the deal she'd struck with the Watcher in Seattle. He claimed his 5 years, but took them from Sarah. That's why she's older, Alice said. I nodded. With the added years, she's come of age, which means she can access her powers. Apparently lightning, like her father. She nearly destroyed the East Wing this morning. Zeus has already used her against us once, Mist said. Keeping her is not worth the risk. She should be protected within the compound, Hef said. I don't think Zeus can get in, even that way. But he could be watching, listening, Tori said. Using her for surveillance, couldn't he? I don't think so, Hef said, rubbing his jaw. Sarah stays here, Sam said, sternly. He didn't even look up from the piano, but nobody challenged him. It was surprising to see someone so young command so much authority, but then he was a direct heir of Zeus. I knew he was fast. I wondered how strong he really was. Hef will make her some iron sheaves, Sam continued. Zeus won't be able to possess her without considerable damage, not for very long anyway. We don't have to discuss our plans with her, and we can keep an eye on her. But she stays. She's family. Fine, Mist said. But now what? Now, Stephanie said in a cold voice that sent shivers down my spine. We prepare for war. 2. The sun was fully up now. No sense in going back to sleep, not after the plotting session I'd just had with the family. I needed to find Jessie. We hadn't talked since the argument on the way home where she'd accused me of killing Max. I didn't even know how to resolve that one, but now there was Sarah to deal with. Jessie and I had practically raised her. I didn't know how she was going to react to Sarah's sudden aging, but we'd find a way through it. We always did. At JDRI, Jessie had always been our warrior, while I was the weak and frail one. I guess we were both getting used to our shifted positions. I stopped by my room and grabbed my gloves. It was stupid not to put them on earlier. They were the long, black ones Abel had given me, the ones Mist made. I put them on and felt the smooth, soft leather against my skin. With winter approaching, it was almost cold enough to wear them. They don't do much except stop the violent visions when I touched someone who was about to die. Thankfully, most residents at Neva were practically immortal, but I didn't think I could handle any more surprises today. Besides, they made me feel safe. Part of me just wanted to go back to bed, but Abel said something about training, so I put on a fresh pair of jeans, then layered a long-sleeve sweatshirt over a tank top and a long hooded jacket just in case I went outside. I brushed my wild, dark hair behind my ears and headed to breakfast. My arm was still throbbing painfully. It had been broken twice in less than a week. First by the blunt edge of Athena's sword, then when Zeus grabbed my arm and the bone shattered again. Not even Alice's magic could take all the pain away this time. Despite the pain, I felt surprisingly good, all things considered. Maybe it was the energy of Neva. Being in a room with a half-pantheon of gods sapped the exhaustion out of me and made me feel strangely optimistic. Despite everything that happened, I still felt a sparkling confidence and lightness, like everything would somehow work out. But I didn't trust it. I couldn't afford to let my guard down. Neva might be safe for now, but I knew it wouldn't last. With the shears, I was a bigger threat to Zeus than ever, and he wasn't the type to just let it stand. The kitchen and dining room were empty, so I grabbed a mug of coffee, scarfed down some scrambled eggs, then smeared butter and raspberry jam on a croissant before heading downstairs to find the others. Stephanie said we'd prepare for war, whatever that meant. I wondered if they'd try to train me again. That had ended poorly last time. It seemed like ages ago that I was cowering in the corner, clutching my thin sword and shotgun. How differently things would have been if I'd actually used them on Puriel. It seemed silly now to train with a sword or a gun against the hunters. I could never be as fast or as strong as they were. I went down to the basement, looking past the cell where they'd kept Puriel. He wasn't there, of course, but the cell was still full of his things: gold coins and candles, mementos of honor and respect from the other torches at Neva. As I approached the rear door, I heard a shriek that sounded like Sarah. I ran outside quickly through the back door and saw her, rolling on the ground. My panic subsided when I realized she was laughing and covered with kittens. Alice was standing nearby, next to Sam and Puriel. "What's all this?" I asked. I couldn't help smiling at Sarah's laughter. I couldn't remember the last time I'd heard that sound, and I felt my heart open like petals unfurling from a flower. "A welcome home gift from Abel," Alice said. "He freed them?" I asked. I wondered if Alice knew what Abel had been doing with them, the brutal tests that led to my discovery. Still, it was a nice gesture. I knew he didn't need them anymore, now that he'd found me, and I was happy to see them out of the cages. A small white kitten came up to me and rubbed against my ankles. "Ghost," I said, picking him up. "He missed you," Alice said. Even Puriel seemed taken in by the kittens. He picked one up by the back of its neck and stared at it quizzically. The kitten licked his nose, and Puriel looked so surprised he almost dropped it. I laughed out loud to see the sturdy torch befuddled by such a tiny creature. "We're taking Sarah to Hef's workshop," Sam said. "After that, maybe a tour of the grounds." I nodded before I realized he was talking to Puriel. I'd forgotten. Puriel hadn't even seen Neva yet, at least not past the walls of his cell. How quickly he'd gone from prisoner to esteemed guest of Abel's estate. "We should wait for Jessie," I said, looking back at the house. The massive stones of an ancient temple rose like ribs out of the ground, which made the lower level of the mansion look like an open-concept dollhouse. "She went out this morning," Sarah said, pointing towards the camp, "to look for Maddie." "Maddie's here?" I asked. "A lot of seekers have been arriving," Sam said. "Refugees. They know with Athena gone, things are only going to get worse, and quickly." "They're staying in the camp?" I asked. That meant Abel had softened his policy on humans. "Beyond it, near the border," Sam said. "They wanted their own space. I can show you." "But first," Alice said with her hand on her hip, "go see Hef." I helped Sarah up, marveling again at her lanky arms and legs. She seemed awkward too, like she wasn't sure how to use her limbs anymore. Her face was leaner, less soft and round, but her clear blue eyes and smile were just the same. I realized suddenly that she looked a little bit like Sam, a family resemblance, I guess. Almost like blonde twins, only Sam had been like this for thousands of years, and Sarah had only aged a day. We looped back inside so I could show Sarah the armory. Puriel's eyes widened as we passed through the massive relief carvings of Ares, god of war, and the nearly endless assortment of antique weaponry. People were already training, and each mat was surrounded by a dozen trainees, heirs, roots, and shifters. I'd never seen it so crowded, but apparently news of Athena's death was motivating everyone to sharpen their skills. Abel may not have announced it yet, but we all knew war was coming. The sounds of fighting died down as people turned to stare. We were halfway through the room when someone burst through a crowd of heirs and blocked our path. "You have some nerve coming in here, murderer," Priya said, flashing the tip of a dangerous-looking blade. "Why isn't he bound?" "Matt's death was an unfortunate accident," Sam said. "But Puriel has proven himself loyal." "He's a leech," Priya said, dropping the word like it disgusted her. "Leeches aren't allowed in Neva. Leeches need to be exterminated." Priya swung her sword, but I stepped quickly in front of Puriel. She pulled the blade at the last second, her face full of surprise and betrayal. "You're protecting him? After what he did to you? To Matt?" I wanted to tell her everything about how it was all my fault, how I'd let Puriel escape, but there were too many spectators. This wasn't the time or place. The rest of the crowd looked torn and shifted uncomfortably. Many were friends with Matt. On the other hand, word had spread, and I heard more than one person whisper, "Decidium, God Killer." I wasn't sure if they were referring to me or Puriel, but I supposed it could have been meant for either of us, or both. Sam stepped in front of Puriel, and faster than I could see him move, he disarmed Priya and held the sword loosely behind his back. "The leech is not to be touched. Special exemption. Abel's orders." Priya's jaw went slack, but then she moved past him and stormed out of the training hall. I knew I'd just made an enemy, but I wasn't sure talking more would fix it. If she found out what really happened to Matt, she'd hate me even more. Hef smiled when we entered the forge, his face lit up from the orange glow of the fire. I felt my skin prickle immediately and start to sweat. I don't know how the heat didn't bother him. He was shirtless, apart from a sturdy black apron, even though a cold wind blew in from the open door that led outside. A raised visor held his long hair away from the fire. "Just in time," he said. He pulled something out of the forge, sizzling hot red metal, and put it into a tank of water, letting out billows of steam and a loud hiss. When the metal was cool, he lifted it out and polished it with a rag until it shone like silver. The long metal cuff was decorated with intricate swirls and patterns. It was more than armor. It was art. "They're beautiful," I said. It was deceptively light and practically sparkled when I lifted it up. "Here, Sarah, raise your arm." Hef strapped one around her wrist while I attached the other. It clicked snugly into place with nearly invisible clasps. It went from the back of her hand to just before her elbow, but she could still move her arm and wrist around freely. "Not too tight?" Hef asked. "I can barely feel it," Sarah said. "You look badass," I said. "Like a Greek soldier, like an Amazon." "What do you think?" Hef swung around a panel, revealing a tall oval mirror. Sarah looked at herself and bit her lip. I realized it was probably the first time she'd seen her own reflection. Her eyes started to water, but I knew she was too tough to cry. "Why do I have to wear these?" Sarah asked, turning her wrists and sending diamonds of light around the walls and ceiling. I shared a look with Sam and Hef. Sarah still didn't know what she'd done to the fates, and I wasn't sure I was ready to tell her. "Well, do you understand what's happened to you?" I asked gently. "It was Jadius, right? He tricked you and took 5 years from me instead of you." "Right," I said. "But there's more. We didn't know it before, but you're an heir. That means a descendant from the gods. In your case, Zeus. Heirs start displaying their powers when they become teens, so when you aged so quickly, your powers activated." Sarah considered this information seriously. "Is that what happened to my room?" she asked. "Yes." "And Mr. Ackerley?" My eyes widened as I thought back to the man who attacked us at the museum. The exploding lights, the electricity. I thought it had just been a random event. It seemed so obvious now. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kill him."
I thought you told us everything,
Hef said, frowning.
Any more bodies you forgot to tell us about?
Listen to me, I said, ignoring them. I bent down to Sarah's height before I realized she was almost a foot taller than she had been before. I barely even had to crouch to be at eye level with her. That was an accident, I said, and you saved us. If you hadn't done what you did, we may not have even made it out of there alive. But we were stealing from him, then we killed him. It was an accident, you couldn't control it. That's why we're here, that's why you need to wear these, okay, sweetie? They'll help you control your powers until you learn more about them. We're safe here. You don't need to protect me. Sarah nodded. Sam led her outside through the side door, but I stayed back a moment to talk with Hef. These will really work, right? I asked. He shrugged, keeping his voice low.
Zeus shouldn't be able to possess her, not fully, with the bangles on.
Can he still listen and watch, though?
I don't think so, not within Neva, but we should keep an eye on her. And don't mention anything you wouldn't want Zeus to hear, not in earshot, just in case. There's one more thing,
Hef said, fishing something shiny out of his pocket. It was a gold ring with a large solitaire diamond.
I wasn't sure what to do with this. It's Matt's,
he said.
I finished it before. Priya should have it, but I wasn't sure how to give it to her.
I doubt it would be any better coming from me. Did you see what happened in there? And even if I were to mend the fence, if she ever found out what really happened, she'd never forgive me.
Still, it's here.
Matt's death, it was all my fault. If I hadn't predicted it, if I hadn't tried to avoid it, to escape, he'd still be alive. Maybe we can't change our fates.
If that was true, Puriel would have killed Matt immediately. You stopped him, vision or not. You gave him a longer lease on life. Without that, he never would have realized how much Priya means to him. You're not responsible for his death, but maybe this is a chance to move forward, for both of you.
I frowned. I didn't want the ring, and especially didn't want to talk to Priya. Not about this. But Hef folded the ring into my palm and closed my fingers around it.
Just knowing you're wanted,
he said,
knowing someone chose you, it's a powerful thing, whether or not they're still around.
There was a sadness in his eyes, and I wondered if he was talking from personal experience. Then I remembered what Sitri said earlier about Hera tossing him out of Olympus and Tori bringing him back. Outside, the grounds were filled up with training sessions as the armory spilled into the backyard and moon-shaped amphitheater. It was a relief to be back in the cool air. It tasted like fall, decay, and pine needles. Sarah's eyes went wide at the torches, and she reached up to squeeze Puriel's hand. The gesture made my breath hitch. The torches had coal-black, unnaturally large eyes and dark brands on their arms where their angelic marks had burned off during their fall. They were grotesque at first, inhuman, but we'd gotten used to Puriel. We'd come to depend on him for safety. I hadn't realized Sarah was opening up to him as well, but I suppose it was inevitable that they'd become close after all we'd been through. He protected her from the leech in the gas station bathroom, and then saved us from Athena. She felt safe with him. Still, it was strange to see the two of them together. Puriel was tall, dark, and handsome, not in that golden, perfect way like he'd been the first time I saw him, leaning back on a tombstone at the Halloween party. Now he always looked wrecked and forlorn, like a lost puppy. The dark marks in his arms, the depth of the pain and loss in his eyes. It was hypnotic and captivating. It was weird seeing Sarah in battle armor, even if it was just a pair of lightweight decorative sheaves, and I was still getting used to her new body and face. She was taller, but still only about half the height of Puriel.
I'd always wondered why that leech had gone after Sarah. Now I knew, because she was an heir of Zeus, and a powerful one. Her magic just hadn't been brought to the surface until she came of age. I saw Eligor skirmishing with a battalion of about 20 torches. I didn't want to interrupt, but he smiled and came to greet us. He grasped Sam's hand warmly, then studied Puriel. Seeing them together, I realized he'd changed even more since becoming a leech. Eligor's marks and eyes were dark like charcoal, while Puriel's had faded to a dark brown. In the daylight, I could even see flecks of the original amber. "I'm glad we're meeting under better circumstances, brother," Eligor said. "I look forward to training together, and perhaps I can show you the hives. We find it more comfortable to be among our own kind, away from temptations." I hadn't thought about that. Puriel was a leech now, which meant being around this much magic must be physically painful. I supposed it made sense for him to live in the caves with the other torches. At least they didn't have any magic for him. Would he become as monstrous as that leech in the bathroom? Puriel once described it as a fate worse than death, the worst fear of any torch. Twice fallen, as Athena had called him. For a second, I worried about him being in the house with us, but he didn't look that bad, for now. Abel said the thirst would increase until he lost control of himself, but that we could keep him stable with a controlled dose of magic. "How many of you are there?" Puriel asked, looking out over the fields towards the piles of boulders on the hill that marked the entrance to the hives. "Thousands," Eligor said. I was grateful Eligor was being friendly. I knew he was one of the leaders of Abel's army. Torches usually lived quiet lives of desperation, tortured by regret. Here, at least, they had each other, ritual, a sense of purpose and service. Sarah's eyes went wide as we passed through the twin Sphinx statues at the top of the hill and cut into the forest, past the large, modern cabins of the lesser heirs and roots. The main street, a wide dirt path between shops and restaurants, was busier than I'd ever seen it. I pointed out the obstacle course and told Sarah how I'd nearly broken my neck trying to balance on the log. "Can I try?" she asked, her eyes tracing the nets and rope challenges that stretched high in the trees. "We'll come back later," Sam promised. "Cadence!" a voice shouted. Kurt pulled me into a hug, then froze when he saw Puriel and recognized him. He flinched, looking at Sam. "What the hell?" he said breathlessly, looking back at me. "We heard you got kidnapped, but then someone said you killed Athena. Like, holy shit! We thought you were just some runt root when you got here. People are freaking out. Is Athena really dead?" "Yes," Sam said. "Cadence and Puriel killed her." "But he's a hunter. He came here to kill her. Then he killed Matt. Can we really trust him?" "He's a leech now, actually," Sam said. Matt's eyes widened and he took a step back. "Listen, Kurt, I saw Priya earlier. I understand she's upset, but I don't want her to do anything stupid. Matt charged us. He knocked Puriel over and fell on his sword. It was an accident. Which wouldn't have happened if I hadn't let him out. Also," I continued, "he saved me more than once." "Right now, we're looking for Jess," Sam said. "Have you seen her?" "Probably at the refugee camp," he said. "I'm heading there myself. We haven't got this much fresh blood in forever. Plus, they're all humans. It's crazy out there." We continued through the forest, past the epic statue of Colossus of Rhodes, his giant face half swallowed by moss and ancient cedars. The field with the practice dummies was full of torches and roots, swinging swords and axes. We had to speak louder as the air filled with the sounds of weapons striking wood and steel. "Are you sure I should be out here?" Puriel asked. People were gawking at him with a mixture of fear and awe on their faces. Then I realized they were looking at me as well, and even Sarah received some skeptical glances. Puriel was the only leech in Neva, and Sarah was still just a child. I was nobody, on the surface at least, but even being escorted by Sam was enough to impress. Where are we going? I asked Sam. I'd never been this deep in the woods before. Moss dripped like curtains over ancient twisted trunks in this section of the forest. How far does Abel's property go anyway? Hundreds of acres, Sam said. A separate area has been set up for refugees. Some of the heirs and roots aren't happy about the influx. It used to be assumed Neva was for magical creatures, but now we're letting in seekers as well. Anyone threatened by Zeus's hunters, any possible ally. Not everyone is happy about it. The trees finally thinned out, and on the other side of a ridge, we saw a wide meadow with rows and rows of white tents. We climbed down a steep hill and stepped over a makeshift bridge spanning the clear, bright water of a murmuring stream. We cut through a narrow alley between the tents, emerging in a crowded marketplace. Exotic spices tickled my nose as I looked around at the bronze lamps and pipes, glowing lights and colorful liquids in tall glass vases. It reminded me of the camp where we met Maddie's family, but on a whole different level. This was a magical bazaar. Sarah saw Jessie first, next to a group of tents, next to a long line of motorcycles. Her eyes bulged in surprise as Sarah wrapped her arms around her waist. She peeled Sarah away to examine her face, then looked up at me sharply. Jadius cheated us and stole 5 years from me, and now I'm a teenager and a daughter of Zeus. And I exploded my bedroom, so Hef made me these, Sarah said, turning her bracelets. Sarah, she said calmly, can you give Kai and me a minute? I'm not a kid anymore, she said, crossing her arms. You were 8 years old, literally yesterday, I said. And it's not about you. Jessie and I just need to catch up. Why don't you and Puriel check out the market and meet us back here? We sat on folding chairs outside a large tent and drank sweet tea from tiny glass cups. I thought Jessie was going to yell at me, but she kept her cool. Is it all true? She asked finally. About Jadius and Zeus? Yes, I said. I swear I had no idea until this morning. Wait, I thought the deal was if you got the shears, but we didn't find them. We got them, I said, stirring my tea with a guilty expression. Wait, what? Last night, I remembered something. I went to my old house, the shears were there, but Zeus showed up. It didn't end well. Why didn't you wake me? She asked with a pained expression. I should have gone with you. I'm sorry about what I said on the plane. No, I said, touching her arm. Don't be sorry, that's not why. I thought we could just run and grab them. We weren't expecting a fight. But then I got them and I couldn't use them. I couldn't cut Zeus's string. Listen, Jessie, you were right. I need to tell you what really happened in the cave. I did do something, but I shouldn't have. I found the Fates, but Sarah got in first. Zeus possessed her and killed them. I shuddered, remembering Sarah's small body drenched in blood. Brutally, I added. She doesn't remember, thankfully. When I went down again, I was looking for the Fates so they could save Sitri and Max. Instead, Zeus showed me a spell. It was too late to save Max. He was already gone, and I'm so sorry, but I saved Sitri. What I didn't realize is that I was binding his life with Zeus's. It was a cruel trick, so that when I actually had the shears and Zeus was right in front of me, I couldn't do it. I couldn't kill Zeus without killing Sitri, too. That bastard, Jessie said, making me smile. Anyway, it was stupid, and I'm sorry for lying to you. Jessie's eyes softened. She looked out over the sandy stretch of land and the white tents in the valley. It was early afternoon, but the sun had already disappeared behind the tall pines, casting long shadows. You didn't kill Max, she said finally, her eyes narrowing. The hunters did. When you came and got us in JDRI, I didn't know what to think. The hunters seemed so impossibly strong and fast. You could defeat them somehow with that plucking thing you do, but I could barely even see them. I didn't know how to protect you, protect Sarah. I felt weak, useless.
But then we met Madeline and Taylor. They're just humans, like me, but they're fighting back. Madeline said she'd teach me. I'm going to be a seeker. I'm going to learn everything I can, and I'm going to take down as many hunters as I can. For Max. She hugged me, and I blinked away a tear. I didn't realize how much I'd missed her. We'd barely had a moment alone since leaving JDRI. First, being holed up with Puriel, then the weird sisters on the island of Kos. So, she said after a long pause, what now? I don't know, I said. Figure out a way to break the spell, I guess. Whatever you need, I'm here for you. Always. What are we going to do about Sarah? Whatever we can, but at least she'll be safe here. For now. Sarah and Puriel returned with Maddie and Taylor. They'd bumped into each other at the market. I hugged them hello, and we pulled stumps around a fireplace that Taylor sparked up with some kind of enchanted lighter.
We're eating out of cans tonight, Taylor said. Haven't had time to go hunting yet.
Sounds lovely, I said. I've always wanted to go camping, like, for real. Can we have marshmallows? Sarah asked. Hold on, Sam said. He vanished for a second and was back in the blink of an eye with a plastic bag. You're in luck. They had some at one of the shops in the camp. Wow, Jessie said. How many did you have to check? All of them. Sam smiled. He winked at Sarah and put a marshmallow on a stick for her. When did you arrive, anyway? I asked Madeline. I thought you were against this whole sanctuary thing. Well, she said, adding a log to the fire. We knew something was up after Sitri and the torches visited us. Abel rarely bothers with seekers. We figured our location was blown. If they could find us, so could the hunters. We'd barely finished packing up when they attacked, but it was coordinated. We've never seen anything like it. Usually it's a small barricade, 2 hunters, maybe 4. This time there were 20. Luckily, most of us had already started moving and we lost them in the woods. Sitri told us we'd be welcome at Neva before he left. We didn't believe it, but our camp got hit hard, and the one we were planning on joining was a crater when we arrived. So we came here. But why would Zeus attack you like that? Why now?
Probably figures if a real fight is coming, better to have as few variables on the board as possible, Kurt said.
Well, it was his mistake. Now you're here, with us.
I have to be honest, Taylor said. When you said you were going after Zeus, you.
He paused, looking me up and down.
I didn't believe it. I thought you were crazy or stupid or both. I guess I underestimated you. If there is a fight coming, I'd be honored to be on your side.
I nodded, then leaned forward and lowered my voice. Athena is dead, and I have the shears. I don't know what's going to happen next, but if things go well, maybe we won't even need a battle.
There's no harm in being prepared, Sam said. We'll be ready,
Taylor said with a glint in his eye. He was as tall as Puriel, but with twice the muscle. In his plaid shirt and overalls, he looked like a lumberjack. Madeline is going to show me how to make Q-bombs, Jessie said.
This place is amazing,
Maddie nodded.
There's more magic per square feet than anything out in the wild. And some of the things I've seen in the marketplace are mind-blowing. People have brought gear from all over the world. You should check out Hef's shop and the forge, I said. I bet he's got a whole pile of scraps and junk. Can we really?
Maddie asked, her eyes widening.
It's not a bad idea, Sam said. We don't need magic, so we've never really been interested in seeker technology. Heirs think of them as parasites, digging through the trash, hacking and cheating their way with no magic of their own.
Gee, thanks, Maddie said.
At this point, we should not overlook anything. If this week has taught us anything, it's that our biggest victories may just come from the unlikeliest sources. After all, if we've thought of it, Zeus probably has too. We shouldn't let our pride get in the way of whatever weaponry we can make. I'll bet Hef would be eager to learn from you as well.
I shivered and zipped up my jacket.
just as a loud siren ripped through the refugee camp, so loud I had to cover my ears.
"What is that?"
I shouted. "A summoning," Sam said once the noise had stopped. "It means Abel will be making an announcement." "Does that happen often?" Kurt and Sam exchanged a glance. "I think the last one was in 1939, just before World War II. 3. As soon as we got back to the house, Tori grabbed my arm and brought me up to her room. It was the first time I'd been inside it, although I'd caught a glimpse when I peeked through the keyhole. I blushed, remembering the lurid scene I'd witnessed when I first arrived. She pushed me into the bathroom, which was nearly as large as the bedroom. First, she had 4 maids strip and bathe me in rosewater, scrubbing my arms and legs. Then they sat me in front of a large oval mirror to do my makeup. "I don't understand," I asked. "Why do I have to get all dressed up just for Abel to make an announcement?"
"We're having a ball tonight," Alice said. She'd followed us in and was going through a large rack of Tori's exotic perfumes. "Remember, Abel mentioned it last night at dinner." Was it only last night? It seemed like so much longer. "But why now?" I asked. We just got back. "Neva has never been this full of guests. It's important for Abel to welcome them officially, at least the leaders. It's an honor to be invited to the main house. Most of the lesser heirs and roots have lived here for decades and never seen the whole family all together. Some of us like to mingle and help out, others not so much." "There's also going to be a presentation ceremony," Tori said. "A speech outside for everyone at Neva. News of Athena is pressing, but not everyone knows exactly what happened, and most people don't know about the shears yet." "Will he tell them?" "That's up to him to decide," Tori said. "Information, knowledge, is power. Abel usually plays his cards tightly. I don't know what he has planned, but why turn down a chance to get dressed, to be seen, to be adored?" Tori's eyes shone with eagerness. She dusted some gold powder against her brown cheeks and turned each side to the mirror before applying bright pink lipstick. The idea of all eyes on me made my skin crawl. "Don't we have better things to do, though? We barely survived our last encounter with Zeus, and now he knows we have the shears. He told me he was going to wipe Neva out. I doubt he's changed his plans." "Ability is important," Alice said, "but so is mindset." "But we need to prepare. We don't know how much time we have left. We shouldn't spend it at a party." "If the world is ending, a party is exactly where we should be," Tori said, pulling her hair into a high bun and pinning it with a long gold clip. "Time for us is different than time for you," Alice said. "It could be days or years until we hear from Zeus again. We will practice, train, improve, but all the training in the world won't help in the end." "It won't?" I asked. "Zeus is too powerful for us, for Abel, for anyone. We can fight battles for eternity without exhausting Zeus's power. That's why Abel was so invested in finding you. I don't know what comes next, and war is probably inevitable, but a victory in battle will not be the thing that destroys Zeus. I will be." I completed her thought, feeling dread spread through my shoulders. Is that what Abel still thought of me? That I was his secret weapon in this battle against his brother? "Forget about it," Tori said. "Tonight is simply about unity. There are a lot of new faces in Neva. We don't want whispers, speculation, or half-truths to divide or confuse us. Abel believes in truth." "Which truth?" I asked. "The most effective truth," Alice said.
I wondered if there was a slight bitterness in her voice. The one that accomplishes his aims. I wanted to keep talking, but Tori put her finger against my lips. Right now, the only thing you need to worry about is your dress. Alice was already wearing a simple yellow dress with tiny beads and sequins hidden in detailed embroidery. She always looked like a classic film star. Not flashy as the other gods, but somehow just as stunning in her own way. Tori ravaged through her massive closet, pulling out piles of costumes, and finally grabbed a tiny strapless dress. It rippled like liquid silver with gold accents. It was backless, and the front was bare to her belly button. I can't wear that, I said. It's more of a belt than a dress. Don't be silly, Tori winked. This one's for me. Abel wants you to look fierce, dangerous, Alice said. Wait, Abel gave you instructions on how to dress me? It sounded ridiculous, both sweet and terrifying at the same time, that the Lord of Hell cared about what I wore. It's a show of strength, Tori said. People are scared. Fear can be dangerous, especially in tight spaces. Abel understands the value of presentation and symbolism. In the end, they decided on a black dress that wasn't terrible, and a pair of heels that made me look a little bit less tiny and insignificant next to the other women of Abel's family. I was nearly as tall as Alice, but somehow she had a grace and poise born from knowledge and experience. With the dress, they added a tailored jacket that looked almost like a uniform. Then, one of Tori's maids buried half my face in a pool of dark eyeshadow that brushed out in wings towards my ears. For some reason, it reminded me of the raven mask I was wearing when I met Puriel. Well, Alice asked, turning me to face a large mirror. The effect was startling. My teal eyes popped from behind the makeup, so clear they practically glowed, and the black dress and jacket cut a stark figure. I looked beautiful and dangerous at the same time. I don't hate it, I said. Just one more thing, Alice said, grabbing a thin marker. I frowned as she drew a line of red ink around the scar on my wrist, deepening the ugly scar I'd been careful to hide all of my life. I guess this means I don't get to wear my gloves, I asked. Abel wants you to be seen, she said simply. All of you. It was late afternoon by the time we were ready. We gathered in the large family room where we'd met this morning. It opened out onto a large balcony. Sarah squealed when she saw me and gave me a hug. I hardly recognized her with her hair up and curled. I'd always seen her a mess at JDRI, and it pained me to realize we'd never focused on her personal hygiene as much as we should have. She looked several shades lighter, and her skin was practically glowing, which I realized maybe it was. Abel said she was powerful, and we still had no idea just how much. She was still wearing the bangles on her wrists, but in a simple white dress with straps that wrapped around her neck and shoulders, tied with a bright blue band around her waist and a large bow in the back. Gold blush sparkled from her cheeks and eyeshadow. She was beautiful, divinely beautiful, even as a young teen. I wondered how I'd never realized it before. In a few years, she'd break hearts. We peeked through the curtains at the crowds growing below us. The amphitheater filled up first, then the surrounding grounds, all the way to the trees. Several thousand people at least. From this distance, I could make out the individual factions of Abel's Haven. To the left, the torches, spilling out of their hive like ants, surging over the top of the hill between the large red rocks. Puriel joined us, steered in with Abel just behind him, with one hand on his shoulder. He'd had his own makeover. I wondered if Abel attended to this one personally. He was wearing a tight-fitting uniform, It almost seemed too small for him, which just made him look bigger. The black pants were lined with a strip of gold fabric and disappeared into a pair of sturdy black boots. The jacket was something else. Straps and buckles that seemed to have no function. The sleeves were also lined with gold, along with sharp spikes that looked like black obsidian. It made him look dangerous, like some kind of shelled beetle. He pulled at his high collar and shifted uncomfortably. "You look good," I said, brushing off his shoulders. There was a sword strapped to his back, so large it hung to his knees. It was about as tall as I was. "I'm kind of surprised Abel let you wear a weapon inside the house," I said, smiling. "It's probably brittle steel," he said. "You look different." "Thanks," I said. "I think." "It's good," he said. "You look strong, powerful, kind of like a warning label. Your appearance suits the truth of your potential ability. Normally, it is hard to wrap my head around how normal you look, considering how dangerous you are. If you had looked like that before, when I—" He closed his eyes, and a pained expression flashed across his face. I knew he was remembering his fall, when he'd burst into flames in front of me. We never really talked about it, so I was surprised when he continued. "You were so innocent," he said, lowering his voice and stepping closer. "So frail and helpless, yet you stood up to me to save your friend. Unarmed, unadorned. It disarmed me completely." "Look!" Sarah said, stepping between us and breaking the tension. She was waving a thin staff like a baton. One end held an elongated glass tube with 2 twisting coils inside. The other end was a tapered spear almost a foot long. "She's here for protection, not to fight," I said, frowning. "It's just decorative," Hef said. "Look, I added a rubber tip to the end. It's as blunt as a walking stick. Plus, check this out." He rearranged Sarah's fingers to touch small metal pads on the staff, and the bulb crackled to life with twin arcs of raw electricity. "Wow!" she said, waving it in front of her like a lightsaber. "It's symbolic," Hef said. "For hope, inspiration. Nobody actually thinks Sarah is going to lead our troops. It uses static electricity and pulls just enough energy to light the bulbs, but only when she touches it. And this is for you," Abel said, handing me Athena's staff. It was heavier than I remembered. I looked up the shaft at the golden owl spreading its wings into a wide circle and framed by olive branches. While Sarah's short staff came up to her nose, mine was so long and tall I had to be careful walking through doors, as if I didn't feel awkward enough already. I was surprised Abel hadn't given me the golden shears to hold. Surely that was more powerful and more suitable weapon for me. Puriel's comments about being dangerous rang in my ear. I wondered if Abel was more afraid of me than of Puriel. But whatever, it was his pageant. "Friends," Abel said, holding up his palms to the crowd. He spoke quietly, but his voice boomed through the compound. I wondered if Hef had set up some kind of broadcast system, or if Abel's natural power did the trick. Abel had no need for a weapon or show of force. He radiated power. Stephanie stood on his left side wearing a dark veil that hid her face, and he'd positioned Puriel directly to his right. I was surprised to see his elevated state. I looked around for Sitri, but he wasn't on the balcony with the rest of the family. I knew how powerful they were, and I wondered if the others could sense it too. The lesser heirs and roots, they must know. They know magic. For the Seekers and humans, this was a rare experience. They were literally in the presence of gods, and not just one, but several. This much energy in one place, I could feel it.
a low-key hum, a tingling on my skin and the back of my neck.
"We welcome you to Neva," Abel continued. "Some of you over the centuries have criticized this stronghold. Still, you are welcome. You have called me and my family cowards for disappearing, for locking ourselves away, while magic was systematically purged, desecrated, destroyed. Those of you we have saved, the torches you see here, once part of our common enemy, earned their place by their refusal to do his will, his bidding. Now you're here as well. Some by choice, others by necessity. You are here for protection, but you worry about the terms of your sanctuary. I will have you know you have not traded one dictator for another, nor the threat of death for a peaceful tyranny. Here you are not only safe, you are free."
There was a shift in the crowd, and murmurs. I knew what they were thinking. Were we really free, or imprisoned on Abel's estate?
"But freedom does not come without a price. I have heard the whispers. I know some of you doubt whether Zeus's forces can be defeated, but we have not been sulking or licking our wounds, cowering before my brother's might, unable or unwilling to take a stand. We have spent centuries developing strategies and weapons strong enough to defeat Zeus, so that when the day comes, we have a chance at survival. That day is today, and we have not one, but 3 weapons of unimaginable power."
He swept his hands towards us, and I felt thousands of eyes study my appearance. I wondered if he meant the weapons Puriel, Sarah, and I were holding, or if we were the weapons. He didn't clarify. I squared my shoulders and lifted my chin, hoping I looked more confident than I felt.
"Already, Athena has been defeated."
A ripple swept through the crowd, along with gasps of surprise. Apparently not everybody had heard the news. Abel held up one hand for attention, and the whispers ceased.
"You will see that we don't expect you to fight this battle for us. The battle has already begun, and the first victory was ours. The death of Athena was a decisive blow. Zeus is brash and powerful, but strategy and planning was always left to his favorite daughter. Without her, he will be reckless and irritable. We will not be. Our strength lies in our unity and our common aims, to preserve magic, not just for ourselves, but for the world, and to bring about a future where every being is accepted and free."
I searched his face for double meanings or treachery, but his calm inspired confidence, and I couldn't find fault with his speech. Freedom from persecution, the freedom to be ourselves without needing to fight for the privilege every day. Who wouldn't want that? The crowd below seemed to agree. Shouts of applause from the crowd had become a roar, washing over us like a soft wave. They shook their weapons towards the twilight sky. I could see Venus shining brightly on the orange horizon, which faded upwards into a cloudy purple. Movement caught my eyes, and I focused on a flock of birds coming towards us. Something was wrong about the way they were moving. It was too rigid, too uniform, and they sparkled like mirrors reflecting the fading light. "Hunters!" I shouted, pointing towards them. A shadow crossed Abel's face. He seemed more annoyed by the interruption than the fact of an imminent attack by Zeus's forces. Gasps came from the audience as a shadow fell over us. The swarm of hunters were a black cloud that blocked out the sky. I bit my lip as they got closer. There were thousands of them, more than I'd ever seen in one place. Shouts turned into screams, and I could see the seekers pushing back towards the forest for cover. The roots shifted uncomfortably, holding their weapons tightly. Only the airs seemed undisturbed.
"They can't hurt us,"
Hef said under his breath.
If they get past the boundary, they'll be cut off from Zeus's power and fall like stones. Even if they survived the fall, they'd be disoriented and easy to kill. He's not trying to hurt us, Abel said. He just wants to remind us that he's there. It's a display to weaken our resolve.
They're holding something, Sarah said quietly, pointing up. I squinted and could just make out pairs of hunters holding some kind of bundle between them. I gasped when they started to fall, and I realized that they were flailing arms and legs. Corpses. It was raining corpses. One of them fell just past us, its white eyes peering up at me, then smashed on the stones below the balcony with a sickening squelch. It was holding something shiny in its mouth. Sam raced down and came back holding a golden apple and handed it to Abel. A note was tucked inside the hollow core, sealed with red wax.
To the fairest,
Abel read out loud after breaking the seal and unrolling the scroll. What's it mean? Sarah asked. It means conflict, division, and strife, Stephanie answered, raising her veil. And also time for dinner.
4. It's just an old joke, Dion said, sinking into the sofa. And a bad one. Abel had dismissed his audience, and a row of torches framed the main entranceway to the mansion, holding enchanted lamps to light the path. I could see guests lining up downstairs while we retreated to the drawing room and closed the doors. This is no joke, Jessie said through clenched teeth. She had been waiting for us inside and sat next to Sarah. Those are people out there. Were people, at least. 12, Mist said. With her leather pants and the long bow strapped to her back, she looked like some kind of pirate assassin. More humans die every year by penguin attacks. Tens of thousands die each day of natural causes. 12 dead, it's nothing. It's not nothing, I said. It's a warning. Zeus is telling us maybe he can't hurt us, but the rest of civilization is still vulnerable. Today it's 12. Tomorrow it could be 12,000.
But why the apples? Sarah asked with round eyes. Sarah, who'd always been tough and stoic. Even though her face had aged, somehow her expression was more vulnerable than I'd ever seen it. And I understood why. Those weren't warriors. They just looked like regular people, probably picked off the street at random from the nearest small town. Someone's mother or father. My heart broke, thinking about the empty dinner tables waiting for them to come home. Maybe calling the police, a man search, but they'd never find them, never have closure. Their bodies would stay in Neva and rot, whisked over to a supernatural world they never knew existed, meaningless casualties in a divine war between ancient gods. Have you ever heard of the Apple of Hesperides? Sam asked. I shook my head. A long time ago, there was a wedding. Most of the gods were invited, but not everyone. One of the slighted lesser deities wanted to spoil the ceremony, so she played a trick. She tossed a golden apple into the middle of the party with a note, "For the fairest." It's basically where the wedding tradition comes from, only now the bride throws a bouquet, and the one to catch it will be the next to marry. But at the time, the gods were proud and ruthless, always looking for an opportunity to show off our strength. So when the apple came in, all the women competed for it until the 3 strongest were left. Hera, Athena, and me, Tori said, taking over the story with a wry smirk. I mean, even if it was meant as a joke, I think it's clear the apple was mine. Hera's a mother, not a model. Athena was more striking than beautiful, all hard lines and angles. The only goddess who deserved that apple was me. But Hera always feels left out of everything and is determined to make herself feel validated by injecting herself into every story. She probably thought Zeus would back her and she'd win unfairly. And Athena just hates losing at anything. She thought she could trick us, or manipulate the vote somehow, I'm sure. She crossed her legs, showing off an obscene amount of smooth dark thighs, and I noticed the bright fuchsia of her heels matched the shade of her lipstick. But Zeus refused to comment, and instead passed us off to a prince of Troy. Each of us promised him gifts, Hera a kingdom, Athena wisdom, which just shows how little they knew about beauty. Beauty isn't something useful or practical, desire for something to be used to another end or true desire. Sexual desire is to be consumed in the object of the beloved, to extinguish oneself, not to enhance oneself.
So what did you offer? Jessie asked. Yourself? I gasped, then kicked her under the table. I couldn't believe Jessie would be so bold, but Tori didn't seem upset by the comment.
Of course not, Tori said, flicking her hair back. When mortals look at me, they are spoiled to the world. They'll search the world for a beauty as fine as mine and never be satisfied. And to actually touch me, they'd be driven mad with desire. I wanted to reward him, not punish him. So I offered him the most beautiful human woman in the world.
Helen, I said, putting the pieces together. Helen of Troy, but she was already married. When Paris took her from her husband, it started the Trojan War.
All of that because of an apple? Sarah asked.
It's not about the apple, Abel said. It's about discord. The conflict was already there. The apple just brought it to the surface. Zeus thinks he can create discord among us, like a worm in an apple, by dividing us. We just have to show him we can't be so easily manipulated.
Then, let's not keep our guests waiting, Stephanie interrupted. We don't want to be late to our own party.
I was jealous of Jessie's casual attire and itching to get out of the black dress, but there was no time to change. Plus, I knew Abel wasn't done showing us off yet. I followed the others downstairs, my eyes going wide as we entered a ballroom I hadn't even seen before. The high ceilings and crystal chandeliers made us feel like we were stepping back in time. The ceiling and walls were decorated with bright flowers and cherubs. Rows and rows of windows were set into evenly spaced alcoves and fringed with ostentatious gold decoration, each with its own small bench looking out towards the gardens. At least there was food. Long tables filled with every kind of delicacy I could imagine. I'm changing my mind about this whole banquet thing, Jessie said, grabbing a sticky piece of baklava with her fingers. I didn't know if we should expect another dinner, so I piled up my plate with shrimp rolls and fried chicken. Apparently, Abel wanted everyone to feel at home, so there was local cuisine from all corners of the world. Sarah and I found a table near the corner. I'd just finished eating when I noticed Eligor and Puriel standing against the wall awkwardly, more like they were on guard duty than at a party. Puriel had changed his fancy battle armor into a more boring tuxedo. "Hi," I said as I approached them. "Did you want something to eat or drink?" I didn't actually know what torches ate. Sitri told me once that they preferred simple fare for nourishment but not pleasure. At least, they were supposed to. But Puriel wasn't really a torch anymore, and I'd watched him scarf down 3 bowls of cereal when we were holed up in that abandoned house. They both shook their heads. Jessie joined us, then grabbed 2 glasses of champagne off a passing tray and handed one to me. "When was the last time they opened the ballroom up?" she asked. Abel said centuries ago, I said. Were you here then? Jessie asked. Elagor smiled sadly. This is the first time I've been in the house. Wait, really? My eyes widened. What about during the attack when the hunters were here? Torches can only enter in an emergency, or when summoned. The heirs are more than capable of taking care of themselves. Things got more complicated once you and your friends started staying here. You're much more fragile than we're used to. It put Abel on edge, and he told me to keep the guards on high alert. But normally, the house is off limits. I believe this rule is true for the roots and lesser heirs as well. Most go no further than the lower floors. The upper areas are strictly forbidden. Then why now? Jessie asked. What's changed? You did, he said, nodding at me. Things are changing because of you. I blushed, tightening my grip on my champagne glass. Look over there. Humans, he said, pointing towards a group of seekers. I noticed Taylor and Maddie and waved at them from across the room. They looked out of place compared to the finery of the other magical creatures. Maddie's dress had patches on it, and her shoes were scuffed. Taylor wore his nicest flannel and jeans. They are our friends, I said, frowning. I didn't like to think about them being judged for their appearance. We invited them. Still, it's different, Elagor said. Mingling different species and races. It's disorderly, though I mean no disrespect. Not everyone is happy about it, Jessie said, nodding towards a group of lesser heirs in the corner. They looked like aristocrats, with regal bearing and fine clothes, but I knew they lived out in the camp like everyone else. It will take adjustment, Elagor said. The social hierarchy at Neva is fragile. Things always shift with newcomers proving their place and their worth, vying for attention. But an influx like this, so many new people, and humans are so volatile anyway. Watch who you're calling volatile, old man, Jessie said. Unpredictable, Elagor amended. Well, I hate to disappoint, Jessie said, grabbing Puriel's hand and pulling him towards the dance floor. There were only a few couples dancing, something that looked like a waltz. I laughed as Jessie positioned Puriel in the center of the floor and started doing erratic moves around him. I was pretty sure she'd learned them from an old movie we used to watch at JDRI. I'd never seen Puriel look more awkward, but he seemed to relax as more couples joined in and started moving his feet back and forth. More seekers hit the dance floor as the music picked up pace, and I even saw Sam and Sarah rocking back and forth in the crowd. They were nearly the same height and looked like siblings. Sam was wearing a blue shirt that matched Sarah's dress, just as my dark dress had matched Puriel's earlier. Abel really had thought of everything. 20 minutes later, the music shifted to a slow ballad, and I saw Sarah look up at Sam before resting her head on his shoulder. She was a teenager now, I realized. Her hormones must be going crazy. I wondered if she knew what he was, and how old. I'd have to talk to her later about managing expectations. But tonight, I was just glad she was having fun. I was on my second glass of wine, and my cheeks were warm, so I headed towards the veranda. On the way outside, I passed the group of heirs Jessie had pointed out earlier. I paused in the doorway when I heard what they were talking about. Can we even trust the refugees? One said, waving his hand. They could be anyone. How do we know some of these people aren't working for Zeus directly, as spies? I resisted the urge to toss the rest of my glass in his smug face. I probably would have, but my feet were starting to hurt in these stupid heels. I went to the edge of the balcony and took them off, feeling the cool stone beneath my bare feet and looking out at the transformed landscape.
A bright glow of over 100 campfires revealed striped tents filled with games, cotton candy, balloons, and games of skill and chance. It was like a state fair, but enchanted. Some people were dancing, while others were wearing elaborate costumes. There was music, guitars, and flutes, but from this high up, it was all mixed together, frantic and racing. I saw more than a few shifters and half-breeds, letting it all hang out, so to speak. I wondered if wearing a human skin made them feel as uncomfortable as I felt in this dress. Vulnerable, exposed. As my eyes followed another bulky figure with dark fur, I realized I was looking for Sitri. I hadn't seen him all day, not even at the announcement. Was he out there, celebrating with the others, or had Abel sent him on some secret mission without telling me? I'd gotten used to him being around, and his absence felt like a cold, empty space at my side. Fireworks exploded over the trees, and the balcony crowded around me as more guests came out to watch. I used the distraction to sneak towards the exit and duck down the stairs. I'd had enough of Abel's party. I headed towards my room, but stopped in the hallway and knocked timidly on Sitri's door. When there was no answer, I pushed my way inside. It was bare. The tables and counters were cleaned off, and the bed didn't even look slept in. "Looking for your boyfriend?" a sharp voice said behind me. I turned to see Mist, with a red fox pelt draped over her shoulders, its teeth bared in a frozen smile. Did she follow me here? "I was just wondering where he was," I said. "He's in the doghouse," she said coyly. "Literally." "What do you mean?" I asked. "He's not staying in the house anymore," Mist said, rolling her eyes. The necklace around her neck sparkled when she moved, drawing my eye. In the center was a diamond-studded skull, with antlers framing a crescent moon. "He's moved out to his shed in the woods, where he belongs." "He moved out?" I said, trying to keep the emotion out of my voice. Why would he move out without telling me? "Thanks," I said, brushing past her quickly. I crept downstairs and went outside, not bothering to change my clothes. Besides, I'd draw more attention in jeans tonight than I would in my inky black dress. Once outside, though, I wished I'd had time to at least change my shoes. I could barely walk in these heels on the smooth floor inside the house. I wouldn't make it far outside. I tucked them in the bushes near the entrance and set off across the grass barefoot. I had to push past the crowds in the garden. Men staggered past me, sloshing their pints of beer. One of them lifted up a woman and pulled her into the shadows for a kiss. The energy was building into a kind of hilarity, but it had a darker, dangerous edge. I was starting to understand what Eligor meant. This was supposed to be a celebration, but after Zeus's surprise stunt, there was something desperate about it, like people had to have as much fun as possible because we didn't know how much time we had left. Once I reached the trees, I turned back to look over the house and the campfires. The full moon washed over the whole field brightly, giving it a subtle glow. I slipped through the dark spaces between groups of creatures gathered around the flickering orange light of the campfires. Now the music had turned soft and slow. A few couples were rotating around the dying embers, and moans from the bushes suggested more. Grilled meat was cooking over the coals, smelling of cumin and coriander. I realized I didn't know exactly where I was going or what I was looking for. Mist mentioned a shed. I assumed she meant in the camp. It would make sense if he lived out here, but everything looked different at night, and more than once I lost track of my main path. I was about to turn around when a man grabbed my arm. He materialized out of the trees with a dark mustache and a gold earring. "Hey there, beautiful," he said, a twinkle in his eye. "Need some company?" His breath was foul. I leaned away, then pulled my arm out of his grasp. I could hear his footsteps behind me, and I quickened my pace. We were on a narrow strip of path, shrouded by trees. I didn't see the second man until I ran into him. He smirked and put his hands on my waist.
"What's the rush, darling?" he said. "It's a celebration. Normally, I'd want you all to myself, but tonight I think we can all share."
"If you don't get out of my way," I said, "you're going to wake up tomorrow with more than a headache."
"Oh, feisty," he said.
The other man came up behind me. I was about to pull their threads when I noticed another thread, glowing bright yellow in the darkness. I saw a flash of teeth and claws, but then the vision faded.
"Hands off her!"
A voice growled. Sitri emerged from the shadows, his eyes burning, his torso bulked out in fury. The men backed off and scurried into the darkness.
"What are you doing out here?"
Sitri growled.
"It's not safe."
"I can handle myself," I said.
"That's just what Abel needs," he said. "His secret weapon, beating up a couple of visiting seekers."
"They would have had it coming," I said, annoyed by Sitri's attitude. Stupid of me to think he might be happy to see me. "And I'm looking for you. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving?"
"I haven't gone anywhere," he said.
I crossed my arms and stuck out my bottom lip. He hadn't shaved, and the thick, coarse stubble around his chin made him look rougher, more dangerous. He sounded angry. "Are you mad at me?" I asked.
"What? No,"
he said. His face softened, and for the first time, he looked directly at me. The look of anguish there took my breath away.
"Come on,"
he said, nodding down the path.
"I guess we need to have a talk."
It wasn't exactly a warm invitation, but I followed him anyway. The cabins got sparser as we went further away from the main strip of the camp. They were sprinkled randomly among the trees, like moody beacons shining through the wall of leaves and bark. Eventually, the noise from the party faded until I could hear the sounds of the forest and my own bare footsteps. A bat whizzed by my head. Somewhere nearby, an owl hooted, and something rooted around in the dirt, something large. I cursed as I stepped on a sharp branch. I didn't see the cabin until we were right next to it, and its dark shape carved out an angle against the starry sky. Sitri flicked on a light, and the house came to life. Porch lights on either side, thick door knockers in the shape of a wolf's paw. Inside, the building was shaped like a large chalet. On the bottom floor was a small kitchen, a long white leather couch and widescreen TV, and a long wooden table with 6 chairs. Stairs led to a second level where I could just see the corner of a bed, a bookshelf, and a skylight. "Is this yours?" I asked, marveling. "I thought you lived in the house."
"I didn't always. I've been doing grunt work for Abel for a long time. I'm the family's protector, the guard dog, not really a member. Not everyone appreciated my presence. Mist often told me I should sleep outside because I smelled like wet hair."
"You're Cerberus," I said. It sounded ridiculous saying it out loud, but I needed to hear it from him. I still hadn't had time to process it, and we hadn't been alone since getting back. I didn't even know if Zeus was telling the truth, until Sitri nodded. "What's left of him?" he said, leaning back on the couch and putting his hands behind his head. "The myths got it all wrong, of course. It was never a 3-headed hellhound. It was just 3 of us were all that was left. After Zeus created us and abandoned us, most of the others turned wild, consumed each other, or they were hunted down and destroyed by hunters or humans." "Werewolves," I said. "But Abel found me. I was younger than the others, still a pup, with my brother and sister. After our parents were killed, slaughtered by Zeus, he took us in, fed us, trained us. But more than that, he loved us. He gave us a purpose." "Puriel said something similar," I said, "about being made to serve. He said the torches need purpose, meaning, or they fall apart.
Basically, he said, the lycanthropes were Zeus's first army, bred to be loyal and obedient, but we weren't enough. So he created the hunters, empty shells that could reflect his divine power like mirrors, more powerful and more direct. He could execute his will through them immediately, like having 10,000 finger puppets. So the wolves were forgotten, then put down. I'm the last one left.
I'm sorry, I said, stepping closer. He clenched his fists and leaned away from me. But you're so valuable, I said. I'm sure Abel appreciates you.
Not at the moment, he said. Besides, he's found a new pet.
I wondered if he meant Puriel or Sarah. But we got the shears, I said. I couldn't have done that without you.
Don't you see? Sitri said. You had the shears. Zeus was right there, but you hesitated. You didn't kill him. Because of your feelings for me, feelings you shouldn't have had. I told you, Abel didn't need to warn me to stay away from you because he knew I would never betray his trust like that. And then I did.
But we didn't do anything, I said. I knew Zeus wanted to keep me pure so I could use the shears, but apart from a heated makeout session on Kos, Sitri had been careful to keep his distance.
It's not just about your body, Sitri said. He wants you to be clear-headed and ruthless. Do you know why Tori is so dangerous, the most dangerous of all of us? Because she can make people fall in love with her, and love clouds judgment. It makes people foolish and risky and desperate.
My cheeks reddened as my brain fixated on the word love. It wasn't just about you, I said, crossing my arms. There was thousands of threads, you just didn't see it.
1,000 innocent lives to take out Zeus?
Sitri scoffed.
Abel would have taken that deal in a heartbeat. 100,000, 10 million. There is no price too high. As long as only a few humans are left, it could all be rebuilt. You want to find a solution, a way to untangle the threads, to kill Zeus without collateral damage. But you may never get that chance. Abel wants to prepare you. He says you need to be properly motivated.
He headed to the fridge and cracked open a brown bottle. He was halfway done with it before he thought to offer me one. I wasn't a fan of beer, but I needed something to do with my hands. I sunk into the low cushioned seat across from the couch and took a sip. I'm so tired of people making decisions for me, I said finally. First my parents, then JDRI, now Abel. I couldn't remember the last time I'd actually made my own decisions about anything important. Citri's dark funk seemed to be spreading. So, I said slowly, you're pissed off because you can't be with me, which means you kind of like me, don't you? It was bolder than I felt, but I wanted to get everything out in the open. I could deal with the guy I liked being torn between his duty to Abel and his desire for me. My feelings for Sitri could wait, and it was better than being rejected.
Yeah, he smiled. I guess I kind of do.
I took another sip of beer, then moved closer to join him on the couch.
But it's not just about that,
Sitri said, hanging his head.
It's not just about you. All this time I've been working for Abel, Zeus has never said as much as a word to me. I never thought he could still control me against my will. Not like that. What he did to me, I couldn't resist him. I could have hurt you or Puriel. I could have ruined everything. I did ruin everything. If it had been just Puriel and you, maybe Zeus would already be dead and the war would be over.
Then we could be together, I imagined into his thoughts. But you didn't, I said. We survived and we got the shears.
It doesn't matter, he said. I've been tested and I failed. Now Abel questions my loyalty.
But that's not fair, I said. Sitri smiled sadly.
You saw the apples today, right? That message had a double meaning. To the fairest, it was a jibe at Abel.
You're kidding, I said.
Abel is the fairest, the most fair. All the other gods believed in might makes right. Abel, being less powerful than Zeus, always emphasized equal opportunity, democratic, libertine ideas, rule by nomination instead of tyranny. Dividing up the earth, sky, and sea into 3 kingdoms, that was his idea. It was too slow and calculated for the others. They didn't have the brain for politics. They never needed it. It was meant as an insult. Abel has to be the fairest because he's also the weakest. But it's not untrue. He doesn't make emotional choices. He weighs everything out for the maximum benefit for everyone. It's a calculation, and he's rarely wrong, which means if he's lost trust in me, I am untrustworthy.
Why are you telling me all this? I asked.
Because it doesn't matter how I feel about you or how you feel about me. It's just not about us. Not anymore.
What do you mean? I asked. Alice said Zeus may not attack for months, years even. All I know is I feel good when I'm with you. Can't I have that at least? If it's all ending soon, why not enjoy the small bit of happiness we have now? Even if we can't, you know. I gestured with my bottle and turned away as I felt my cheeks burning.
There's something else. Something Abel hasn't told you or the others. He knew it was coming, so he had me monitoring the media.
He took a remote and flipped on a full-panel TV screen. A woman in a white jacket with a blue blouse stood with a microphone in what looked like a hospital. Behind her were rows and rows of little cribs, about half filled with squirming babies.
Did you wonder why Abel didn't mention the fates today? Because the death of the fates has consequences. This fight, it can't wait years.
He turned up the volume and I leaned forward to listen.
Behind me, at St. Jude's Hospital, the woman said, the maternity ward is at only half occupancy, and soon it will be filled with empty beds. It's been nearly 72 hours since the last reported birth here at the hospital, or, our sources tell us, at any other hospital in the world. The average daily birth rate is 360,000. Today, that's dropped to 0. After thousands of heartbreaking stillborns and unexpected pregnancy terminations, the babies in this room might be the last births known to mankind. Until we can find a solution to whatever is happening, these infants could very well be the world's last humans.
5. I ran back to the mansion through the woods. Sharp branches tore at my bare feet, but I couldn't slow down. The Morai were dead, which meant nobody was there to spin the threads of life or measure their length, roles once reserved for Clotho and Lachesis. That meant no new births. In other words, the end of humanity. And it was all my fault. Sitri was right. He wasn't just a potential distraction for a battle that might never happen. The end of the world had already begun. It was like watching a lit fuse to a firecracker, watching the sparks inch closer. And we'd been celebrating. The house was dark when I arrived. I wanted to pound on the doors and shout, but what use would that be? Abel already knew, and he told no one. He'd let them drink and fuck and play games when humanity was about to go extinct. I felt ridiculous now in my dirty feet and black dress, still wearing the black eyeshadow, all dressed up for a ball, presented as a show of power. But it was all a sham. With the fates gone, we were doomed. I'd only slept a few hours since facing Zeus and claiming the shears, and I was too exhausted to think straight. I decided it was enough for one day.
I took a shower, changed into my sweats, then collapsed on my bed, passing out before my head hit the pillow. In the morning, I woke up at dawn and looked for Abel immediately. I couldn't just sit around, relaxing comfortably in this luxurious mansion while Zeus picked off civilians by the dozen. Not magical creatures or roots, regular humans, with jobs and families, picked up by hunters and dropped to their death to prove a point that he could get to us, to me. Even though we were safe behind Hef's protective walls, the rest of the world wasn't. And it wasn't just 12 people. It was 360,012, plus the daily death count of 151,600. I looked it up. Over 500,000 people, that's how many souls we were losing every day. So what's our plan? I waited down the hall to the dining room, nibbling on a raspberry and white chocolate scone until Stephanie and Abel showed up. I didn't even know if they ate breakfast or if all this food was just for me and my human friends. But I nearly accosted them when they came downstairs into the dining room. Stephanie held up a long, perfectly manicured finger, then took a long, deep sip from her coffee mug.
Okay, what now?
She asked, blinking and staring at me blankly. About the fates, I continued. I saw the news, no new births. It's because the fates are dead, right? So how do we fix it? I hadn't told Sarah or Jessie yet. That seemed like too big a conversation to have. It made it all feel more real. I understood why Abel didn't tell me, why he didn't tell anyone. We'd find out soon enough, and we had enough problems already. But somehow, knowing that no new humans were being born, it felt like the sand was running out of the time glass. I could almost feel the pressure of all those unborn souls weighing down on me, blaming me. Yesterday was supposed to be a day of hope, of possibility, the illusion that we were safe, at least for now. But Zeus spoiled that anyway with his party trick with the apples. I needed to know we had some kind of plan. "You'll resume training," Abel said, grabbing a handful of cashews from a silver dish on the table. "Did you hear me? No new births! And Zeus is going to keep killing people until I come out to face him again, either to join him or fight him."
You think this is about you? Stephanie asked.
"Isn't it?" I asked. "I mean, I have the Fate's powers, right? Isn't there something I can do?" "We don't yet understand your powers or what you're capable of," Abel said. "You can see the threats and effect their barriers, like what you did in this very room to Mist. That alone makes you dangerous and useful. But we still don't know if you can actually use the shears to sever a thread. We need to test that first."
Test it? How?
"You'll have to cut the thread of something powerful."
You mean someone, don't you? I said, crossing my arms. Can we leave the murder for after breakfast, at least?
"And then we need to strengthen your resolve,"
Abel continued, ignoring me.
"So you won't miss the next opportunity you're presented with, assuming we ever get that chance."
What about Zeus's spell? I asked, changing the subject. How do we break it? He said it was Mesopotamian. Shouldn't we start there? Abel frowned and rubbed his hands together.
"Stephanie is looking for a way to break the spell, although the easier thing would be to remove the problem."
Blood drained from my face. Remove the problem? Somehow I knew he was talking about Sitri.
"Don't you dare! I want to find a way to save them, not kill them. If anything happens to Sitri, accidental or otherwise, I'm done."
It won't matter if we wait too long, Stephanie said with an infuriating shrug. Humans die so quickly anyway.
"But that's no reason to hurry," Abel cautioned. "Zeus is counting on you to panic, to make foolish decisions. to rush back into battle unprepared and ill-equipped. That I cannot allow. You will not leave Neva again without my permission. Is that understood?"
I smirked. I basically grew up without a father figure. It was the first time someone had ever tried to ground me.
"Fine. Whatever." I frowned.
"Was there something else?" Stephanie asked. I wanted to be angry at Abel for punishing Sitri and making him sleep outside when it totally wasn't his fault. But defending him now would show how much I cared about him, and I didn't want to make things worse. Instead, I headed down to the training barracks. If Abel wanted me to train, at least I could blow off some steam. It was already busy. I brought my sword this time, the short dagger with the ruby and the twisting serpents, but the trainer handed me a wooden sword instead. Even that was virtually useless in my hands. The extent of my training so far had been to shoot, then stab. There were kids at Neva who could fence circles around me, and they did. An hour later, I was bruised and sweating. I'd been smacked by wooden swords so often my limbs felt numb. I could block a few moves before someone dealt me a killing blow, but my attacks were too slow and clumsy. The only way I could win in a real fight was to cheat. I was supposed to be Abel's secret weapon, and I was getting destroyed. Everyone here was better than me. Finally, I gave up and decided to use my power. I would simply pinch my opponent's thread, gently but firmly, rendering him immobile. Then I'd move in for a kill strike. I felt bad at first, it seemed so unfair, but I saw other kids using their powers as well. Plus, I realized there was some kind of competition going on. After each match, the winners would move up and face each other. After a few winning bouts, I moved from the beginner's mat, a sky blue color, to one that was bright red and much larger. The opponents got meaner and tougher. I felt guilty about using my trick instead of doing any real fighting, but I'd already taken so much abuse I could barely lift my sword. In the beginning, I'd at least pretended to try for a while, even though I could quickly end the match. But when facing someone twice my size, letting him land even one blow seemed dangerous. Despite my cowardice, a crowd grew in size along with my opponents. Eventually, I was moved outside to fight some of the more advanced players, and I noticed half the training hall followed outside to watch. Instead of a colored mat, the new arena was the round space in front of the moon-shaped amphitheater. I spotted Kurt and Chiron on the opposite side, rubbing chalk into their palms. I was confused at first about which one I was facing, when they both picked up their weapons. 2 centaurs, on a team. Against me. Kurt smiled and beat his sword against his shield. Chiron pulled back the bow of his arrow. I lifted a shield just in time and heard 2 arrows sink into the wood. The force made me stumble backwards. Holy shit. This was getting dangerous. I was pretty sure Chiron wouldn't accidentally shoot me. On the other hand, he was thousands of years old, and we had state-of-the-art healing at Neva. Who knew what he would or wouldn't do? Each time I tried to poke my head out, another arrow hit my shield. Chiron kept pinning me down with his bow and arrow while Kurt charged forward, wielding a sword in each hand. They planned to end this quickly. In a real battle, I'd probably be dead already. I grabbed Chiron's thread with one hand, which stopped the shower of arrows, but realized too late I was now completely defenseless. Previously, I'd just pinched the string with one hand and stabbed with the other, but that wasn't going to work against 2 opponents. As Kurt came rushing at me, I panicked, dropping my sword and reaching for his string with my other hand. But he was moving too quickly, and his sword looked really sharp. I ducked into a roll, hitting the ground hard, barely keeping my fist clenched around Chiron's thread. I could feel him resisting my grasp. It felt like I was holding a live bee. He was powerful, and I knew I couldn't hold him for long. My arms started to tremble with exertion. I spun around and reached for Kurt's thread as he came up around for another pass, halting his momentum. He raised up on his hind legs, grasping at his throat as I pulled his thread backwards. I'd stopped the immediate threat, but now both my hands were full and my sword was lying several feet away. I sat on my fists in the dirt, refusing to give up the advantage, but after a few minutes, I was trembling and dripping with sweat. Finally, I let both threads go and lay back with my arms extended, gasping for breath and utterly exposed. Kurt came up next to me and planted a sword in the dirt near my neck. Then he reached down and offered me a hand up. "Nice match, sister. I've been clotheslined before, but never quite like that." "I'm sorry," I said. "Did it hurt?" "Only my pride," he said. "We all use our gifts to press for an advantage. Don't feel sorry for your enemies. Win by whatever means necessary." That reminded me of something Hef said, and I remembered his trick with the super magnet installed on the wall of the armory. Still, I wasn't proud that my only move seemed so underhanded. Jessie brought me a can of lemon soda, and I spotted Sarah behind her on the steps of the amphitheater, along with a sizable crowd. "You were watching?" I asked, wiping the sweat off my brow and leaving a streak of dirt across my forehead. "Are you kidding? My best friend fighting 2 centaurs. Highlight of my week." "Thanks," I grinned. It was nice to see Jessie almost herself again. I rolled the ice-cold can over the back of my neck to cool down, then popped the tab and drank it greedily. "So, now what?" Jessie asked. "I lost," I said. "I think that means I can take a break since I'm no longer in rotation. Let's go see if Hef has any junk for us." "About damn time," Jessie said, her eyes lighting up. "Who needs to fight when you've got sorcery?" We found Maddie first, then headed for the workshop together. Hef was wearing large goggles and welding joints together for some kind of battle axe. Jessie paused at the door, her eyes going soft at the sight of Hef's glistening abs. He often worked without his shirt on in the heat of the fire. It was funny to think of him as the runt of the litter, whom Hera had disowned for being marginally crippled. "Sam said to ask you about a junk pile," I said, once he noticed us and pulled off his protective gear. "Anything you're not using," Maddie added. "What for?" he asked. "Maybe the Seekers can squeeze some magic out of your discard pile," I said. "Maybe they can," Hef said, looking thoughtful and rubbing his soft beard with one hand. "I make gear and weapons that enhance natural abilities. There's so much energy at Neva that even useless scraps probably hold more magic than they're used to seeing. You're welcome to poke around in storage as well." "Also, can you put a shirt on or something?" Jessie said. "Not everyone is used to hanging out with divine specimens." His eyes widened, and then he grinned, pulling on a light sweater that clung to his form. He led us around back to a chained cellar door. It groaned as he undid the chains and swung it open. A set of wide marble stairs led downwards. I was expecting a basement, but this place was like a mausoleum. Hef lit a few torches and handed one to each of us. The hallway was wide enough for us to walk side by side, but in some places it was completely blocked by cobwebs. Hef thrust the torch forward to burn them away. Sarah held back as dark shapes skittered into the corners, and I grabbed her hand. "Here it is," Hef said, unlocking another door. He gestured into the room. Shiny bits of metal fragments made waist-high piles. "All the best weapons and armor we keep in the armory. Any leftover bits or scraps I toss down here. It's mostly scrap metal and junk." Maddie's eyes lit up. "One man's garbage is another woman's treasure," she said. The room was as large as a basketball court, but made of massive stones and arched ceilings. "What's that?" I asked, pointing further down the hall. Rows of doorways lined the passage, each marked by a life-sized statue. They looked like the statues in the room with the glowing family tree upstairs. "Storage chambers," Hef said. "One for each of us." "What's in them?" Jessie said. "Votives, mostly.
I frowned in confusion, and Hef explained. Each of us had thousands of temples, grottos, and sacred places throughout the ancient world. As people started turning away from the gods and towards Zeus's monotheism, his followers raided the temples and melted everything down to decorate his churches. We grabbed what we could before leaving for here. People would travel from all over to present offerings to the gods and goddesses. We don't really have any need for it, but we didn't just want to give it away either, or let it be desecrated by Zeus's followers. It reminds us of an earlier time, when we were loved, when humans worshipped us and believed in us.
Can we look? Sarah asked. Hef frowned thoughtfully.
I don't think anyone has been down here in centuries, and there's probably not much magic you can use. But this stuff, it's personal, almost like a diary. I think you'd better get permission from the others before rooting around in their stuff. But, he said, pulling out a large bronze key, I can give you access to mine. I attracted a unique brand of zealots. The visionaries, the inventors. Often they'd leave mock-ups of their projects, but a lot of them were half-baked ideas, and they were actually praying for inspiration or that missing link to complete it. Unfortunately, most of them were hoping for magic to fill in the blanks that science couldn't. I helped where I could. I can also give you access to Tori's chamber, he said. We were married, after all, and I'm pretty sure she won't mind. But don't touch anything, just to be safe. I don't know what's in there. Tori's followers were more dangerous. Love will make people do crazy things.
I didn't know what we were looking for, so I drifted aimlessly among the piles in Hef's room. A lot of ancient manuscripts and scrolls I was afraid to even touch, for fear they'd crumble into dust. There were tall shelves of books and utensils that looked like a chemistry set, silver and polished glasses, tubes and fans and wheels. I picked up a small winged sculpture that looked like an airplane, complete with a cockpit.
Some kid left that for me in 300 BC.
Hef smiled.
Ahead of his time, I guess.
Maddie poked around with a tool that looked like a dowsing rod and tried on a large monocle that made her eyes seem huge. But then she headed back to the first room with Abel's crap heap. Jessie was still looking through the books in Hef's room when Sarah and I entered Tori's chamber. Unlike Hef's, which was sparse and bare, truly a storage room, Tori's was decorated with wide swaths of purple fabric hanging from the ceiling, leather couches and fake ferns. Leopard skin rugs covered the floor, at least what I could see of it. The rest of the room was filled with little sculptures of men and women and thousands of small scrolls tied with a string. Most were naked, and some of the couples were openly pornographic. I tried to cover Sarah's eyes, but she shoved my hand away. "These look ancient," I said, picking one up. "How did they survive?"
I built a mechanism to regulate the air and temperature. Plus, I think being at Neva has an anti-aging effect. There's so much power, even inanimate objects age well. I remember Dion being frustrated about it. When we first got here, he planted acres of grapes, brewed his first batch, and left it down here in his storage room for nearly a century.
"What happened?" Sarah asked.
Nothing. The wine tasted as fresh as the day he made it. It really pissed him off. Now he just imports European vintage.
On a table in the back were piles of small dolls. Some had painted faces, but most were little more than a stick with eyes and a note tied around it with a bit of string. "What are all these?" I asked.
Love potions, mainly, and spells.
"I thought the gods didn't use magic," I asked.
They don't, but their followers do. Religion wasn't the same then as it is today. In the old days, people supplicated the gods for favors. They left offerings to get our attention, to save their crop or business, to heal their loved ones, to increase their knowledge, skill, or ability. People prayed for things they wanted, and they bartered with something of value, something they cared about.
"The bigger the sacrifice, the bigger the magic," I said, remembering the well. "Only those who live without can look within."
What's one thing every human wants, more than anything else? Hef asked. To be loved. Tori's temples would fill up with notes and spells like this almost monthly. She only kept the ones that moved her or tickled her fancy. She used to read the funny ones to us at dinner. I moved deeper into the room towards a dark corner. It seemed to resist my vision, getting darker as I approached, and the space bloomed outwards deceptively. The hairs on my arms stood up and I shivered. Sarah froze next to me. You feel that? I asked. She nodded silently, fixing me with her large eyes. There was magic here, but it was old and like nothing I'd ever felt. It tasted like bitter tears and lost hope. I unfocused my eyes, even though I knew there couldn't be any threads down here, not of anything living, at least. But there was a subtle glow among the pile. I reached deeper and pulled out an onyx statue rimmed with gold paint. It was more refined than most of the others, a young man, it looked like. Some kind of hieroglyphs were carved across his chest and torso. They almost reminded me of Puriel's marks. A tight red cord was wrapped so tightly around the statue, covering so much of the surface it looked almost like a mummy. When I picked it up, I could feel the magic like ants crawling over my wrist. Somehow, I knew it was what I was looking for. I didn't know why, but I couldn't let it go. There were other statues, I realized, bound like this in knotted threads. Some were older, and the thread was broken off, or just a few wisps of frayed string left in the deep grooves etched into the figurines. What's this say? I asked, holding up the statue. Hold on, it's been a while. Egyptian. Coptic, I think. It's a love spell. He brought it out into the hall for more light, mumbled the words in the original language one time, then translated it slowly into English. Needle in the flame, needle in the fire, pierce his thoughts, make him writhe, agonize his heart if he turns from me. I to you, you to me, fate has linked our destiny. I bind you to my heart, faithful you will be. You will love none other. I bind you to me. 6. I shuddered and crossed my arms, feeling suddenly cold in the underground chamber. That wasn't a love spell, it was a curse. But the idea of it, a binding spell, was similar to what Zeus had me do with the braided hair and the apple. I grabbed the black statue and the parchment and ran down the hall to show Jessie. I thought you said he learned it in Mesopotamia, Jessie said, inspecting the hieroglyphs on the onyx statue. Yeah, but string, binding, fate? It has to be similar, related even. Maybe someone knows this kind of magic. You should ask Maddie, Jessie said, handing the statue back to me. I frowned, clutching the statue. Jessie was the only one outside the family that knew about the binding spell, and I wasn't sure I wanted to extend the secret to a wider circle, especially with Sarah close by. But I needed help, so I decided to ask Maddie without filling her in on all the details. I found her half buried in a pile of metal scraps. She'd already piled a sizable stack of junk near the door. Do you know what this is? I asked, holding up the doll. I had Hef recite the words again, memorizing them this time, as Maddie ran her fingers over the etched hieroglyphs. It looks like a voodoo doll. You make an effigy, and instead of sticking pins in it, you tie a string around it and whisper some words. It's mostly superstition. You mean it doesn't work? I asked. Here's the thing, Maddie said. Seekers look for magical objects. We take that power and harness it and use it for novel applications. But without skills and training, it's hard to track down rare artifacts. Most people rely on the hope and wish kind of spirituality, like tossing a coin into a well. It probably won't work because there's no real magic, except the ritual concentrates our attention. Human beings have tiny concentrations of organic energy, Not quite magic in itself, but if we focus it on one clear objective, with repetition and force of will, sometimes it's enough. That's why early spells just used knots and rope. Later, that tradition became the beads of a rosary. If this energy is concentrated and harnessed, especially among large communities, it can be enough to affect real change. But it's unreliable and a ton of effort. So what most people did, they would go to a matchmaker or a fortune teller. They would be prescribed a simple ritual and they'd carry it out. They'd make a spell and bind an image of their lover and place it in the temple of the goddess of love. If the union got her attention and her blessing, the goddess herself would easily infuse the spell with enough magic to be effective. Like writing a check and waiting for the universe to sign it? Something like that, weirdo. Why is it important to you? I need to understand how it works. I lied. It might be related to my powers, but I want to do more than bind and tie. I need to learn how to untie and unravel. Is there any way to break the spell? You're assuming it's real magic. Most love charms are a fraud. Love spells rarely work except by powerful witches who have their own magic, or have found ways to store magical energy and release it selectively. And even then, binding someone like this against their will, it's dark magic, dangerous. I wondered if that's why Abel and Stephanie hadn't told me about this, or maybe they really didn't know. Hef said the gods didn't concern themselves with seeker witchcraft since they had their own magic and could do without charms and spells. This one worked, I said. I can feel it. Is there anyone who could teach me more about it? You've got to talk to the Hekau, Maddie said. Egyptian magicians, they've been around for a long time. One of them might know. Too bad most of them have been dead for centuries, Hef said. Egypt is a far different place than it used to be. There's some left, Maddie said. Actually, I think I saw them arrive last night. Fine, Hef shrugged. But talk to Tori first. She may know more about it. And let her know you have her doll. She might not miss it, but that doesn't mean she'll just let you scamper around Neva with her mementos. No scampering, Jessie teased. Promise. We found Tori watching the new recruits. She and Dion had set up some kind of fancy picnic around a long dining table surrounded by half a dozen lesser heirs. It was covered with bread, cheese, and fruit, plus about a dozen bottles of wine, half of which were empty. Tori was in a floral print dress, Dion in a suit with the top buttons of his white shirt open. Sitting on a spotless vintage leather couch, they looked just like trust fund kids on a vacation. Those were the days, she said when I showed her the statue. Things were better when they worshipped me. Wine, pleasure, opulence, luxury. It was the pinnacle of human civilization, all about heightening the sensory experience. Babylon was my crowning achievement. Indulgence, beauty. What's wrong with that? Things were simpler when humans just allowed themselves to enjoy life and stopped carrying around all this guilt, hate, envy, and anger. What about this one, though? I said, holding up the statue again. It came from an Egyptian temple. Do you recognize it? It's pretty, she said, barely glancing at it. That must be why I kept it. I like pretty things. She giggled, and I glanced back at Jessie. I wondered how many glasses, or bottles, Tori had already finished today. But do you know how it works? Maddie pressed. The magic. Heavens, no, Tori said with a palm to her chest as though I accused her of something terrible. Goddesses don't need magic. Plus, I've always secretly hated the idea of love spells. I believe in free will, free love. Why be limited to one partner when you can have them all? Monogamy is restrictive. Listen to the language. Bind his heart, writhe in agony, love no other. Doesn't that strike you as a little desperate? Most love spells were written by ugly girls with no personality. But I'm a sucker for a star-crossed romance. If two people truly love each other, but the world is trying to keep them apart, I may blow some luck in their direction. I wondered if Tori had actually blessed this spell, and if so, what had happened to the couple. I hoped they'd found happiness. Do you mind if we hold on to this statue for a while? I asked. Keep it, she said, turning back to the games and tossing a handful of silver coins on the table. 20 drachma on the hecatoncheires, she shouted, pointing towards a beastly warrior with a dozen hands on each of the 10 arms protruding from his torso. Talk about death by 1,000 cuts, Jessie whispered, making Sarah giggle as we walked away. Shit, so dead end, I said. Maybe the gods are just the wrong people to ask, Maddie said as we walked past the twin sphinxes that led into the forest camp. I hoped she was right. If Zeus didn't learn the magic trick from a god, he must have learned it from a human, and I knew just where to look. By the time we reached the valley settlement beyond the old-growth forest, it was late afternoon. I understood why Jessie preferred the wild space the refugees set up more than the house. The luxurious house had a way of making you feel small and inadequate. Even in the training grounds, I felt like it was a competition, like you had to prove yourself so people knew where you fit into the rigid hierarchy, how strong you were, how useful. There was none of that out here. Seekers from all over the world shared secret technologies, recipes, and stories. There was also a heightened energy, a thrilling buzz, anticipation of what was to come. The torches were composed and collected, and the roots held back their emotions, or they just learned to be patient, slow-moving, like the airs. Human seekers, on the other hand, were boisterous, always shouting and laughing. We entered the depths of the bazaar and walked through the tight alleyways and cramped spaces between the tents. It seemed to have doubled overnight, and my eyes grew wide as I looked over the hanging blankets, bronze statues, strange devices, and glittering spells. It was magic, but it felt unstable and wild. I saw a stall with a pile of Q-bombs and stopped to look at the silver spheres. I knew they were filled with querez, a perfume used in mummification, made from the river Styx. Madeline had called it angel kryptonite. I wondered how much they were and what kind of currency people were using to barter. I'd have to ask Tori for some of those silver coins later. I'd rather spend it on weapons than stupid bets. Shut up, Jessie said, turning the corner. Are those flying carpets? Can we ride one? Sarah begged. My stomach went queasy just looking at them, bobbing around in the air. We had been showing the love spell from Tori's statue around the market, asking whether anyone could teach us more about the magic used. Few people could even read the Coptic, but one man had pointed us in this direction and told us to ask for someone named Salazar. A luxurious tent was set up towards the back, with orange and red stripes and a vaulted top. A group of men were gathered outside smoking shisha and playing backgammon. They were dressed in loose tunics and long baggy pants. Some of them wore knitted jackets and red turbans. They parted at the mention of the name like it was a secret password, and the tent flap opened of its own accord to let us pass. Inside, a large man with a thick mustache and a blue blazer brandished a curved sword. Salazar? I asked. Salazar the Great will hear your request, the man said in a deep voice, but will only receive one of you. No way, Jessie said, eyeing his sword. It's fine, I whispered. I can see his thread. If there's any trouble, I'll just freeze him and yell for help. Can you take Sarah outside to pet the camels? Fine, Jessie said finally, shooting the man a dark look. But you have to tell us everything. When we were alone, the man put away the curved blade and pulled out an antique bronze lamp instead. He rubbed the lamp with his palm, and blue smoke started pouring out of the spout. I took a step back, but the smoke darted around behind me, blocking my path to the exit. It got so thick I could barely see, and then materialized into a massive man with blue skin and a white turban. He was so large his shoulders ducked under the ceiling, and it looked like he was wearing the tent as a cape. "What is your desire?" he asked, sounding bored. "You're a genie," I guessed. "Salazar, I presume?" He nodded and dropped his arm in a low bow. His palm was so big I could have stepped into it. The man with the blue jacket had gone still, and his eyes rolled up into his head. I glanced at him, but could only see the whites of his eyes. "Keeper of the lamp," Salazar said, nodding. "He can't hear or see us. Our conversation will be private. So, Daughter of Fates, how can I help you?" "You know me?" I asked. "Some things are easy to see," he said, nodding towards my wrist. Then he smirked, and there was a hard glint in his eyes that made me uneasy. I searched for his thread but realized he didn't have one. He laughed at my discomfort, then wiped a tear from his eye. "Ask your question, Daughter of Fates. No harm will come to you." I pulled out the statue and note and showed him both. "I need to understand this spell and how you undo it. Can you help?" The genie leaned in close and peered at the objects. "Genii are magical creatures," he said finally. "Basically, we are magic bound to an object, but eventually develop personality and subjectivity. We realize we are alive. But we have no need of such spells and tricks. We have our own magic." "Like the gods," I sighed. "The problem is, no human would still be alive from that long ago. The roots and heirs, those with actual magic, sometimes they live for a long time. There must be someone who can teach me how to undo this spell." "This magic cannot be taught. You must read the Emerald Tablet." "Where is it?" "That is the right question to ask, but I'm the wrong person to answer." I frowned and crossed my arms. I was getting tired of his riddles. "So who should I ask?" "There is only one with the knowledge you seek." He pulled out a small onyx statue of a kneeling woman with a wide wingspan, wearing a thin gold headband. "Isis the Eternal, founder of the Hekau. She knows all things." "Where can I find her?" "She rests beneath the sands of Egypt for all time." "Great," I said. "That helps. I'll just have to travel halfway around the world and dig up an ancient goddess." "What you seek is seeking you," he said ominously. If it was meant as encouragement, it failed. It sounded more like a threat or a warning. I turned to go, but he called out after me. "One more thing, Daughter of Fates. Your desire, the one you wish to save. If you have him, you will lose him. If you keep him, he will be destroyed." I felt a chill go down my spine. Was he talking about Sitri? I opened my mouth to ask, but the genie was already just a puff of blue smoke, retreating back into the bronze lamp. The large man woke up from his trance and escorted me out of the tent, but not before holding out his palm. Jessie pulled a few crumpled dollars from her jeans and handed it to him, then pulled me away before he could bicker about the price. Maddie stayed in the camp while the rest of us started to head back to the mansion. The sun was already starting to go down, and it had been a long day. I was no closer to figuring out how to undo the spell, and Salazar had given me nothing but fortune cookie nonsense. I was so distracted on the walk home, I didn't see the hunters until a woman screamed and pointed to the sky. They passed overhead, a great black cloud, then started dropping their bundles. Apparently, Zeus planned to make murdering innocents a daily event. I ran to the first one that fell, but it was too late to help her. It was a young woman with red hair and business attire, probably a secretary or banker. Her mouth was opened unnaturally wide in a scream, and her unhinged jaw held a massive apple. I took the apple out of her mouth and closed her eyes with my palm. Then I opened the tiny scroll to read the message. Tick-tock was all the note said this time. Whatever Zeus was planning, it was going to happen soon. We couldn't afford to sit around and hope for a solution. The genie's warning rang in my ears. If you keep him, he will be destroyed. I had to find a way to break the spell, and time was running out. 7.
Absolutely not,
Abel said at dinner. I waited until the table had been cleared and waiters brought out strawberry shortcake before approaching the topic of a possible trip to Egypt. I understand now. It's a human thing, a seeker thing, I said, holding up the tightly bound statue. But if this love spell is related to the binding charm I used on Sitri, I need to learn how it works, how to bind people together like this and unbind them. The genie said Isis would know about this magic. Of course he learned it from Isis, Stephanie said, darkly. And get that disgusting thing off my table. You knew? I asked, my eyes widening. Why didn't you tell me? It's complicated, she said, popping a strawberry into her mouth. I don't understand. If you want me to defeat Zeus, we have to break this binding spell first. It's literally about saving the world at this point, but you don't even seem to care. You're willing to let Sitri die because you and Isis have history?
I suppose it doesn't hurt to tell her,
Abel said, gently, squeezing her hand. She sighed and pushed away her plate. Tell me what? I asked.
About Isis,
he said,
and what she means to this family.
There was a shift of energy around the table. Mist crossed her arms, and Tori stared at the table. Apparently, Isis wasn't a polite topic for dinner conversation. I wondered what could possibly be worse than anything else they'd told me. This whole family seemed to run on incest and betrayal.
Fine,
Dion said, grabbing a bottle of port in a dark blue bottle and pouring it into small wine glasses.
But first, a toast.
A toast to what? Alice asked, raising her glass eagerly.
A toast to wine and friends and family.
Sarah held out her empty glass, and he filled it halfway with a wink. Abel emptied his glass in one gulp, took a deep breath, and began.
A long, long time ago,
Abel said,
my brother was the king of Olympus. We were a strong, stable family, and we all lived together. But Zeus was insatiable in his conquests. His wife, Hera, usually looked the other way when it was just some mortal woman. She'd pretend to ignore his behavior, unless she couldn't. When Zeus's philandering bore a bastard child, she would go off the rails. Zeus loved all his children because they were heroes, stronger than normal humans, with unique gifts. He used the human population as his own genetic breeding experiment, mating with different kinds of humans and creatures, fascinated by the results.
I looked over at Sarah, but she was busy licking whipped cream off her spoon. I didn't like thinking of her as a bastard or genetic experiment.
One of the first really serious fights, though, was the case of Io. She was a maiden at the Temple of Hera.
And Zeus seduced her? Jessie asked.
More than that, Tori said. He made her his mistress. He was smitten with her. It went on for years. She was a powerful witch and clever. When she had access to Zeus's energy, she was able to make all kinds of delightful spells Zeus had never seen before. She kept him enthralled, until one day Hera stormed their love nest, ready to smite the girl and chastise her husband. Zeus turned Io into a beautiful white heifer,
Abel continued,
hoping to hide her from Hera. But she saw through the disguise and demanded he present her with the cow as an offering. Zeus couldn't refuse without admitting his affair, so Hera took the cow and kept it captive, watched over by Argus, a loyal servant with 100 watchful eyes all over his body. Hera figured Zeus would find another partner and things would go back to normal, but he was infatuated with Io. Eventually, he sent his second youngest son, Hermes, a gifted musician, to put Argos to sleep so Io could escape.
Second son? Jessie asked. Who's the youngest? Dion raised his glass and nodded. His cheeks were already red. He's older than you? Sarah asked, pointing between Dion's beard and Sam's cherubic face.
Yeah, but only by a few millennia,
Dion said, filling up his glass again.
Hera was angry at being betrayed and sent a gadfly to torment Io so she could never rest, and Zeus could never visit her. Eventually, she found her way to Egypt, and the married couple struck a deal. Hera would return Io to her human form, but Zeus could never look at her again. After having spent so much time with the gods, however, Io had stored up both power and knowledge. With her long lifespan, she delved into the secrets of the universe, became the most powerful witch ever, and eventually a god in her own right. The goddess of the Egyptians, whom they called Isis.
What, so Io and Isis are the same person? Jessie asked.
She's often portrayed with horns on her head, as bovine goddess and also goddess of the crescent moon. She was human, now she's a goddess. It's said her knowledge of the magical arts is more enhanced than anyone else's ever.
Because she cheated, Stephanie grumbled. She wrote everything down in a book. The genie mentioned it, I said. The emerald tablet, right? I don't see how that's cheating, Jessie said. It's not a real book. It's an infinite book. She doesn't actually have everything memorized. It's just that she has everything written down, the whole of human knowledge, and can access it.
The tablet is a myth, Hef said. Probably. Nobody has ever seen it outside of dreams or visions. Isaac Newton claimed to have translated a page in his alchemical studies after a Latin version was found in 1541. You shall have the glory of the whole world, and thereby all obscurity shall fly from you. Its force is above all force, for it vanquishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing.
It sounds like the greatest weapon ever, Jessie said. Why aren't we trying to find it again?
It's just a symbol for esoteric knowledge, Hef said. Code for scientific experiments and laboratory studies. Carl Jung allegedly encountered the tablet in a dream at the end of 1912 and began exploring his inner psyche with his 7 sermons to the dead.
Cool, I said, raising my hand dismissively. Can we get back to Isis? She's just a human, Mist grumbled. She'd be nothing without us.
The hieroglyph for her name originally just meant female of flesh.
Abel nodded.
In other words, a mere mortal. Think of an ant in a magnifying glass,
Hef said.
That much concentrated power, most humans aren't built for it. They'll burn up or go mad, and if they don't, the fury of the gods is legendary. But a few, if they survive long enough, are turned into diamonds by the pressure. Their powers become legendary, and the Egyptians worshipped her as a god.
So she must know the spell, I said. Any idea where to find her? I imagine she's still holed up in Egypt, Stephanie said. She can't leave without attracting Hera's ire, but going there now is out of the question.
It's too dangerous,
Abel agreed.
We can't just send our best troops out to protect you, get drawn up in a battle, and lose valuable resources and assets.
I can protect myself without an entourage,
And I'm not an asset.
Unfortunately, you've proven you can't, Stephanie said. It's true you show aptitude, and possibly you could be powerful if you learned control. When you arrived at Neva after your little trip down memory lane, how many hunters did it take to overpower you? 3? 5? Zeus knows this. Next time, he'll send more.
She tied with 2 centaurs today in practice, Jessie said. I thought that was pretty impressive.
Sam nodded.
She's come a long way in a short time.
Tied is a bit of an overstatement, Mist said with a derisive snort. Survived is more like it.
In a real battle, they won't line up and attack you one by one,
Abel said calmly.
You need to learn to do more with your powers. Until then, you cannot leave Neva. For your own safety.
You're forbidding me? I asked.
I'm protecting you. Tell you what, once you've proven yourself capable, we can discuss it again.
When will that be? I asked.
When you can defeat 100 torches single-handedly,
Abel said.
My mouth dropped open. That was impossible. From 2 centaurs to 100 torches?
How long will that take? I asked.
Well, that's entirely up to you, Abel said. But given your current state of near uselessness, I'd say at least a decade.
10 years? I asked, standing up quickly.
Don't worry, you won't age while you're here, Tori said. At least much slower than usual.
I don't care about a few wrinkles, I said, squeezing my fingernails into my palms. Zeus dropped another barrage of bodies today.
Yes, I think he means to make it a daily ritual. Symbolic, somehow. Like he can wear us down, drop by drop, like water on stone.
This isn't a poetic metaphor, I said. Those are real people. 12 a day, that's 360 a month.
4,320 a year, Hef said.
Barely a village, Tori said.
And there are far too many people already.
That's not the point, I glared, putting my hand on my hips.
They don't matter,
Abel said.
Not in the grand scheme of things.
To them, they do matter.
Still, my decision is final. Who knows?
He smirked.
Maybe you'll learn faster than we expected.
Fine, I crossed my arms. Just remember, all the training in the world isn't going to help me if I can't undo the spell. That's the only option. I will not kill Zeus and kill all those people too.
Tell you what,
Abel said, folding his slender fingers together. The cold sparkle in his eye matched the glint of his sapphire ring.
Tomorrow we'll organize a tournament to simulate an actual battle. That will give you an opportunity to show me what you can do.
It was cold the next day, and gray clouds dampened the morning light. I got dressed in jeans and a black sweater and pulled on my gloves. It was chilly, even in the halls. For the first time, I wondered whether the mansion had central heating or if the gods just liked it cold. I stopped to look out the window. Down below, the ground was frozen and white with frost. I had woken up late, and the other residents of Neva were already emerging from the sides of the estate. The roots traipsing out of their tree fort abodes in the camp. To the right, a long line of torches, dark and rugged, like a line of ants. And between them, the Seekers. They were the most colorful group by far, with a patchwork of different colors, fabrics, and clothing from all over the world. For a brief moment, sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the gathering, and I saw their swords, sharpened bits of metal like 1,000 needles pointing towards the house, towards me. I thought you said this was just a game, I said at breakfast, rubbing my eyes. Why are they all armed? We'd gathered near the living room with the wide balcony where we could watch the troops gather together in ranks.
The torches lined up in rigid blocks, perfect squares like toy soldiers. The roots, who'd done this before, found their places as well, while the seekers milled around, waiting for instruction. Tori and Stephanie were sipping mimosas in thin but elegant nightgowns, like it was Christmas morning.
It wouldn't be fun without a little danger.
Dion smiled. He was wearing a suit and tie, sprawled on the couch, and looked like he just got back from a night of clubbing. I could have sworn he was wearing eyeshadow. I couldn't imagine any of them taking part in a competition with their spotless clothes and elegant poise, but I'd seen them in action. I realized they were probably bored out of their minds and looking forward to some sport. For the first time, I realized I might have to fight against them, and shivered. "What about me?" I asked, picking up a blueberry Danish and refilling my coffee. "Where do I belong?"
You'll be with the roots, Abel said, appearing behind us, although you aren't exactly a descendant in the traditional sense. You don't have magic of your own, not really, but you also don't use and harness other people's magic. Still, you have a supernatural ability, kind of. So you belong with the roots. Sitri will be with you as a shifter.
"Can I be with the Seekers?" Jessie asked. Abel nodded, then placed his hands on Sarah's shoulders.
Sarah, as an heir, will be with the family.
I started to object, but Alice grabbed my arm. "We'll have her guard the flag," she whispered. "She'll never be in any danger." I looked over at Sarah, and the smile on her face took my breath away. For the first time ever, I realized she was being embraced by a family. Chosen. I didn't want to take that away from her. The sun was high by the time we made it to the field, a massive stretch of flat ground on the side of the house. Sam stood on a golden pedestal with a cone-shaped acoustic horn.
There will be 6 matches. Each team will play against each other team once. Scores will be calculated based on speed, style, and strategy. The torches and heirs will go first.
I spotted Kurt and Priya on the sidelines, along with a few other roots I recognized. I joined them as we watched the heirs move into place. She ignored me at first, but at least she wasn't yelling. Maybe Kurt had already talked to her. There were about 100 lesser heirs, direct descendants of some powerful god. Behind them stood the family. Some were wearing light armor or holding weapons. Abel and Stephanie looked almost dangerously casual, like they were going out for a run instead of fighting off an army of torches. Dion was helping Tori stretch. Sam was chatting to Sarah. I noticed Hef wasn't with them. Then I saw him on the side of the field helping Alice set up a white tent.
Med Center,
Kurt said, nodding towards it. "But we're not in any real danger, right?" I asked. My short sword was hanging from a broad belt around my waist. "Accidents happen," Priya grinned, "but Alice won't let anyone die." "Great," I muttered. "Thanks for the reassurance." The torches lined up in 10 perfect parallel rows of 100. In full battle armor, they looked more than intimidating. Puriel was standing with Eligor at the front of the battalion. Even this far across the field, he looked regal, different from the others. Their arms were dark with the scarred marks of the fallen, wearing gray and silver armor. They looked like zombies, like insects. He was a leech, the only one at Neva. He looked stronger somehow, and it wasn't just the sleek black armor Abel had given him. More vibrant, more alive, and yet a dark cloud swirled around him, like the light was sucked out of the sky around his figure. The darkness near him made it seem like his silhouette was lit up from the inside. Most torches became dangerous because they were starved of energy. Maybe the excess power at Neva was keeping him strong and normal. I hoped that was the case. "So, wait," I said. "It's just the 6 of them against 1,000 torches?" "5 of them,"
Priya said, brushing her dark hair out of her eyes. Sam's the referee. They used to let him play, but he can just grab the flag and make it back to his own side before the whistle finishes blowing. It isn't about winning, it's about providing real combat experience. Sam announced the rules, which were simple. Get the other team's flag back to your side without killing anyone. If you were dealt what would have been a mortal blow, you had to leave the field. Then he fired a pistol, and the game started. The ground trembled as the torches surged forward as one force. The lesser heirs did their best to stop the flood. They were faster and stronger than I expected. I saw one fight off almost 10 torches at once, but the torches were relentless. As soon as one fell, 2 more filled the gap. The family waited patiently for their turn, and when half the lesser heirs were finished and the torches came streaming through on both sides, Tori and Dion charged forward. Dion with a long-bladed staff, and Tori with 2 short daggers. They stood out like flowers among weeds. Tori in a red costume that trailed behind her like a tail, Dion in plum-colored light armor. They blazed through the oncoming charge, leaving a pile of groaning torches behind them until they were far enough into the other side of the field. Their offense had left an opening behind them, however, and the torches they missed pressed forward towards the raised platform at the other end of the field. At the top was a large yellow banner on a pole. I saw Abel nod towards Stephanie, and I could almost see her smirk as she raised her staff. It flashed with purple light. Then she thrust it forward, and a torrent of energy came crushing down on the invaders. The dark energy was transparent, yet took the shape of a giant serpent. She waved it like an enormous ribbon, spinning it around herself in complicated loops, then unleashing it forward in a devastating attack. She walked calmly towards the torches and took down those still standing with her bare hands, darting between their swords and loosing a flurry of chops and kicks. "It's so unfair," I said, crossing my arms, "and it's not exactly good practice for the torches." "There will be more matches," Kurt said, "and this is only the first 1,000. I'm sure they drew lots to see who had to go up against the heirs. Plus, it's not just about practice. This is a chance to show off their power to the new arrivals." I held my breath as I watched a battalion of torches sneak around Stephanie and climb up the back steps of the raised platform. Abel seemed distracted as they closed in. I wanted to shout a warning. Sarah was standing next to Abel, holding the short staff Hef made for her. I'll admit, it looked formidable, crackling with energy and letting off a light blue glow. Just as the torches prepared to raise their weapons, however, they fell suddenly, gripping their necks. I looked for the source of the attack and found Mist crouched in the corner of the field, reloading her bow. She must be using some kind of tranquilizer dart instead of arrows. I was so focused on this end of the field, I didn't even notice Tori grab the flag on the other side. Dion cleared a wide path in front of them, and they crossed the midfield line together, waving the yellow flag and ending the game. "We're up," Kurt said, gripping the handle of his sword. "You've done this before, right?" "Sure," Kurt said. "But not for a while. The torches and roots are roughly an even match, so we usually spend days on strategy and planning. But we've never played against Seekers before, and Abel didn't give us any warning about these games." "Just stay back here on defense," Priya said. "We got this." Sam fired a pistol, and the game started. 8. The roots surged around me like a stampede, kicking up dust and rocks. I pushed forward, trying to keep up, but it was chaos. The Seekers tossed ranged weapons or distracted with spells and mirages. They were used to guerrilla warfare, not actual combat. Someone threw a Q-bomb and Priya laughed. "They don't know what they're doing. Those might work on hunters, but it won't affect most of us at all." The Seekers cast a wide range of spells. I saw swords lifting themselves, clouds of pink smoke, battle camels breathing fire, and even some light teleportation. The roots, meanwhile, were generally faster and stronger, and had centuries of battle experience.
Once the magic tricks were exhausted and the roots had used up their bag of tricks, they scattered towards the edges, leaving the field wide open. The roots easily pushed past them. The seekers weren't quite finished, however. Around the base of their pedestal, a dozen seekers had set up some kind of perimeter fence, winding what looked like large music boxes. I saw Maddie cranking one with Jessie at her side feeding her parts. The boxes emitted a high-pitched whine. Maddie chanted a spell, generating a wide, glowing circle with runes and figures, projecting forward and extending 50 feet in all directions. 10 such devices formed a nearly impenetrable wall. As the roots pounded against it, the remaining seekers began to creep into our territory, challenging our defenses. I ducked through the mass of bodies, my eyes wide, looking out for the shiny swords, the din of battle ringing in my ears. I wanted to help, but every time I reached for a thread, it moved. People were ducking and running everywhere, and it was difficult to pick out the threads of the roots from the seekers when we were all packed together. The threads of the roots were a little bit brighter. They stood out, which made it even harder to narrow in on the less conspicuous human threads. Every time someone blocked my path, I grabbed their thread and walked around to the other side of them, slingshotting my way forward. But I could only handle 2 threads at a time. A battle mage cast a spell, and suddenly there were 100 of him, pressing the offense forward and keeping the roots on defense busy. The clones seemed solid enough to land real blows, but they didn't take any damage. It took me a while to find the mage's thread. When I pinched it, the mirages vanished and he was easily taken out by a girl riding a fire-breathing unicorn. It made me feel a little less useless. I saw a glimmer near the edge of the field and realized it was Priya, nearly invisible against the foliage behind her. She nodded at me and pointed towards the front where our troops were still stuck against the magical barrier. My eyes widened as I realized her plan. If I could take out one of the Seeker's shields, she'd be able to sneak in and grab the flag. I moved forward again as close as I dared and focused on the pair of Seekers casting the shield at the edge of the field in front of Priya. When she was in position, I raised my arms and grabbed both of their threads at once. They froze, and the glowing shield flickered, then disappeared. Priya darted through the opening and took out both Seekers. Once the other roots realized what was happening, they surged around the newly created opening, overwhelming the row of Seekers and quickly taking out the rest of the force field. I felt a sharp blow to my ribs and turned around to see Taylor grinning at me with a dagger pressed up against my side.
"Nice trick," he said with a smile. "But you're done."
I was getting bored anyway, I said. Besides, I think this match is about over. My confidence was a front, however. Secretly, I was shaken by the battle. We stood together watching as Priya grabbed the flag and climbed onto Kurt's back. He'd shifted into full centaur form, and though a few courageous Seekers stood in his path casting charms, he charged through them until he'd crossed the midfield and won the game. Priya and Kurt got high fives and hugs from the other roots, while I stood awkwardly at the side. Nobody seemed to realize what I'd done for the team, which was fine by me. I found Hef on the sidelines and joined him and Alice.
"How'd you do?"
Hef asked. "It's not like practice," I said quietly. "In a real battle, it's hard to grab the threads without accidentally touching my teammates, and if I touch their thread at the wrong moment, they'll freeze up. Someone could get hurt, even die." "Then the lesson is learned," Alice said. "Every decision is a mortal one. Now you know the weight on Abel's shoulders. No matter what he chooses, someone will die. He can do nothing and escape the responsibility, or make a decision and bear the burden."
"So, in a way," Hef continued, "it's not that he doesn't trust you, but you are human. We've seen humans destroyed by regret, doubt, and fear. Even if you could come back from Egypt successfully, by allowing you to make the decisions, he's also transferring that weight of responsibility. Before he offers you the freedom to choose, he wants to make sure you can bear the consequences.
And right now, I can't even manage 2 centaurs, I said.
Something like that.
Hef nodded.
Which isn't to say you aren't useful, and I know Abel recognizes that. Look what you did in your match. The right thread at the right time can change the outcome of the battle. This was practice, but someday it won't be.
I sighed and crossed my arms. I was still angry, but maybe Abel was right. I wasn't ready. If only there was a way of collecting more threads at the same time. I rubbed my fingers together absently while Sam announced the next match, Seekers against Torches. The Seekers were allowed a water break and 20 minutes of rest before the next match. I heard some grumbling that they weren't given more time. Won't they run out of magic? I asked. Magic was a renewable resource outside of Neva, something to be saved and treasured. It seemed foolish to throw it away on a practice match. Maddie found plenty of old charges in my scrap pile, plus those barrier shields are built to run on low energy. Wait, you made those?
I might have helped a little.
Hef grinned.
The Seekers are seriously outmatched here, and Abel didn't want the matches to end too soon.
I saw Jesse and Taylor hauling a new box of scrap metal to reset the box-like devices and wondered how the torches would fare against the shields. While we waited, Sitri appeared next to me. I hadn't even seen him during the first match. I wondered if he'd been avoiding me. He didn't say anything at first, but he stood so close our arms were almost touching. The back of our hands brushed together, and even though I was wearing my leather gloves, I felt a thrill run up my spine. I looked at him, but he was still staring straight ahead at the field.
You did well,
he said finally.
In the first match, I wanted to stay close to protect you, but Abel told me to give you space. He doesn't want you to feel too safe.
Mission accomplished, I said. I was annoyed at Sitri for thinking I needed protection, but also at myself because it was true.
Listen, keep your head down during the next match. The family, they've never been beaten before. I think they're nervous this time.
Nervous about what?
About you, he said. The games are meant as a display of power. They don't want to lose, and you're the wild card. They'll come after you, hard.
They don't need to worry, I said. I know what they're capable of.
I'm not saying you should hold back,
Sitri said.
Abel's right. You need to learn to control your power, but try to stay out of their way.
Thanks for the warning, I said. Sam shot the pistol, and the match started. The torches blew past the midfield and cut through the Seeker forces with military precision. They were twice as strong as the humans and less distracted by the displays of magic. As soon as they reached the wall of magic, they began building a tower of bodies, standing on each other's shoulders in levels of 4 torches that formed a tight ring. More than 20 torches squeezed together on the bottom to form the base. Another 100 formed a ring to protect the tower from the remaining Seekers. It's like a Jenga tower, I said, watching the tower grow and sway. Magical projectiles sometimes took out a torch, causing the tower to ripple and wave like a serpent, but the empty space was quickly filled by another torch. Once the tower was tall enough, the torches scaled up it and jumped over the magical barrier to take out the defensive posts. As soon as one section of the shield faltered, the whole tower toppled forward, overwhelming the Seekers. I glanced back at the torch's base. Their flag was protected by 3 square rings of torches with interlocking shields. A handful of Seekers were still trying to break through it, and I even saw a few try to fly over the rings and grab the flag. But 20 archers in the center quickly shot them out of the sky. The main force of the torches on offense grabbed the flag and found little resistance on the way back to the midfield. They celebrated quietly, with smiles and pats on the shoulder. Many pressed their foreheads together, something I'd seen them do before. I looked for Puriel, but didn't see him at first.
When I finally found him, my throat went dry. He was off to the side of the field, near the woods, staring at the trees with his back to the games. I crossed over to him, and when I got closer, I could see his shoulders heaving like he was taking deep breaths. He heard me approach, and his neck snapped to look at me.
"Stay back,"
he growled. His eyes were wide and dark, and his mouth stretched unnaturally like he was wearing a mask and it was about to tear. He was sweating, and his muscles were tense as he struggled to contain himself. I stepped closer until I was next to him. I didn't know what to do, so I did what I'd always done with Sarah when she was having an episode at JDRI. I held his shoulders and looked straight into his eyes. Then I matched his breathing. I had read about it in a magazine a long time ago, something called mirroring. Once we were in sync, I slowed my breathing. His eyes were burning chunks of coal, and I could feel the rage and hunger inside of him. His eyes were full of fear and panic, but I knew he wouldn't hurt me. Finally, his breathing slowed, and his eyes returned to normal. Glittering chunks of obsidian, dark gray and clear with flecks of orange. He blinked and exhaled slowly.
"You should not have done that,"
he said weakly. "It's the magic, isn't it?"
"There is just so much,"
he said, glancing towards the field.
"And in the battle, once my adrenaline spikes, the hunger, I could not control it."
"I thought Abel was going to help you control it."
"He has been," Puriel said. "He gives me a small dose daily. It keeps my head clear enough to resist, usually. But the hunger never goes away."
I nodded. Once a torch tasted magic, the hunger grew until it destroyed him. This is what the Daughters of Triton had warned me about. "We'll find a way through it," I said.
On the field, all that magic, just sitting there. I wanted it so badly. I could have hurt people. Promise me something. If I ever lose control, if I'm not myself, promise you will stop me.
The blood drained from my face. "You don't know what you're asking."
"It is a risk, having me here at Neva. You saw what I did to Athena. Imagine what I could do here with this much magic."
He looked this time towards Hef and Alice. Sarah was standing near them, and his eyes lingered. He cared about her, but he was afraid he'd hurt her. I'd assumed once we got back to Neva, Abel would find a way to fix him, that he wouldn't be allowed to stay if he posed a real threat. Now I wondered just how much of a risk Abel was taking, and whether he was taking it because I asked him to. I'd been focused on undoing Zeus's spells and saving Sitri. I didn't realize that Puriel was suffering. For the first time, I wondered whether he could even be saved. All leeches turn into monsters, everyone kept telling me. It was just a matter of time. "You're strong," I said. "I'll talk to Abel. We'll figure something out."
"But if I lose control,"
Puriel pressed. "If you lose control, I will stop you before anyone gets hurt. I promise." Puriel nodded, and I leaned forward to press our foreheads together, like I'd seen the other torches do. He relaxed after that, and even smiled a little.
"Thank you,"
he said.
"Now I think it's your turn."
He nodded towards the field, and I saw the roots gathering on one end and the heirs on the other. "Great," I said. Part of me wanted to sit this one out and stay with Puriel. The forest was calming, and behind me I could hear birds chirping. I watched a spider spinning a web, connecting the spokes together with thin threads of silk. It spun one thread while simultaneously fusing two others together. I rubbed my thumb and my fingers together, mimicking the movement.
"You know the story of Arachne, right?"
Puriel asked, nodding towards the spiderweb. "Remind me?" I asked, eager for the distraction.
"She was a shepherd's daughter who boasted that she was more skilled at weaving than Athena, goddess of crafts. Athena took offense and challenged her to a contest.
Athena's weaving depicted 4 examples of mortals who set themselves up as equals to the gods, and were punished. Arachne's weaving depicted ways that the gods had misled and abused mortals.
I like her already, I said.
When Athena saw that not only was Arachne's work more beautiful than her own, but that she'd used it to insult the gods, she tore apart Arachne's work, then killed her whole family. Arachne hung herself, but Athena's rage still wasn't exhausted, so she poisoned Arachne and cursed her to hang forever, as a spider.
That's awful, I said.
Zeus used to tell us that story as a warning. The old gods are ruthless, unjust, and spiteful. Even in a fair competition, even if you win, you still lose.
He said this looking towards the far end of the field where the family were preparing for the next match, and I realized he was warning me to be careful, and not just about the match. He and I were in the same position here at Neva. We were allies for now, but only as long as we served Abel and didn't pose a real threat. Our powers made us dangerous. Abel valued our strength, but he wouldn't hesitate to end us if he felt like we couldn't be controlled. I sighed and stepped towards the field.
Message received, I said over my shoulder. I joined the other roots on the field. A group was huddled together for an impromptu strategy session around Chiron.
Distract and sneak, Priya was saying. A show of force in the front lines to keep them busy, but everyone else scatters. They can't stop all of us at once.
They've always been able to in the past, Kurt said.
We've never had a game like this one,
Sitri said, looking around the circle. He glanced at a massive cyclops brandishing a spiked club as big as a tree trunk, and a woman with the lower body of a serpent and long green fingers. Her upper body was human, and plated armor displayed her admirable assets. Not far from her were a pair of harpies with dark horns and black wings. I realized it wasn't just seekers who sought refuge at Neva. Dozens of rare mythological beings had found shelter here as well, descendants or casualties of divine conflicts.
They won't bother to guard their flag,
Sitri said.
Usually the fastest roots charge forward, but they get picked off by Mist's arrows. Maybe this time we move forward slowly, as one, the largest bodies protecting the smaller ones, until we're close enough to get the flag. Then we scatter and race back across the line.
Sitri's eyes rested on me, and I realized several others were staring at me as well. I wasn't sure if he was warning me to stay behind or telling me to keep up with the group. Before I could ask him, Sam pulled the trigger. 9. When the pistol shot, I stayed behind with the defense as the others charged forward. Up ahead, I heard the clash of battle, but all I could see was a storm of dust. A few of the fastest heirs tried for a direct approach and charged straight through the madness. The first one was a woman with flaming red hair, the body of a snake, and 6 arms. I reached for her thread as she barreled towards me, but I felt a slicing burn in my hand as soon as I raised my arm. I made a fist with blood dripping down my arm. Across the field, on a raised platform, I could see Mist, and even from this far away, I could see her smirk as she knocked another arrow. Shit. Panic flooded my body as the woman closed in, raising her sword to strike. I reached out again, only to feel Mist's second arrow miss my hand by a breath. The feathered fletching sliced through the leather and cut deep into my finger. I clutched it against my chest. The serpent woman was so fast, I knew I wouldn't get another chance. I closed my eyes and dove to the side, but the blow never came. I looked up to see a massive black horse with 3 horns sticking out its forehead. It reared up on its hind legs, kicking into the air. The redhead frowned, but turned sharply to go around us. I looked up in time to see the horse wink at me before charging forward. I stood up, cautiously, my hand throbbing. If Mist kept up her arrows, I wasn't going to be any use to my team. I realized I'd begun to rely on my trick. It kept me from feeling the fear of battle. And even though I knew this was just a game, The adrenaline in my veins made my heart pound, and the icy cold grip of fear crawled over my skin. I was too exposed, an easy target, standing all by myself with no powers and laughable combat skills. I clenched my fists and ran forward towards the front of the battle. I heard a rushing sound, like an airplane taking off, but it wasn't fighting. The air became thick with white steam that smelled like sulfur, and I stopped running when my feet hit water. Warm water. I stared in confusion at the wide river cutting through the center of the field. At either end, I could make out the silhouettes of identical-looking men holding tall staffs over bubbling geysers. In the center, on the other side of the bank, a man with horns and serpents for legs was chanting and waving a staff in a circular motion, controlling the pop-up river, I realized, and keeping the water flowing in both directions, like a wide whirlpool. I watched as my teammates plowed through the water, which was only knee-deep, but when they got to the other side, they paused and looked confused, like they forgot where they were. When attacked, they raised their weapons, but their fighting was clumsy, and they were easily defeated by 3 women in matching armor. Kai! I heard someone shout my name and saw a group of roots standing off to the side, hiding between a few of the large giants who'd made a barricade out of a stack of tree trunks. I ducked down in the makeshift fort. Kurt, Priya, Sitri, and a few others were regrouping, peering out between the giants' legs across the river. Sitri pulled me in close and pointed. "Those are the Palichi," he said. "Twins, gods of the geyser. Between them is Akeleus, god of rivers. Next to him is Scamander, another river god whose name means awkward. Between them is Lethe, goddess of forgetful waters." "So if you cross the water, you'll get confused or stumble awkwardly?" I surmised, crouching on my boots. "Exactly," Kurt said. "We tried ranged attacks, but Persephone has some kind of reversal barrier up. Whatever we shoot comes straight back at us. We already lost most of our archers. But now that you're here, we've still got a chance." I held up my bleeding hand, which was already becoming stiff, and flexed my fingers. "Not if Mist has anything to say about it." "We'll keep you covered." One of the giants grinned down at me. I flinched when I saw his face, which was half lion. "That's not the only problem," Priya said, pointing. "The river gods are easy to deal with, but we still need to get past the Amazons." "Daughters of Ares," Kurt said, nodding towards the 3 women standing at the edges of the riverbank. They took defensive postures behind large, round shields, and working in tandem, they easily took out the much larger roots that stumbled across the river. "Melanippe, Antiope, and Evripili," Sitri said for my benefit. "We just have to keep them distracted long enough for one of us to grab the flag," Priya said. "So we take out Lethe and Scamander?" Kurt asked. "The Palichi," Priya said. "Without the water, the others have no power. Plus, I hate getting my shoes wet." "Think you can handle that?" Kurt asked. I shrugged. I couldn't see their threads through the blockade of giants, and I knew Mist would shoot my hand again as soon as I made a move from cover. "If we get close enough so I can see them both at the same time while still being under cover, I think so." "Then let's do it," Sitri said, nodding at the giants. Without another word, they picked up their pile of fallen tries and ran forward. The rest of us tried to stay just behind them. They waded into the water, and I reached out to pinch the threads of the Palichi. I got the first easily, but the moment I reached for the other with my left hand, an arrow sliced through it. It came from behind this time. My eyes widened as I turned and saw Mist standing behind me. How'd she get over here so fast? Sitri shifted into his wolf form and charged her. She easily swatted him aside, and I heard him squeal as she kicked him in the ribs. I took advantage of her distraction by grabbing the thread on the other Palichi. My injured hand was already stinging, but I held my grip tight, even as Mist fired 3 more arrows that cut through the flesh of my forearms and neck. The remaining roots cheered as the waters dried up and charged forward, easily overcoming the river gods.
The Amazons weren't so forgiving. They moved with deadly accuracy, fighting off half a dozen roots or more each, allowing none to pass. Kurt tried running straight through them, but Antiope grabbed his arm and swung herself onto his back with a dagger pressed to his neck. "Look out!" I shouted, dropping the threads of the Polichi and swiping my fingers towards Antiope's thread. She blanched when I grabbed it, paying no attention to Mist's arrows on my now numb arm. Kurt shrugged off the frozen Amazon and took her out of the game with a light tap against her neck. I felt a buzzing in my palm and looked down at my hand in surprise. Through my closed fingers, I could see the faint outlines of 2 threads in my right hand, along with the one Polichi I'd forgotten to release. It happened so quickly. I wasn't exactly sure how it happened. I thought I'd already let go of the Polichi's thread before grabbing the Amazon, but somehow it slipped and got stuck between my palm and my thumb. I was holding 3 lesser heirs at the same time. I grunted as Mist fired another volley of arrows, this time across the back of my thighs. The sharp pain brought me to my knees, and I let the threads go. It was taking too much energy to hold them, and I was feeling weak from blood loss. Besides, they'd already been defeated by my teammates. I watched them sulk off the field, shooting me glances of mixed anger and surprise. The battle wasn't over, but I was. I heard shouts behind me as Dion and Tori blazed a hasty offense, easily cutting through the last of our defenses and grabbing our flag. Up ahead, Abel unleashed a swarm of ravens that cycloned around the heir's flag, along with ants the size of dogs that clawed their way out of the dirt. Even through all this, I saw Priya dart through and grab the flag. She raced down the steps and was almost in the clear when the ground swallowed her legs. Or, more accurately, dark, enormous fingers, dripping with mud, lifted her off the ground. From the way Stephanie was waving her outreached hand, I realized it was her doing. The massive hand dragged Priya backwards, taking the flag from her, then flicked her casually down the steps. The horn sounded, and I turned to see Dion and Tori had already crossed the midfield. The match was over. We lost. I made my way off the field, my muscles burning and my clothes stiff from blood. I felt lightheaded and stumbled towards the white tent on the sidelines. Sitri and Kurt appeared beside me, both back to their normal human selves, and practically carried me to Alice, who made me lie down on a cot so she could start working on my wounds. My hand was shaking so badly she had to hold it still while she cleaned up the deep cuts on my fingers and arms. "You did well," Sitri said. "Really well. I'll bet Abel told Miss to keep an eye on you. There's no way they would have let us win that match. Even so, I've never seen the Roots get that close to winning. We've never even gotten the flag at all before, and we wouldn't have this time without you." "Yeah, I'm awesome," I smiled. Though in a real fight, I would have died in the first few minutes. I was saved by some kind of black unicorn. "Odonto Tyrannus," Kurt said. "I'll have to thank him later. I should have stayed with you, but I figured you could protect yourself." "Apparently not," I said. "I'm a one-trick pony. Seeing the threads isn't worth much if I can't reach out and touch them." "About that," Hef said, reaching for a wooden box, "I've been fooling around with something that might help." He opened the lid and showed me a finely wrought iron glove held together with intricate filigree decorations. Plated sections were joined together over the fingers, ending with a long hooked nail. "It'll protect your hand in battle," Hef said. "And the hooks should make it easier to single out individual threats. The black iron should also weaken their magic, maybe even cut the hunters off from their source completely." "It's beautiful," I said. Alice finished bandaging my cuts, and I pulled the glove on, flexing my fingers. The metal was cold against my skin, but not uncomfortable. It would have been useful about 20 minutes ago. "Sorry about that," Hef said sheepishly.
Abel didn't want to make things too easy for you, and I think he was a little worried about that match, to tell you the truth. Plus, we still don't fully understand your powers. He wanted to test your raw ability before adding extra enchantments.
The Seekers and the Heirs were up next, so I had some time to take it easy. Hef brought out folding lawn chairs so we could relax on the sidelines and even had a cooler of sodas and beer. It was so casual, I almost forgot we were preparing for the end of the world. Against regular humans, the Lesser Heirs were nearly unstoppable. They didn't even need to bring out the river gods or the Amazons. A handful of Lesser Heirs decimated the Seeker troops and their magic tricks. The magic barrier held back the Lesser Heirs for a while, but finally Abel grew bored with the game. He nodded to Dion, who got a boost from Tori, sending him high up into the air. He landed with force, slamming his staff so hard into the ground it cracked the earth and sent a shockwave of magic that knocked dozens of Seekers off their feet, toppling the shield devices. As I watched the remaining heirs surge forward, I rubbed my fingers together, trying to replicate the motion I'd made earlier that resulted in me capturing 2 threads at the same time. It seemed I didn't have to pinch the threads with my fingers, I could just hold them in my fist as well. I just needed to hook with my forefinger, pull down into the crook of my thumb, and use my thumb to pin them against my palm. I wondered how many threads I could hold at once. In the last round, I held 3 Lesser Heirs for several minutes, but it felt like I was holding electric eels. I could feel their hosts squirm against my grip. I doubt I could have held on to another thread, at least not for long. When I first touched Mist's thread, I barely grazed it with my finger. Holding on completely to a magical being was too challenging without magic of my own. My eyes widened as I realized I might be able to hold more threads for longer if I had my own source of magic. I excused myself and hurried back to the house to find Athena's staff hanging in the armory. It was heavier than I remembered, and my arm felt weak under its weight. By the time I made it back to the field, I was already exhausted, but I didn't know when I'd get another chance to experiment with my power. Abel wanted to see what I was capable of? Well, so did I. He'd set up these games to show how weak and unprepared I was, and it almost worked. But I wasn't going to sit back and let him dictate what I could or couldn't do. "You sure you want to play another round?" Sitri asked when I returned to the field bearing Athena's staff. It was obviously too big for me, and I had to hold it awkwardly so it didn't drag behind me on the ground. My hair was wild and my clothes still covered in my own blood from the slicing I'd endured earlier. "I have to do this," I said. We lined up again, this time against the torches. They were fierce and battle-trained and stronger than any human. Together, they were an unstoppable force, but they didn't have magic of their own, which I hoped meant they'd be easier to control. I saw Abel smirk as I lifted my staff. It was clear I had no idea how to use it. But I didn't have to use it. The staff radiated with power. I gripped it tightly and took a deep, calming breath. When I reached out with my gloved hand, now wrapped in beautiful but wicked-looking, nearly black metal, it wasn't quite as comfortable as the leather one, and the metal was cold at first, but it made me feel strong. As soon as the whistle blew, as my team charged forward, I reached out, focusing on the opponent's threads. They were organized like a tight lattice, practically a rug. I swung my finger, slashing my metal claw through the ranks and pulling them down to hold in my palm. I repeated the gesture again and again until my palm felt like I was holding on to a swarm of bees. The pressure was nearly unbearable at first, but then I felt power flooding into my left arm from Athena's staff and flowing down towards my right. The stinging sensation was uncomfortable, but not unbearable. Like I thought, I needed to have access to more magic than I was trying to control, like a counterweight. Luckily, since torches had no power of their own, Athena's staff had more than enough magic to keep them contained. My own team faltered near the midfield as none of the torches began to move or charge forward, and their battle cries dried up in confusion. I walked confidently forward, in my torn jeans with the staff lifted high, outstripping my teammates until I reached the enemy lines. I walked past the first few rows of torches without even turning my head to look at them. When I got close, I scooped up the remaining rows and added them to my collection, almost like I was catching butterflies and putting them in jars. When I reached the other end of the field, I climbed the steps and grabbed the flag. The pressure was mounting, even with Athena's staff, and the weight of it alone was starting to make my arm tremble. But I made it back to the midfield and dropped the flag on the ground triumphantly. I released the threads and they snapped back into place, like a tightly wound string of one of Mist's bows. I could almost hear the sharp twang as they rushed through the air, though it may have been a collective gasp of relief from the torches, as their vital essences were restored to them. At least a dozen were swept off their feet completely. My eyes caught Puriel's from across the field, and I felt a rush of guilt at the pain on his face. It reminded me of the expression he made just before he fell. Doubt, fear, confusion. Only this time, he didn't burst into flames, and when he caught me looking, he straightened, and I thought I saw him smile. He nodded at me. I felt bad using my gift to prove a point, but I was done hiding. I wasn't going to spend years honing my gift so I could be Abel's secret weapon and personal assassin. I had power, but I was going to use it in my way for the things I cared about and believed in. I looked up at Abel, who was sitting on the sidelines in a makeshift throne carved out of pure obsidian that must have taken 20 torches just to carry out here for his pleasure. His expression was dark and inscrutable. Stephanie and Mist stood next to him, still frozen with surprise at my victory, as the rest of my team broke into cheers and applause. I'd single-handedly completed Abel's challenge, taming hundreds of torches in the process, without getting anyone hurt. "So," I called loudly across the field, leaning against Athena's tall staff. "Egypt! When do we leave?" 10. It took us 3 hours to get to Cairo. I was actually surprised Abel caved, but since he'd built a reputation on fairness, he couldn't exactly go against his own word. He was actually helpful, as long as we took precautions. He seemed genuinely impressed with the iron glove Hef made me. I think a part of him was anxious to see how well it worked against hunters in real combat. But that didn't mean he was sending me out into danger. We were on strict orders to call for help at the first sign of trouble. And it wasn't exactly a solo mission. I could tell Abel was reluctant to let Puriel out of his grasp and risk losing 2 of his best weapons at once, but we'd proven ourselves a good team, and he refused to let me go without him. Jesse demanded to come with as well, even though I would have felt more comfortable with Maddie's experience as a seeker. Still, Abel sent her to the bazaar with a handful of gold coins, and she returned with enough Q-bombs to take out a few hundred hunters, should we need them. The only thing we agreed on was that Sarah should stay put, and then there was Sitri. He didn't ask permission, and Abel didn't need to grant it. I wasn't sure if that was because Abel trusted him implicitly, or if Abel simply wasn't worried about his former favorite pet. A dark voice in my head whispered that Abel was hoping Sitri wouldn't come back from this trip at all, which paradoxically would void the main reason I was even risking the journey. I wasn't exactly sure where things stood between us. He was still acting distant and weird since we returned to Neva, but I couldn't forget how he'd kissed me on the island of Kos, how his fingers burned a trail across my body. Sometimes I caught him staring, and I recognized the look of longing and desire in his eyes. He was just torn between his loyalty to Abel and guilt over his feelings for me. Someday, he would have to work out his own issues, but I knew he cared about me, and for now, that was enough.
If we won the war, if Zeus and his forces were vanquished, maybe then we could figure our shit out. For now, I agreed with him, at least in theory. This wasn't about us. There was too much at stake. Even so, I wasn't ready to snip Zeus's thread if it meant taking out thousands of innocents. If there was any other way, a chance of untangling Zeus's ball of hostages to leave him exposed, I had to at least try. Even though it was late November, the sultry heat in Cairo hit us like a physical wave. I quickly realized I'd packed too many layers and stripped down to my t-shirt. We tracked the address Hef had given us to a rundown hotel where he'd made reservations. The walls were decorated with fronds and palm trees, and the elevator was so small Puriel and Sitri couldn't both fit at the same time.
"I'll take the stairs after I check in,"
Sitri said. Hef had made the reservations under a fake ID, just in case. Because our little gang had little natural magic, that would make us hard to track. But if Zeus realized we were outside of Abel's forest fortress, he'd come after us with all his resources.
He couldn't have sprung for a better hotel? Jessie asked, flopping down on the twin mattress. I'm pretty sure I saw at least 3 cockroaches on the way up here. He said most supernatural creatures would be staying at the resorts and classy hotels downtown, so we'd be safer here. Think of it as a cultural experience, I said. We tossed our bags in the room and freshened up a bit, then collected the boys from the next room. They were both sitting on the edge of their beds, staring at the walls. I realized making them bunk buddies might be too much of an ask. They were an odd couple, to say the least, a fallen angel and the last remaining hellhound. I didn't even know where to start, so I suggested we take a walk and get our bearings. We walked through the streets, avoiding motorcycles and tuk-tuks, basically a 3-wheeled scooter that served as a mini-taxi. Everywhere we went, people shouted at us in multiple languages, trying to encourage us into their shop or restaurant. One even gripped my arm to pull me inside. Puriel grabbed the front of his shirt and practically lifted him off the ground, knocking over a table of antiques that clattered to the ground. I pried his fingers away, and we hurried down the street and ducked around the next corner. We're keeping a low profile, remember? I said, but I smiled at his sheepish look. Puriel was raised as a hunter. Subtlety and restraint weren't exactly his strong points. The heat was oppressive. We'd barely gone 30 minutes before stopping for tea in an air-conditioned cafe. Unfortunately, it was served hot, in a small glass with a large sugar cube. With their bulky size and shifty vigilance, Sitri and Puriel looked like a pair of underground FBI agents, playing good cop, bad cop. Even with sunglasses and baseball caps, they stood out. Maybe they need fake mustaches or a beard, Jessie suggested. It's fine, I said, nodding at a passing family in matching fanny packs. As long as we pretend to be tourists, taking selfies and buying postcards. The problem is, once we start asking around for Isis, at best, they'll give us a statue of the goddess. At worst, they'll take us to a terrorist recruitment center. We need to find the Hekau, Jessie said, using the Egyptian word for seekers. Maddie told us that Heka meant magic, so it translated as magicians. Maybe an antique shop, like in Seattle? Isis hasn't been around for centuries, and humans don't live that long. What we need is an undiscovered buried temple, Sitri said, finishing his tea and grimacing at the sweet bitterness of the leaves and sugar at the bottom of the cup. So what, we start digging somewhere in the desert? Jessie said. We need a treasure map or something. The genie did say she was beneath the sands, I said. Most of the rulers were buried in the Valley of the Kings, Puriel said. Isis wouldn't be there. She's a queen, Sitri said. There are still hundreds of undiscovered tombs, I said. It's possible. I thought the pyramid was a tomb, Jessie asked. That's just what they teach in schools, Sitri said. But it's worth checking out, right? I don't know, Sitri said. It was abandoned a long time ago. Now it's mostly a tourist attraction.
Come on, we're in Egypt. We can't go home without seeing the pyramids. Besides, you don't know where to start. Why not start with the biggest mystery known to mankind? Besides, if Isis was queen of Egypt, cleverer than a million gods, don't you think she'd have something to do with them? At least we should check them out. There was a desperation in her voice, and I knew it had something to do with the dark mood of the table. Now that we were here, I realized this was my party. The boys were here to keep me safe, but I was the one who demanded this quest, and I had no idea where to start. Suddenly, showing up in Egypt with no plan seemed foolhardy. Fine, I said finally. I didn't have a better idea, and doing something was better than sitting here. Puriel and Sitri were too big to share a tuk-tuk, so we split up during the journey. I rode with Puriel. Sitri seemed to be deliberately avoiding me, or at least being alone with me. I tried to shrug it off. We had more important things to worry about. The city of Cairo went right up to the edge of the desert, leading onto the Giza Plateau. There was something surreal about viewing the pyramids through the large glass windows of the KFC across the street, where we stopped so Jessie could use the bathroom. Camels were lined up outside, along with makeshift stalls and blankets, selling junk to tourists. It was hard to tell which antiques, if any, were authentic. Most were probably made in China. Jessie stopped to get Sarah something and returned with a bright blue statue of a scarab, as big as my palm. How is that different from the cockroaches at the hotel? I asked. Because this is pretty, and it doesn't move. Sitri bought a pair of antique daggers. We'd brought a small arsenal with us, but had left most of the heavy stuff at the hotel. I saw Puriel eyeing a long curved sword. Sitri handed him a short dagger instead and showed him how to conceal it under his jacket. It wasn't hard to find a guide. We picked out camels, and the animals rose up grunting on shaky knees. The keepers had colorful strings tied to a piercing on their nostrils and tugged at them mercilessly. Careful, I said, putting my hand against the soft flesh of the creature's nose. Be gentle. Sitri helped me up into the saddle. Puriel looked unsteady, frowning at his beast, but the camels were well-trained and easy to ride, creating a train that walked slowly onto the immense stretch of the white sand. A boy ran up to my camel with a can of orange Fanta, offering it up to me. "Free!" he shouted. "Yes, free! Already paid!" My brow was starting to sweat in the heat, so I reached down towards the can. "It's a trick," the guide said. "After you drink it, he'll charge you $10 for it." He shouted at the boy, cracking his whip, then handed me a leather flask full of water instead. It was sour, but quenched my thirst. The guide told us about the history as we passed by the pyramids. The size of the stones was unbelievable. Some weighed hundreds of tons and were fit together so tightly you couldn't fit a pin between them. At one time, they'd been covered in smooth white limestone and capped with a crown of pure gold. "How do you get inside them?" Jessie asked. "In classical times, the geographer Strabo visited and wrote, 'The entrance is concealed by a hidden stone that can be raised up.' There was some kind of swinging stone mechanism that could be lifted easily. But in the 9th century, Caliph Mamun forced his way through, burrowing straight through the rock." The guide pointed up to a rough hole in the rock. Not far away was the actual entrance with a triangular-shaped archway. Why tunnel through the rock when the entrance was right there? "Rumor has it he didn't tunnel in, he tunneled out. The official story is, when he opened the pyramid for the first time, it was already empty. Others suspect he found something that he couldn't remove through the passageway. So he tunneled through the limestone instead so he could remove his treasure." "There's magic here," I said suddenly, noticing the hairs on my arm rise. I narrowed my eyes at the structure and could make out a diffuse white glow against the blue sky. "Old magic," I said.
Can we go inside? Sitri asked the guide.
Tourists are not allowed.
Even with a hefty donation? Sitri asked again, counting out $100 bills.
It is forbidden,
the guide said again, sadly this time as he watched Sitri put away the money. I nodded at Puriel and Jessie. We'd just have to come back later and break in, though something told me Maddie's lock-picking trick wasn't going to cut it this time. It looked like the entrance was sealed with iron bars and heavy padlocks. A man dressed in a full, colorful tunic and turban was taking pictures with tourists. He caught my eye and abandoned the tourist to chase after me.
Madame,
he said, making a heroic pose in the sand.
You take picture, yes? Picture together.
Sorry, I said. We're not here for pictures.
Private tour, he asked. Where you want to go, Aziz knows everything. Best price.
Get lost. Sitri growled at the man. He was persistent, though, still walking at my side with one hand on my saddle. He combed his thin mustache with his fingers before trying again. This time, he lowered his voice and leaned in like we were sharing a secret.
You like history. New tomb just discovered. Brand new, no tourist. Not yet excavated.
I bit my lip. It had to be a trick. There was no way there was an unexplored spot at one of the biggest tourist traps in the world. On the other hand, from the research I'd done, I knew only a fraction of the Giza complex had been excavated, and the Egyptian government actually refused to let foreign archaeologists explore newly discovered areas. I made the mistake of looking down and making eye contact, and Aziz knew he had me. What is this tomb? I asked. Can you tell me more about it?
Temple of Kentkos, he said. Oldest site in Giza. Older than the pyramids.
Is it far?
Close, very close. This way, he said. Follow Aziz, I will show you.
He put his arm around our guide, and I saw money exchanging hands. My guide frowned, but took the money and shrugged.
I think we have just been bought, Puriel said. This guy must be confident he can get money out of us later. You sure about this?
Sitri asked. Why not? I asked. We're here already. Jessie beamed at me, excitement in her eyes. Exploring a lost tomb in Egypt was exactly the kind of adventure she'd been hoping for. We walked back towards the entrance, stopping to see the Great Sphinx. It's smaller than I thought, Jessie said, running her hand against the ancient stones making up its paw. It was the size of 4 buses end to end, but I knew what she meant. Compared to the massive pyramids, which were at one time the largest man-made structures in the world, the Sphinx didn't seem quite as impressive. We followed Aziz to a smaller temple not far away. From the outside, it looked like a step pyramid, partially collapsed on one side. The base had been carved out of the bedrock, so it had a tight alley behind it, making a narrow chasm. The walls showed heavy erosion and rain damage. At the bottom, half buried in the sand, and a few small portions at the top, were symbols that didn't look like hieroglyphs.
Yes,
Aziz said, pointing out the damage.
Very, very old.
Did Egypt used to get a lot of rain?
Yes,
Puriel said.
Years ago, it was a verdant valley.
There was a light in Puriel's eyes, and I realized suddenly he was speaking from personal experience. Puriel could have actually been here ages ago. I shivered when I realized he would have been hunting roots and heirs. Aziz pointed out a tall stone marker in Egyptian. What's it say? I asked. Mother of the King of North and South Egypt. Sitri said. That's weird. It doesn't have any specific name. Usually a monument like this would have the name of the ruler who funded it, and most of the Egyptian pharaohs were male. I raised my eyebrows. Was this what we were looking for? It seemed too easy. We followed Aziz around the corner and froze when I saw half a dozen large men holding crowbars. Like Aziz, they were wearing long tan tunics with dark gray turbans and a thin white scarf. My pulse raced, thinking we were being led into an ambush, and I felt Sitri tense next to me. But Aziz spoke quickly to them in Arabic, and they turned towards the structure, prying out a large slab of stone from midway up the wall. It was only a few feet wide, unlike the massive stones at the base, but it still took 4 men to push and slide it out far enough to reveal the dark hole behind it. Aziz went in first, lowering himself down to a ledge, then turned back and stuck his face and hand through the hole. Sitri could just barely fit through the narrow entranceway and had to wriggle his shoulders to squeeze inside. I followed him through, then stepped carefully into the darkness to make way for Puriel and Jessie. The inner chamber was pitch black, and even when Aziz lit a torch, I could only see a few paces ahead of me. He led us across the small room to a square hole in the floor, carved straight down into the limestone bedrock. A simple rope ladder hung down into the darkness. "Anyone else having second thoughts about this?" Jessie asked, biting her lip. I squeezed her arm. I thought she'd grown out of her fear of the dark, but then I guess we're rarely presented with a true absence of light. This darkness was palpable. A thin beam of blue light cut through the chamber from the hole in the wall, and a small orange glow emanated from Aziz's torch, but down in the pit, the inky blackness was suffocating. Halfway down the shaft, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face and had to feel around for the next rung in the shaky rope ladder. I let out a relieved breath when my feet finally touched stone again. The relief was short-lived, however, when I saw Aziz cross the small room and disappear down another hole. "Seriously?" Jessie asked. The air was cooler down here, but stale, which made me lightheaded. But the light disappeared quickly with our guide, which made the vertical shaft glow with light. We descended into the second vertical shaft, going at least 100 feet underground. My skin tingled the deeper we got, but I didn't know if it was because of the sudden damp and coolness or the complete absence of natural light, or just the experience. This tunnel, like the Sphinx above it, had been carved straight out of the bedrock with perfectly straight, sharp edges, and it had been here untouched for thousands of years. At the bottom, I stepped to the side and waited for the others. Aziz lit multiple torches around the room, and I exhaled slowly once my eyes adjusted to the light. "Wow," Jessie said beside me. "Totally worth it." A thin moat filled with crystal-clear water surrounded a raised platform in the middle of the large room. 4 large pillars framed the center area, erected from each corner, covered with symbols and hieroglyphs. In the middle of the platform was a massive black sarcophagus nearly 12 feet long. It was carved from one piece of black granite with laser-like precision and was much wider than the narrow chambers we'd just descended. "Where did it even come from?" Jessie asked. "How did they even get it down here?" "They certainly did not want anyone to get in," Puriel said. "Or out," Sitri added. He stepped across the moat, running his hand along the side of the black box. His movements kicked pebbles into the clear water, and the ripples distorted our reflections in the torchlight. "Careful," Jessie said. "It could be booby-trapped." "This isn't Indiana Jones," he said with a smirk. "Can we open it?" I asked. Aziz chuckled. "The lid itself is at least 10 tons. "Is that a lot?" Jessie asked. "It's about 20,000 pounds, Sitri said. "The average human can lift about 150 pounds. "So," Jessie said, "we need about 200 more people. Or a couple of unnaturally strong gentlemen," I said. "Know any?" Abel told me some torches were as strong as 20 men, but Puriel was a leech now, and I'd seen Sitri fight off several hunters at the same time. Sitri shrugged and nodded at Puriel, who joined him on the other end of the platform.
You can't open it,
Aziz said suddenly, stepping back and looking at us with a terrified expression. Sitri and Puriel each grabbed one end of the lid and adjusted their stance.
You're right,
Sitri said.
At least we can't lift it, but I think we can slide it open. Ready?
Puriel and Sitri gritted their teeth and pushed, their muscles tense and bulging. Hair appeared on Sitri's neck and chest, and I knew he was half-shifting to increase his upper body mass. I covered my ears as a loud screeching noise filled the chamber. The grinding stones sounded like nails on a chalkboard, and I held my breath as the lid slid open slowly. The sarcophagus belched a foul-smelling odor. Jessie plugged her nose and stepped backwards, making a face. My stomach turned over, and I thought I was going to be sick. Sitri and Puriel twisted the lid to reveal what was inside. Aziz was the first to look. He leaned forward with his torch, no doubt expecting the riches and buried treasure the tombs of pharaohs were known for. Instead, a thin, skeletal hand reached out and snapped his head from his neck. There wasn't even time to scream, just a silent snap like a branch breaking, followed by complete silence. Aziz's head disappeared into the sarcophagus, and I heard muffled chewing and slurping sounds. Sitri shoved me behind him and pulled out the twin daggers he'd bought at the market. Puriel stepped in front of us, brandishing his short sword. Aziz's torch had fallen to the ground and sputtered, plunging the room into darkness. Jessie grabbed it before it went out completely, just as Aziz's half-devoured head popped out of the black box and bounced against the far wall. It floated in the water for a moment, and I could see the man's cheek had been torn out and one eyeball was missing. Slowly, a dark shape crawled out of the hole, or slithered. More like it had legs, but was mostly skeleton and only a few bits of ragged flesh. The whole thing was black, the bones, the flesh, everything, like it had been boiled alive and then covered in tar. A dark essence drifted around it like an invisible cloak, gathering solidity until it was roughly humanoid. A single eye in the creature's ghastly eye socket rotated to stare at us. "I don't think that's Isis," Jessie said. "It is a leech," Puriel said, almost in awe. "It must be 1,000 years old." The creature's jaws were still moving, chewing on the remains of our former tour guide. He swallowed, and the bloody flesh fell through his ribs and disappeared into the sarcophagus. "Not magic," it hissed, spitting out the rest of Aziz and wiping its mouth. "Feed me magic." It reached towards me with its bony fingers, faster than I expected. Sitri jumped in front of me, but it tossed him against the far wall like a sack of potatoes. Puriel launched himself at the creature, gripping it by its shoulders. Still some on you," the leech said, licking Puriel's cheek with a long, forked tongue. I searched for the leech's thread, and my pulse spiked when I realized I couldn't see it. The tomb was so dark it was hard to see anything, and the brightness of the torch left spots in my vision. I squinted my eyes until they were almost shut. There was Sitri's, a bright yellow, and Puriel's, gray, but easily distinguishable against the midnight black. Even Jessie's thread stood out clearly, much fainter but easy enough to see this deep underground with no other humans. I could even see the remains of Aziz's thread. I stared at it for a second, startled. The frayed ends looked like they'd been torn roughly in half. The jagged edges floated in opposite directions, out of my field of vision. Sitri was back up, and he slammed his fist against the creature's jaw, knocking it off. It flew across the room and shattered against the far wall, spraying loose teeth that bounced around the room before plopping into the water. The creature's one eye blazed with fury as it flew out of its stone prison and pinned both Sitri and Puriel against the stone wall, squeezing their throats with its long, bony claws. That's when I saw it. Coal black, so dark it disappeared into the void surrounding us, but I could see it in relief from the light around it. I grabbed the leech's thread and yanked backward. It gasped in surprise, turning towards me,
I looped the thread around its neck, pulling it back against the sarcophagus and pinning it there. "That's enough of that," I said, holding the thread tightly. I could feel him resisting. It felt like I'd just caught a shark on a fishing line. I wished I was wearing my glove, but I hadn't had time to pull it out of my bag. "Finish him," Puriel said, his voice raspy. "Wait!" The leech growled. "You seek Isis. Spare me and I will show you where she is." "He lies," Sitri said. "He must have overheard us coming in." The tension ceased as the leech stopped struggling. I squared my shoulders, making sure I had a firm grip on his thread, and took a step forward. "Tell us," I said, "and I'll think about it." "She was here," the leech said. "Isis and the fallen. We lived in harmony. She used our strength to build the wonders. We served her willingly, fallen goddess, like us, free but scorned like us. Heartbroken, she stole the magic, she shared the magic. Power, glory." "Stole it from who?" Jessie asked. The leech ignored her, distracted by his memories. The thirst grew great. Not even she could control us. Eventually, she retreated. She built up a new society. Order, restraint, honor." He scoffed, spitting dark phlegm into the water. It sank like poison, unfurling into a black cloud. "She left us, buried us in the desert, buried alive." I looked back into the sarcophagus. For the first time, I realized there were deep scratches on the inside of the sarcophagus. I felt a stab of pity for the creature. "But where did she go?" Sitri asked. "Answer him." I tugged again at the creature's string. He pulled back, making me stumble forward. I braced my feet and wrapped his thread around the back of my hand for leverage. "Alexandria," the leech grunted finally. "The shining city." "It's mostly a ruin now," Sitri said. "How do we know she's still there?" "She was there when I was here," the leech said. "Which was when, exactly?" Jessie asked. 1,000 years ago? "Longer," the leech said, and I was sure I saw him grin, even with his lower jaw removed. Maybe it was the crinkle of humor around his one eye. My stomach soured as I realized, not for the first time, that this was Puriel's fate. He'd fallen, not once, but twice. First, by refusing Zeus's direct command to kill me. Then again, by allowing himself to feed on magic, igniting the unquenchable bloodthirst. I'd been telling myself that Puriel was different, that he was stronger, but what if he ended up like this? Immortal, but too dangerous to be set free. Centuries from now, he could be rotting bones in a stone box, an animated corpse buried in darkness. The leech used my distraction to launch himself at me. It got halfway before Sitri stabbed a dagger through its one eye. The creature screamed and reeled backwards, stumbling in the water with a knife in its face. Puriel swiped his sword, severing the head from the body, then kicked it so hard the legs disconnected from its hip and spine. The pieces of the leech sank to the bottom of the water and lay still. "Is it dead?" Jessie asked, putting her fingers on Puriel's shoulder. "I mean, like, really dead?" "Leeches can't survive once the head is missing," Sitri said. "I'm surprised this one was alive at all, after being locked up for so long." "Well, just in case, should we put him back where we found him?" Jessie asked, nodding towards the black stone crypt. Sitri shrugged. Even if it was overkill, I agreed with Jessie. I felt safer knowing there were 20 tons between it and us. Sitri stepped into the water, wading up to his knees, and collected the blackened pieces and scraps of fabric that remained. He lay them inside the bottom of the sarcophagus. Then Puriel helped him close the lid. It took longer, I noticed. They were probably exhausted after the fight. I shivered, realizing how dangerous this mission had turned out to be. "How about our new friend?"
Sitri asked, nodding at Aziz. "Should we bring him with us or just leave him here? If we come up without him, his friends are going to wonder where he is. But if we bring him up, they're going to wonder which one of us ate his face," Jessie finished. In the end, we decided to leave him and hoped we could get away before they noticed his absence. We climbed up the tunnels, back into the light. I was rehearsing a story to tell Aziz's friends and smiled when I stepped out of the ruined structure, holding my hands up against the blinding daylight. There were far more men outside than I remembered. I blinked, confused at first by the dark gray uniforms and glinting metal. When my eyes adjusted, I realized it was the local police, with their guns drawn. 11. Puriel and Sitri were strong, but they weren't bulletproof. Still, I think they would have fought their way out if it weren't for me and Jessie. The lead detective was wearing dark sunglasses and a beret, and he was surrounded by at least a dozen men with semi-automatic rifles. He grinned and beckoned for us to come down from the structure. "It's a shakedown," I said quietly, spotting Aziz's gang hovering nearby. "This is a setup to squeeze money out of dumb tourists. Move slowly and keep your mouths shut." "You've entered a protected heritage site," the detective said when we got closer. "I'm sorry to spoil your holiday, but smuggling antiquities is a very serious crime in Egypt." "We're tourists, not smugglers," Jessie said. "A guide offered us a tour. We didn't know it was illegal." "And where is that guide now?" the detective asked. He smiled, revealing a gold tooth. "We don't know," I said. "Sorry for the misunderstanding. We hate to waste your valuable time. We'd be happy to contribute to your overtime pay for you and your men." I nudged Sitri, and he reached into his pocket carefully, pulling out his money clip. The detective's eyes lit up as Sitri counted out $100 bills. The detective made a big show about refusing the bribe at first, but finally took the entire stack of cash. I thought we were in the clear when it disappeared into his jacket pocket, but then there were shouts behind us in Arabic. Two of his men emerged from the Temple of Kentkaz, holding a round parcel. I felt a sinking sensation in my chest when I realized it was Aziz's head. When I turned around, the detective's smile was gone and he was aiming a small pistol at Sitri's chest. He nodded to his men and they searched us, looking surprised when they found the curved daggers and short sword. They forced us around and put us in handcuffs roughly. We didn't have time to corroborate a story, so I just shouted loudly that our guide tricked us into a private tour, then fell into the hole and broke his own neck. Hopefully the others would back me up. They asked for our IDs and passports, but we had none other than Sitri's fake ID. At the police station, they separated us into different holding cells. "Guess we should have put Aziz in the box too," Jessie said when we were finally alone. "No body, no crime." "We'll have to remember that for the next time an ancient demon murders our Egyptian tour guide," I said, leaning back against the metal folding cot. There was a thin mattress and pillow, but I hated the thought of spending the night in here. Our run-in with the leech had seriously undermined my confidence. I'd never seen a leech that powerful, other than Puriel. To still have that much magic, after all this time, he must have been a god among men. Egypt was more dangerous than I suspected, with far older magic. But at least now we had a place to start looking. Alexandria. We just had to find a way to escape the prison first. "Shouldn't the guys have broken us out by now?" Jessie asked, standing on a chair to peek out through the small barred window. "Maybe they're waiting till night to escape," I said, "so they don't hurt anyone else." "Yeah, but we're wasting time," Jessie said.
We should be out there, looking. I know, all right? You think I like being stuck in here? If we can't get out, we'll have to call for backup, which would probably mean giving up and going home without answers. We have to find a way out of here before Abel figures out where we are and sends help. Can't you do something? Jessie went to the door and I held my breath as she mumbled some charm over it and waved her hands. Abracadabra, she whispered loudly. Open sesame. That's not funny, I said when she turned to smirk at me. I'm not Houdini, she said. I thought Maddie taught you something. Wishing she were here instead? Jessie folded her arms. I bit my lip to keep myself from getting into a fight. Instead, I laid back on the hard flatbed, rolling the thin pillow into a ball. We had a toilet in the center of the room. I had to pee, but didn't want to do it here. It smelled and reminded me of the JDRI dungeon where they'd sent me after stabbing Dennis with a fork. I was nearly dozing off when I heard the click of a lock. I looked up to see Jessie's surprised expression as she pushed open the door to our cell. You did that? I asked. I guess so, she said. I can't believe it worked. I threw my legs down and got up quickly. I flicked a finger towards the guard at the desk and he slumped over unconscious. That's so awesome, Jessie said. Grab the keys, I said, pointing at the wall. They'd put our personal belongings in a locker earlier, and I fumbled the keychain until I got the right one open and retrieved our gear. We found the boys down the hall in another cell. They looked surprised to see us. How did you get out? Sitri asked. Magic, Jessie grinned. I took out 2 more guards on the way back to the exit, tapping their threads just lightly enough to knock them out. Hopefully they'd wake up in a few hours with nothing more than a slight headache. It was dark outside, which made it easier to disappear down the side streets and alleys until we were sure we weren't being followed. We ended up in a seedy district of the city, with a crowded night market full of exotic smells. So, now what? I asked finally. I need a shower and a change of clothes, Jessie said. We can't go back to the hotel, Sitri said. They took my fake ID. I'm sure they'll trace it back to the hotel booking. They're probably already there, waiting for us to show up. That detective got most of my cash, and our weapons are at the hotel. Not all of them, I said, holding up the bag. I still had my glove and a few Q-bombs that Jessie was carrying earlier. Sitri grabbed his daggers and handed Puriel the short sword. Right now, we should get off the street till we figure out our next move. Coffee? Jessie said, pointing to a dark pub across the street. I don't think this is a touristy area, and we stand out. We sunk into a dark corner booth, trying to avoid the stares of the locals, and ordered lamb shawarma and falafel. The leech said Isis was in Alexandria, I said quietly. 1,000 years ago, Sitri mumbled. Still, it's the only lead we have. Only one problem, Puriel said, pointing at a TV screen mounted on the wall. My face was on it, followed by the others, with text in Arabic. Shit, I said. They took our photos when they booked us. It looks like they have just issued a warrant for our arrest. Great, Jessie said. We're wanted fugitives. It was a long shot anyway, Sitri said, rubbing his jaw. But now that our cover is blown, it's not safe to stay out in the open. I promised Abel I'd call if we got into any trouble. Now that our faces are on the news, everyone is going to know we're in Egypt. The gods don't watch human news, I said. Other than Heth, and he'll cover for us, I think. There's one more thing, Sitri said, stirring yogurt into his tabbouleh salad. Abel gave me a time limit of 48 hours. What? And you didn't think to tell me earlier?
I'm telling you now.
He said. But we haven't found anything yet, I said, and we've already been here, how long?
18 hours. Maybe we should regroup, get help. We still don't even know what we're looking for.
No, I said, we're not giving up. We just got here.
Well, we can't fly because they'd recognize us. I'm sure they have the airport blocked off.
How else can we get to Alexandria? Jessie asked.
We'll have to take a boat,
Sitri said. How long will that take?
A day, at least,
Sitri said. I frowned. That didn't leave us much time left. Then I guess we'd better get started. I drained the rest of my tea in one gulp and put the empty cup on the table before reaching for my coat. By the time we made it to the harbor, the sun was rising. We'd picked up a change of clothes on the way, and Jessie and I wiped ourselves down in a McDonald's bathroom. Not exactly the luxury experience, Jessie said. There is something to be said for Americans' hygiene standards, I said, splitting a hash brown with her and sipping my orange juice. The harbor was full of green and blue boats with white sails. We sat near the pier as Sitri negotiated with the captain of a small raft. Jessie looked right at home in a white dress and an oversized sun hat that hid her face. I preferred dark sunglasses and a baseball cap. I couldn't find any jeans, though, so I grabbed a loose-fitting linen suit and a purple shawl to wrap around my head and neck.
We're leaving in 20 minutes, Sitri said. It's going to be a long trip. You should pick out some food or snacks from the market. Back here in 15.
A line of covered tents and shops surrounded the pier. We grabbed a few loaves of bread, some butter, honey, and sliced ham, and a few large bottles of water. The market was less touristy than the ones I was used to, though it still had the odd stack of brightly colored carpets or the pile of bronze antiques. I paused to watch a young man charming a cobra out of a basket with a wooden flute. Then a girl near him drew my eye. She was doing some kind of magic trick with a rope. "They're Hekau," Jessie said next to me, "Egyptian seekers." The girl made a loop and tied a thick knot in the middle of the rope, then slid the knot off completely and tossed it into the air. She caught it again in the middle, then cut through the knot with a knife. The rope fell apart into 3 long pieces. She gathered them together in her hands, then held her hands up and the rope was one long piece again. She grabbed it suddenly with her other hand, and it became a long stick. A few onlookers clapped their hands, and some tossed coins into the plastic dish she'd put out in front of her. "Can you teach me how to do that?" I asked, stepping forward. The girl smiled, then grabbed her dish and ran away quickly. "Wait!" I shouted, running after her. She ducked under tables and over stacks of vegetables. I followed awkwardly, shoving people out of the way to catch up with her. A man with tattoos on his face grabbed my wrist, peering at me. I pushed him away and finally caught up with the girl at the end of a short alley. High walls cut us off from the sun, and as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw her run straight up the wall, grabbing at the edge of the roof and pulling herself up like an acrobat. Shit, there's no way I could do that. I sighed, catching my breath. I wasn't even sure why I chased after her. Maybe the slim hope that an Egyptian seeker performing tricks with knotted ropes might have the answers I was looking for. My eyes scanned the walls for another way to reach her, but I finally had to admit she was gone. The sound of a sword being pulled from its scabbard made me turn around suddenly.
"Are you Cadence Monroe?" asked a deep voice from behind me.
The light was behind him, so I only saw his silhouette at first. Gradually, I could make out more details. His bald head glistened in the early light, and his dark beard sparkled like it was filled with gold dust. He had gold-hooped earrings, and something was wrong with his lips. They looked dark green in the dim alley. "I am?" I said cautiously. I wasn't sure if revealing my name was a good idea, but on the off chance he was another seeker, my identity might loosen his tongue.
I was told to look for someone with a red mark around her wrist, he said, nodding towards my arm. And you are? I asked, reaching into my bag for my iron glove. My name is Philinos Cadmus. You killed my mistress. Prepare to die. He lunged at me without warning, and his sword passed so close to my ear I could feel the vibrations of the metal quivering from the force of his thrust. I barely moved out of the way before a second swing. I shoved my hand into the iron glove and lifted my arm just in time to block the next strike, praying Hef's handiwork was strong enough to protect my arm. Sparks flew out as I deflected the blade and stumbled backwards. I grabbed his thread before he had time to strike again. It was distinct, not difficult to spot. A shiny, bright green thread. I grabbed it with the iron glove and pulled as hard as I could before letting go. It twanged like a guitar string, and the man crumpled into a pile of crooked limbs, like a marionette after someone let go of his strings. But only a second later, the man started picking himself back up again. I gripped the thread again, squeezing tightly with my iron fingers, but he didn't stop moving. "What are you?" I asked, backing away. I am son of Cadmus, one of the 5 noble families descended from the slain serpent, champion of Athena, and I will get my revenge on her murder. He got to his feet, pulled up by an invisible force. His sword scraped on the ground behind him until his arm snapped back into place. Something rippled under the surface of his skin, something large and coiled. I reached up with my other hand, gripping his thread tightly with both fists. I could feel it slither through my palms like a salamander. I searched the alley for any kind of sharp instrument, but I didn't have time before he lifted his arm to strike again. He was much slower with me gripping his thread, but he kept moving. I yanked the thread down again with both hands, letting it snap backwards loudly. The momentum flung him against the far wall. I sprinted in the other direction before he hit the ground. I'd barely reached the market when I saw Sitri and Jessie looking for me. Sitri's face looked relieved when he saw me, but then his eyes narrowed. He reached towards his waist and grabbed his 2 long daggers. I froze as his hands shot out and the 2 daggers flew past me. I heard a grunt, much closer than I expected, and turned around to see the man on one knee, with a knife buried to the hilt in his chest. The other he pulled out of his leg, slashing after me. I struck his thread again, kicking the blade out of his limp hand, but I knew he wouldn't stay down for long. "Run!" I shouted. We raced down the steps. Jessie tossed the Bagstapurial who was waiting for us on the bow of the flat rectangular raft. We jumped onto the boat as Sitri untied the anchor and pushed it away from the shore, yelling at the ship's captain. Together, with long wooden oars, they steered the raft out into the bay. We were already 20 feet out when the man walked to the edge of the pier. I half expected him to jump into the water and swim after us. Instead, he pulled the blade out of his chest and held it loosely to one side. I could see it dripping green blood, the sunrise behind him as Puriel lifted the sail and the wind filled it up. 12. Once we pulled out of the harbor, I was overcome with exhaustion. I hadn't really slept since leaving Neva, and between the leech and the weird bald guy, I barely had enough energy to keep my eyelids open. I settled back into the pile of pillows and the thick, shaggy carpet covering the raft, and let the gentle rocking of the boat lure me into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, the sun was high in the sky. The wide sail kept us mostly in shade, but my skin was still sticky with sweat from the heat. I brushed a dragonfly off my arm, letting my hand drift into the cool water, and then splashed my arms and face. Cairo was far behind us now, and all I could see on the shore was a dense curtain of palm trees. The raft's owner and his son sat in the front, steering along the shallow river with long, dark paddles. Jessie and Sitri were still asleep, so I reached over quietly and grabbed a bottle of water from our bag of supplies. Puriel was sitting against one corner with his hands folded in his lap, but his eyes flickered open at my movement.
He reached into the bag of dates and tossed one to me. I smiled and popped it into my mouth. It was dry and too sweet. I opened a package of crackers, then settled next to him. I thought you hated water, I asked. The ocean and its depths. The creatures there are loyal to Poseidon. Here, the gods are wild. The animals have no loyalty. Plus, this water is not so deep. Occasionally, we passed settlements with thatched huts made from red clay bricks with long stretches of dark green water. Rugged red hills peaked above the splintered fronds of the palm trees. After a while, I asked the driver to pull over so I could use the bathroom. I pushed through the foliage for some privacy and had just finished peeing when movement in the bushes startled me. I stood up quickly, straightening my clothes just as a woman appeared in front of me. She was carrying a large clay urn on her head, probably full of water, and looked surprised to see me. She said something to me in Arabic. I reached into my pockets and pulled out some Egyptian bills, but she shook her head and waved her hand. It wasn't money she wanted. She mimicked writing on her arm. A pen! You want a pen? I'm sorry, I don't have one, I said. She smiled, then turned briskly and disappeared into the greenery. Back at the raft, Sitri and Jessie were awake. Jessie had bought a deck of cards at the market, and she was teaching Puriel how to play speed. Sitri was stretching on the shore, but curled back up into the pillows once we were on the river again. Why would she want a pen? I asked after I told them about the girl. Probably for school, or maybe drawing, Sitri said. Girls aren't encouraged to do either, so pens are rare in rural areas. I hated thinking about someone not being able to do what they enjoyed, for something as simple as not having a pen. Back at JDRI, I'd always tuck them behind my ears or in my pockets and forget about them. At the end of the day, I was usually carrying 3 or 4. The captain's young son opened a thermos and prepared tea for us, strong black leaves with a lump of sugar at the bottom. We settled back into the rhythm of the boat, taking in the scenery until Jessie interrupted the silence. So, now that we're all rested, are we going to talk about what happened back at the market? You know, the creepy bearded guy who was trying to kill you. He said he was a son of Cadmus, I shrugged. Apparently he was pissed at me for killing Athena. But you did not kill Athena, Puriel said. I might have helped a little, I said, finishing my tea. Who is Cadmus? Jessie asked. The bringer of literacy and civilization, according to legend, Sitri said, sitting up with a yawn. And the first Greek hero. I looked at him expectantly, waiting for more information. He sighed and picked up the deck of playing cards, shuffling them together absently before he continued speaking. Cadmus was a Phoenician prince, the grandson of Poseidon. When his sister Europa was abducted by Zeus, his father sent him out into the world to find her and bring her home. Unsuccessful, he consulted a Delphic oracle, which ordered him to give up his quest, follow a cow, and build a town in the spot where she lay down. He did so and founded the city of Thebes. To purify the new city, his first task was to sacrifice the cow to Athena, so he sent scouts to find fresh water at a local spring. But everyone he sent failed to return, because the spring was guarded by a water dragon. Cadmus eventually went to the spring himself and killed the dragon. He was instructed by Athena to sow the dragon's teeth, Puriel said, taking up the myth. The dragon's teeth grew into a fearsome race of warriors called the Spartoi, or sown men. Cadmus threw a jewel in their midst, causing them to fight each other to the death, until only the strongest were left. These 5 warriors became the keeper of Thebes. So wait, the guy at the market was some kind of descendant of these Spartoi? Jessie asked. Why was he in Egypt, and why go after Kai? The Spartoi were loyal to Athena, Sitri said. Seems like they're angry about you killing her. Great, I said. So an ancient clan of snake warriors is out to get me. What happened to Europa? Jessie asked.
Zeus seduced her in the form of a handsome white bull, then carried her off from her family. Eventually, she married a human king, becoming the first queen of Crete.
So Zeus used her and discarded her? Jessie said, crossing her arms. Typical. Cadmus never found her? I asked.
The Oracle of Delphi said not to worry about her because she was safe.
And what happened to Cadmus?
He wasn't so lucky. The water dragon he killed was sacred to Ares, so the god demanded 8 years of service to repay the debt. But he was impressed with Cadmus, so after the debt was repaid, he let Cadmus marry his own daughter, Harmonia, the offspring between him and Aphrodite.
And I thought my family was screwed up, Jessie mumbled. Wait, Ares and Aphrodite were a thing? I asked.
For a while, before Dionysus was on the scene. Actually, Harmonia is Dionysus's grandmother.
Of course she is, I said, my head spinning.
Cadmus had 5 children, a son and 4 daughters. Later, Zeus abducted his daughter Semele and bore Dionysus. Hera plotted her destruction, but Zeus saved the child. Ino was driven mad by Hera and jumped into the sea with her son. Autona was killed by hounds, and Agave unknowingly killed her own son, Pentheus, after being driven into a drunken frenzy by Dionysus.
At least there's a happy ending, Jessie said, rolling her eyes.
I shouldn't tell you this,
Sitri said.
But it was Hef's doing. He was jealous about Athena and Ares. He couldn't move against them directly, but he didn't want their offspring to find happiness either. The wedding of Cadmus and Europa was the first human wedding attended by the gods. Hef didn't attend, but he sent a wedding present, a charmed necklace that gave its wearer bad luck.
Wow, bitter much? Jessie said.
It was a long time ago,
Sitri said.
The gods were dealing with emotions they'd never felt before.
That doesn't excuse it, Jessie said.
No, I guess not. But I guess as you get older, you regret some of the things you might have done when you were younger.
Sitri held my gaze, and I wondered how many terrible things he'd had to do. First, as Zeus's wild pack of wolves, then as Abel's guard dog. I wondered if Cadmus's dragon was as big as the water snake that almost drowned me in Greece. Was that seriously only a week ago? I'd lost track of the days. Wait, but if he's Spartoi, why was he in Egypt?
Cadmus was a descendant of Nilus, on his mother's side. So he founded 2 Thebes, one in Greece and later one in Egypt. It was used as the capital during the Middle Kingdom and was called the City of the Scepter.
Nilus? Like the river? I asked.
The Nile was life in the desert.
Sitri nodded.
During a drought or a rainy season, the Nile would wipe out whole cities, flood or famine. Her temperament had to be kept carefully balanced with ceremonies and offerings.
I put my hand over the boat, feeling the cool water against my skin. It was hard to imagine the river as a goddess. Something moving under the surface of the water caught my eye. I thought it was just a leaf at first, but as I widened my focus, I could see a massive shape covered in scales. I snapped my hand back just as a large yellow eye blinked up at me. Sitri barely had time to fling me backwards before enormous jaws bit off a huge chunk of the raft. We landed safely on the pillows, but the boat rocked so much Jessie and the guide's son were thrown overboard. "Jessie!" I shouted, stretching my arm towards her. Sitri shifted faster than I'd ever seen him. I blinked and he was double in size. A huge black wolf with blue eyes. He jumped in the water, paddling towards Jessie. She clutched his fur and dragged herself onto his back. He bounded towards the riverbank and let her off. Puriel lifted me up and tossed me towards shore, just as the huge crocodile took another bite out of the ship, destroying the raft completely. Puriel jumped from the splintered chunks of wood to the alligator's back, then plunged his sword through its head. It writhed and bucked, but he held on, kneeling and grasping the hilt so tightly it snapped off. Sitri swam back and bit his teeth through the animal's midsection, shaking his head wildly until the creature finally stopped thrashing and sank into the bloody water. When they came back, both were dripping wet. Sitri shifted back to his human form, his clothes torn to rags and hanging loosely around his exposed chest. Puriel's thin shirt clung to his body, revealing every quivering muscle on his chiseled abs and making the dark tattoos on his arms stand out clearly against his pale skin. "Damn," Jessie said quietly behind me. "It was almost worth all that for this view." 13. We had to walk 3 miles to find a village, and Sitri hired someone with a jeep to drive us the rest of the way to Alexandria. There was no room for the boat's driver and his son, but they said they'd catch another ride. I felt bad about their boat, but I saw Sitri pass them a few gold coins. "Trust me, they're getting the better deal," he said. "How many of those do you have left?" I asked. "A few. They're easier to spend than the diamonds I have hidden up my ass." Jessie cracked up laughing, and I saw Sitri smirk. I was pretty sure he was kidding. The unpaved road was bumpy for the first 20 minutes, but then we hit a highway. It only took an hour along the coast to reach Alexandria. We got dropped off downtown along the wide, curving waterfront overlooking the bay. Sitri found a pawnshop and traded some more coins for a stack of cash. Our clothes were mostly dry already, and Sitri had picked up a new robe in the village, but we bought some new accessories so we didn't look quite so frazzled. I picked out a black dress with long sleeves, embroidered with elegant designs at the hems. It was a little too fancy, but with the beige hijab that wrapped around my neck and hair, I stood out much less. Plus, it covered most of my hand, which meant I could wear my black glove all the time. We'd already had too many close calls to risk another accident. "So, where do we start?" Jessie asked. I looked around at the modern buildings and shops, and the waterfront teeming with tourists. "We're about midway up the Corniche, or Sea Promenade. That's the El Gunde El Magul Square," Sitri said, pointing at a curved monument with pillars and steps. "This is the eastern harbor. Out there to the left was once Pharaoh's Island. Alexander built a land bridge, almost a mile long, to connect it to the mainland and create a man-made harbor." "Wait," Jessie said. "You mean Alexander the Great, right?" "The city is named after him," Sitri nodded, "though it's much older. He conquered Egypt in 332 BC. After he died, one of his generals, Ptolemy I Soter, stole his remains as they were heading back to his birthplace in Macedonia, in order to maintain political power here by declaring himself pharaoh. He set up the Ptolemaic dynasty, a Hellenistic kingdom that ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years, and which ended with the death of Cleopatra in 30 BC. That fortress at the end is the citadel of Kate Bay," Sitri said, pointing to a large castle on the edge of a peninsula. "It's where the lighthouse of Alexandria used to be. Originally, it was the 3rd tallest building in the world, after the 2 largest pyramids, and could be seen 30 miles out to sea and shone like a star with mysterious power. It collapsed in a series of earthquakes starting in 956. Sultan Kate Bey used the stones to build the castle you see now in 1480 to defend the city against the Turkish. Now it's just a museum, and behind it is the aquarium. Over there, to the right," Sitri pointed, "used to be the royal quarter, where the palaces of the pharaoh and the great library were located. Most of it's underwater now. They built a new library where the old one used to be." The sleek round building stood out against the weathered yellow limestones. I looked across the bay to the imposing castle-like fort, then in the other direction towards the library. Between them, along the promenade, white beach umbrellas framed the blue and yellow boats rocking in the harbor. A cool sea breeze ruffled a flock of brightly colored balloons and racks of cotton candy from walking merchants. "It's all so modern," I said, frowning. "Isn't there anything older?"
"Sure," Sitri said. "This way."
We cut away from the coast and headed deeper into the city, where the roads were tight and crowded. Engine exhaust mixed with spices as restaurants cooked meat on small outdoor grills. I wrapped my scarf tighter around my face to block the smell. Bright layers of paint peeled away from the weathered buildings. Everything looked dirty and broken. 10 minutes later, we found a wide park filled with Roman ruins and surrounded by leafy trees. "Much better," I said, taking a deep breath of fresh air. We looked through the ancient complex, but aside from a handful of tourists, there wasn't much to see. The remains of a Roman amphitheater, bathhouses, and a villa with frescoes. I studied the broken pillars, caved arches, and eroded faces of large statues, but I didn't notice anything that stood out or reminded me of Isis. "Somehow, I thought this would be easier," I mumbled. "It's a beautiful day, and nobody has tried to kill us for at least an hour," Jessie said, taking pictures with a disposable camera she'd picked up in Cairo. "How much easier do you want?" I stuck my tongue out childishly, and she laughed. I knew she was just trying to cheer me up, but I wasn't here to play tourist.
"What's that?"
Puriel said, pointing to a standing pillar in the distance.
"Pompeii's pillar," Sitri said. "It's all that's left of the Serapeum, which was one of the largest pagan temples outside of Rome."
"Should we check it out?" I asked. "Sure, as long as we get a snack first," Jessie said. We stopped at a small diner and Sitri ordered something that looked like folded pizza, topped with meat, bell peppers, garlic, and cumin. "Not bad," I said, biting into the pastry.
"Awful sandwiches are a specialty of Alexandria,"
Sitri said. "What's awful?" Jessie asked.
"Variety meats,"
Sitri said, stuffing the last of the crust in his mouth.
"Mostly liver, but it could also mean cow or sheep brains."
"Ew," Jessie said, putting it down on her plate. Puriel helped her finish it, then grinned as he licked his fingers. The restaurant was filled with small framed prints similar to the stuff we'd seen all over Egypt. Acrylic paint on flattened papyrus. One featured a stylized eye in blue and gold paint. "What's that?" I asked, pointing at the symbol.
"The Wajet,"
Sitri said, finishing his Coke.
"A protection symbol. It represents the eye of Horus."
"Isn't he the son of Isis?" I asked.
"Kind of," Sitri said. "Isis had two brothers, Osiris and Set. Isis helped Osiris rule Egypt, teaching mankind about wheat and barley, and how to make bread and beer and wine. But Set was jealous, so he tricked Osiris into a box, ripped him into 14 pieces, and scattered him down the Nile. Isis brought him back, at least his vital essence, and created Horus."
Isis resurrected her dead lover. Somehow I missed that detail. Wasn't that exactly what I'd done to Sitri, or what I was trying to do? I filed it away as Sitri continued.
"Horus grew up and declared war on Set for his father's murder. During one battle, Set gouged out Horus's left eye and tore it into 6 pieces. However, Thoth had several minor deities manage to restore the eye and return it to Horus. By some accounts, Horus will end up sacrificing the eye Thoth healed to resurrect Osiris. Others say whoever looks into the blue eye of Horus will see the future. It's a symbol of courage, strength, and sacrifice. It's also the basis of the modern RX symbol you see on modern pharmacies."
I looked again at the pictures on the walls, searching for more clues. The art may be meant for tourists, but the stories were ancient. Maybe some of them started from a kernel of truth. As Sitri went to get the bill, a young girl approached the table, her dark hair covered in a white cloth. She couldn't have been more than 10 years old, but she was holding a dark-skinned baby in one arm and a bundle of red roses in the other. She placed the roses on the table, then stared silently at me with her large dark eyes. When I tried to ignore her, she thrust the baby up closer. He was cute. I resisted the urge to pinch his fat cheeks. "Please, mister," she said to Puriel. "You buy. Flowers for pretty ladies." She picked up the roses and leaned across the table towards him. I'd taken off my gloves to eat, and the girl's arm brushed against my bare hand. I jerked backwards, knocking over a glass of water, then stood up quickly, backing away from the table. Jessie grabbed a stack of napkins to soak up the spill, but I couldn't take my eyes away from the water. It pooled on the edge of the table and started dripping on the floor. Sitri was at my side a moment later, eyeing the girl suspiciously. "What happened?" Sitri asked. "What did she do to you?" I shook my head, trying to clear the vision, but I knew what I'd seen. "She's going to drown," I said quietly. "Soon." I made Sitri give the girl some money, even though he said keeping the flowers would draw too much attention. The vision had been strong, which meant she only had a few days left to live. I wanted to follow her home, to warn her family, but I settled by making Sitri translate a message. No matter what happens, stay out of the sea. Even after she was gone, I was haunted by the girl's lifeless face, obscured by the dark blue waters, eyes gazing blankly forward as her dark hair and white dress drifted around her. "We can't save everyone," Sitri said, steering me out of the restaurant. 20 minutes later, as we walked through the traffic and city, I was still shaken. But I tried to put the incident behind me and focus on our mission. We emerged from the city into a sprawling complex of ancient ruins surrounding Pompey's Pillar. "It's huge," Jessie said, looking up at the massive chunk of stone. It stretched into the sky, flanked by 2 smaller sphinxes. 285 tons, Sitri said, carved from a single piece of rose basalt, moved more than 100 miles from the quarry in Aswan. It's one of the largest monolithic columns ever erected. "But it's Roman, right?" I frowned. "Not Greek or Egyptian." "Those names lose meaning here," Sitri said. "This hill was the citadel of Rakites, dedicated to the worship of Osiris long before Alexander showed up. The Ptolemies built the Temple of Serapis, their Greek version of the same god. Alexandria was a melting pot of cultures, and Isis wasn't just an Egyptian goddess. As the city grew in trade and influence, worship of Isis soared through the Greco-Roman world. By the time of Cleopatra, there was already a temple of Isis and Serapis in Rome." I bit my lip, struggling to keep up with all this history. Cleopatra was actually the last of the Greek royalty to rule Alexandria, and the first Ptolemaic ruler who could actually speak Egyptian. According to history, she spoke 12 languages and was educated in mathematics, philosophy, oratory, and astronomy. Here, with a collection of 200,000 manuscripts given to her by Mark Antony, Cleopatra started the Second Great Library of Alexandria. "There were 2?" Jessie asked. "The whole city was practically a library. The Serapeum was less like a temple and more like a modern university campus. The city had a policy. Whenever a ship came into port, they would take every book or a manuscript, make a copy, then keep the original version. Science and medicine flourished, and Alexandria became the center for research and invention." I looked again at the scale of the pillar, imagining how large the original temple would have been. It was impressive, but I sensed no magic here. Nearby, we found the foundations of rooms and hallways made of dusty brick stone and a flat courtyard filled with archaeological remains lined up neatly and marked with chalk. Towards the edges, the stones sloped into a steep hill covered over with bright green grass that swallowed up the rubble. "So what happened to it?" I asked, crossing my arms. "Well, you could say it was too successful," Sitri said.
Cleopatra grew to power by making an alliance with Caesar, who was smitten with her. By that time, Egypt was a vast, rich kingdom, and as the last of the Ptolemaic pharaohs, she considered herself Isis in the flesh. As a favor to her, Caesar unveiled a new temple in Rome to Venus Genetrix, which was Rome's version of Aphrodite, but focused on her more conservative roles of motherhood and domesticity. Hera was already pissed off, because those were her roles, but Caesar made it even worse by making the main idol a portrait of his Egyptian lover.
I bet that went over well, Jessie said.
Hera stirred up the senators, who were already concerned about the influence his foreign queen was having on their leader, who was supposed to be guided by Republican virtues. They stabbed him to death on the floor of the Senate. After that, Rome was split between two rulers, Mark Antony, the young general who was popular with the armies, and Caesar's successor, Octavian. Cleopatra supported Antony's civil war, but Octavian triumphed in the end. Rather than surrendering, Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide together in her palace in Alexandria. He fell on his sword, while she held a deadly viper to her breast.
That's tragic, said Jessie, like Romeo and Juliet.
Shakespeare actually wrote a play about the fated lovers,
Sitri said,
though it's not as popular.
Where is Cleopatra's palace? I asked. Can we see it?
It used to be on the island of Antirodos,
Sitri said,
but it sank in the 4th century after an earthquake caused a massive tsunami. Cleopatra's royal chambers and a small temple of Isis are underwater now.
What about her tomb? Jessie asked.
Cleopatra and Antony are said to have been buried together in Egypt, though the location has never been found.
I sighed, looking over the dusty ruins. Sitri said Cleopatra considered herself Isis on Earth, but it was like she'd been scrubbed from history. Nothing more than a cautionary tale of forbidden romance.
Even under Roman rule, Alexandria continued to flourish until 825 AD.
Sitri continued, finishing his history lesson.
When Zeus's rebranded monotheism began persecuting pagans. In 391, Emperor Theodosius I ordered the destruction of all pagan temples. Books were burned, shrines looted, statues toppled and smashed. The Neoplatonist philosopher Hypatia, a brilliant mathematician, was publicly murdered by a mob. She was well connected politically, but drew scandal by her daring to teach others and speak her mind openly in public assemblies. Rumors accused her of using satanic wiles and magic charms to confound her allies. She was stripped naked, stabbed with pottery shards and oyster shells, and had her eyes cut out. Then she was ripped into pieces and burnt. When Theodosius died 4 years later, the Western Roman Empire fell into irrevocable decline.
I shuddered at Citri's grisly story, but I was only half paying attention. We were wasting time, but I was out of suggestions. The genie said Isis was in Egypt. The leech said she was in Alexandria, but I didn't know where else to look. We wandered the ruins for nearly an hour, looking over broken sphinxes and headless statues, but there was nothing else to discover. I really thought Isis would be here, I said, but there's no sign of her.
There's one,
Sitri said, nodding to a life-size statue standing off to the side by itself. It was vaguely female, but the head and arms had long since broken off. She was wearing thick robes and curving folds as if blown by the wind.
That's Isis? Jessie asked. How can you even tell? Isis Feria, the guardian of the city. Most coins show her with a sail and a lighthouse, the symbol of Alexandria. It's a play on words, a joke about the mixed cultures found in the city. Pharos is the island the lighthouse sits on, but Pharos, in Greek, means cloth or sail. As Isis Feria, she's the protector of both Greek and Egyptian sailors. She welcomes all, not just by providing safe passage and calm waters, but also as the spiritual guide. Just as the lighthouse turned Alexandria's dangerous seas and tricky harbors into commerce-friendly ports, the spiritual light of the goddess served as a guide for human souls. "So we should check there, right?" I asked. "There's nothing left. It lasted for centuries, but was toppled by a powerful earthquake in 956. In 1365, Alexandria was brutally sacked by the armies of the Crusaders. Finally, the stubby remnant disappeared in 1480, when the Sultan Kate Bey repurposed the stones and platform for his medieval fortress." "So, that's it?" I sighed heavily. It was all ancient history and legend. Isis was once the beating heart of the city, but there was no trace of her now. "There is one more place to look," Sitri said, "not far from here." We followed him to another site a few blocks away, and he pointed to a large green sign that read, "The Catacombs of Kom el Shokafa?" "Roman burial chambers," Sitri explained. "1st century. "Ugh, do we have to?" Jessie rolled her eyes. "I've been underground enough on this trip to last a lifetime. Why don't you three go, and I'll stay here and eat ice cream?" She nodded to a cafe nearby with a selection of gelato and waffle cones. "You can't stay here alone," Sitri said. "I like ice cream," Puriel said with a shrug. "Fine," Sitri said, pushing his hair back. "But don't go anywhere." Sitri bought the two of us tickets, and we descended a curved staircase around a wide well that opened up into a large entrance chamber. Statues of twin cobras guarded the doorway, crowned with round circles. Just above the doorway was a winged disc underneath a crescent moon. The catacombs extended deep underground like a maze. The lower levels were flooded with water, which reflected the carvings and murals, and made it seem like we could fall right through the floor. I wanted a closer look at the wall engravings, so I took off my shoes and socks and walked out across the unstable wooden board. Inside a smaller room, images depicted a burial. On one side of the coffin stood the winged Isis displaying her feathers, next to a black bird on a pedestal. On the other side was a figure with a jackal's head. In the center, behind the coffin, was a large bull that represented Osiris. "Anubis," Sitri said. "Guider of souls, protector of tombs and cemeteries. There were actually 4 siblings. Isis had a twin sister named Nephthys, who was with Set. One day Osiris slept with her, mistaking her for Isis. She had a son, but abandoned it to be raised by dogs, out of fear for her husband's jealousy. Isis rescued the child, and he became her guard and ally." It sounded strangely similar to the story of how Abel had taken Sitri in, but I didn't want to bring it up, so I pointed to the bird instead and lifted my eyebrows. "A kite," Sitri said. "Fierce and loyal. Some say Isis was a shifter and took that form, but it could be just a legend." I let my fingers drift over the stone, listening to the silence of the tomb and slow drips of water. I felt like all the symbols must be pointing to something, a clue, if only I was clever enough to figure it out and put it all together. But there was nothing. "She's here, she's everywhere, but she isn't." "I know," Sitri said softly. "Then why are we even here? Why show me this?" "Because," Sitri said quietly again, "I think there's an important message. Isis saved Osiris, but then she let him go to focus on the living." "No," I said sharply, my eyes watering. I blinked back tears, pretending I had dust in my eye, but I knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to say goodbye. "You did your best," he said. "I've been fighting against Zeus for thousands of years. I always figured I'd give my life to the cause. It's been an honor and a privilege to know you, Cadence Monroe." "Shut up!" I turned, punching his chest with my fist.
My fingers lingered, and I could feel his warm heartbeat through my palm. It's my fault your thread is tied to his. You can't die because of my stupid mistake. I can fix this. I have to at least try.
You have tried, but now it's time to go home.
I'm so sorry, I said. My throat was burning painfully, and the air felt suddenly too thin, like there wasn't enough oxygen in the chamber. I sucked in a deep breath, tasting the wet, earthy smell of the catacombs.
You did it because you cared about me,
he said, lifting my chin.
And if you hadn't tied the thread, I'd be dead already. Maybe it's just my time. If these are my last few days, I'm glad I got to spend them here, with you.
Don't say that. We'll find a way. The genie mentioned something called the Emerald Tablet. Maybe we don't need Isis. Maybe we can find it ourselves. There must be some reference in the library or the museum. My voice cracked, and I realized suddenly how alone we were. Completely, for the first time since the island of Kos. I reached my arms around him and pulled him closer, and this time he didn't resist. He kissed me, not roughly like he had before, but gently, softly. I felt a tear slide down my cheek, and he smoothed it away with his thumb, cradling my face in his hands. I turned my cheek against his warm palms. Then I pulled away suddenly, my eyes widening. No visions, I said. If you were going to die, I'd see it, and I don't. That has to mean something. It has to mean we found a way to save you.
Cadence,
he said, tilting his head. I'm not giving up. I turned his hand, kissing his palm. We are here now. We keep looking. He fixed me with his clear blue eyes, then nodded with a sad smile. Something furry touched my leg and I flinched, but when I looked down, it was just a black cat. He rubbed against my shin, then crossed the room and turned like he was waiting for us. I followed him down the hallway and into a small chamber near the front of the catacombs. It was nearly bare, except for a small alcove where a statue would have been. Faint text had been etched into the wall. I blew into the cracks and rubbed away the dust. What does it say? I asked Sitri.
To the oracle at Siwa, who knows all things.
What's Siwa? I asked.
You've heard of the Oracle of Delphi, right? Siwa was the Egyptian version. When Alexander wanted to rule Alexandria, he first needed approval from the oracle.
Wait, Alexander the Great had to ask permission from an oracle?
Yes. The people of Egypt would not have accepted him as a true ruler without the oracle's blessing. The only problem was, it was a perilous 8-day journey through the desert. Some say his troops got lost on the way and most died, but Alexander was guided by a bird.
My eyes widened as the pieces came crashing together. An oracle who knows all things, a winged goddess. This must be the clue I'd been looking for. I leaned up on my toes and kissed his cheek, then whispered in his ear, "How fast can we get there?" 14. The drive from Alexandria to Siwa should have taken 6 hours, but we made it in 3, due to Sitri's breakneck driving. The first half followed the coastline, then we cut through the Sahara Desert past wind-swept, gently sloping sand dunes. Occasionally, we'd see a small cluster of white buildings, maybe a camel or a donkey pulling a cart, huddled around a handful of palm trees and a small water source. In other areas, alien rock formations and wide stretches of sand made me feel like I was on another planet. Sitri drove with one arm out the window and the wind blowing through his dark hair. Jesse spent the drive fiddling with the radio, flipping between an endless selection of pumping dance remixes. Puriel was reading a history of Alexandria he'd found in the glove compartment. I was just happy we were moving again. When Jessie caught me smiling for the 3rd time, she cranked up the music so the boys wouldn't hear us talking in the back seat. Did something happen between you two in the creepy catacombs? Oh my god, it did, didn't it? How romantic. Shut up, I said, biting back my smile. Sitri turned down the music a minute later, so I went back to watching the scenery. How did you afford this car anyway? Jessie asked. I thought we were running low on cash. Plus, isn't your fake ID burned now that the cops are looking for us?
Let's just say I borrowed it from a friend,
Sitri said. You have friends? Puriel said without looking up from his book.
Wow, did the torch just make a joke? They grow up so fast.
But seriously, I asked, how did you get it?
I might have implied the guy could drive better with arms.
We stole a car,
Puriel asked, frowning.
I stole a car, Boy Scout, Sitri said. But don't worry, I'm going to leave a note with the rest of our cash in the glove compartment. The owner will report it stolen, the police will find it easily, and when it's returned, they'll get a nice little surprise.
Isn't that going to cause problems for us? Jessie asked. They're already looking for us. Now a stolen car?
Relax. We'll be long gone by the time they find it. We're running out of time and we needed wheels. We'll check out Siwa and be back to Neva by tomorrow afternoon.
We spotted the oasis on the horizon long before we entered it. A bright patch of green against the endless dunes. Up close, it wasn't much to look at. A rocky hill surrounded by crumbling ruins and broken buildings. It looked practically abandoned. There was a tall tower on the hill and a few ancient structures, but nothing like the glories of Egypt we'd seen earlier. In the center of the small settlement was a natural spring spilling into a wide, round pool of water, reflecting the blue sky and green palm trees. A rusty sign labeled it Cleopatra's Pool.
We have less than 24 hours left,
Sitri said once we'd parked the car.
Are you sure this is how you want to spend them?
There's nowhere else I'd rather be, I said, pulling on my dark sunglasses. In his navy suit and white-collared shirt, Sitri looked as sharp as the day I'd met him. Puriel's blonde hair was harder to hide, but he was mostly covered up in a long robe and checkered turban. We walked up the hill, past a few small shops, a goat, and a rooster on a crumbling flight of stairs. Nobody paid us any attention, apart from the handful of small brown birds with black feet. Their chirps and whistles sounded almost human. A round path of stairs led into a series of tunnels. Old wells yawned at the still-standing walls, windowless eyes open to the sky. At the top was a single rectangular entrance made from 3 giant stones, leading into a sequence of doorways that made me feel like I was stepping through a portal. From the top, we could look out over the green palm trees surrounded by yellow sand. In the northwest corner of the complex, we found a faded sign for the Oracle Ruins. Inside, we could barely make out the carved reliefs of the founding deities, Amun Jupiter, and a seated woman whose face and name had been scraped off completely. I traced my hand across the features, biting my lip. I didn't know what I was expecting, but it was more than this. Had we come all this way for nothing? I don't understand, I said. All the signs pointed here. The bird, the cat, the oracle who knows all things, just like Isis. And the genie said she was buried in the sand. Let's look around, Jessie said. This place is huge. I nodded, and we split up to explore, tracing the labyrinth of passages through the ruins. I followed a path leading up higher into Gebel al-Mata, which a sign ominously translated as Mountain of the Dead. It was a honeycomb of tombs dating from the Greek and Roman era, spotted with holes and tunnels like an anthill. I turned a corner, then another, and found myself alone in a small courtyard. Movement startled me, but it was just a peacock, pecking at something against the wall with its elegant blue neck. I stepped towards it, and it fanned out a thick array of bright blue tail feathers. They stretched out several feet in either direction, watching me with 100 eyes and blocking my path. I looked past the bird to see what it had been so focused on, and noticed a small opening that looked almost like the top of an ancient doorway. My eyes widened when I noticed the sand was slowly pouring down inside the hole. A secret entrance. "Thank you," I said to the bird. "You're welcome," a voice said behind me. I whirled around, but I couldn't process what I was seeing. Behind me, in this abandoned settlement of dusty bricks and crumbling ruins, was a glamorous woman who looked like she'd just stepped out of a bridal magazine. She was wearing an exquisite white wedding dress with a long flowing train. A high waist and low neckline were decorated with silver filigree that continued in nearly transparent sleeves falling midway down her wrists. Her hair was done up in a fancy bun, and she was wearing a tall golden crown. Her delicate, soft features were marred only by the hard set of her dark eyebrows, the subtle frown on her lips, and the glitter of dark shards stitched into her dress like plated armor. "I think it's time we had a little chat," she said. Out of nowhere, a table and chairs appeared, filled with grapes, pomegranates, and bottles of chilled champagne on ice. She filled 2 crystal flutes and lifted her gossamer veil to drink from hers. Her thin wrists made her look frail, but I kept my eyes on the long, pointed scepter she held loosely in one hand. "About what?" I asked, without moving. I looked around for an exit, but the entrance I'd come in through had disappeared, replaced by 4 identical walls of stone. I was trapped. "My husband," the woman said. "I know how charming he can be. Trust me, I get it. It's natural to be attracted to him." "Hera," I said slowly with dawning comprehension. "Wait, you think me and Zeus?" "I just thought you should know. These little flings are common for him. They don't mean anything." I started to laugh, but the chuckle died in my throat as Hera's features hardened into something more terrifying. I wondered how much she knew about me, or my power. "You don't have to worry," I said, holding up my palms. "Zeus doesn't even want me, not like that. He's trying to kill me." "Smiting and sex have a lot in common." She smiled, tearing into a pomegranate with her bare hands and letting the red juice drip down her pale fingers. "It's a relationship, a contest of wills. He wants to dominate you, every part of you. It makes him feel powerful. Everyone resists at first," she said, chewing on the fruit. The dark juice left red stains on her lips as she spat out the seeds. "But he gets what he wants. Honestly, I don't see how you caught his interest. He usually goes for the pretty types." "I think there's been a misunderstanding," I said, slowly reaching a hand into my bag. "I'm nobody. I don't have a problem with you." "And I have no problems with you, except you seem to be taking up an unusual amount of my husband's time and energy, so I wanted to come see what all the fuss was about. I'll admit, I don't see anything at all remarkable about you." I tried to look as unremarkable as possible as I searched again for an escape. I thought about calling for help, but what could the others do against Hera? After all the terrible stories I'd heard, I knew we didn't stand a chance in a fight, at least not without the shears. She seemed pleased by my silence and relaxed into a chair. "Do you know how Zeus and I first started dating?" she said, changing the subject. "He courted me for hundreds of years. He'd had other women, of course. I knew his reputation. Unlike those other sluts, I refused him. But he was persistent. One day he appeared as a sparrow with a broken wing, shivering outside my window in the rain. I couldn't resist taking the poor thing in and nursing the creature back to health against my breast.
Zeus transformed into his true form and ravished me. After it was done, of course, we had to get married.
He raped you, I said, horrified.
Well, maybe at first. I was just a girl. I didn't know what it meant. Not until later. Now I make myself available to him.
That's disgusting, I said, before I could stop myself. Hera stood up suddenly, closing the gap between us in an instant. I stumbled backwards as she towered over me.
Watch it, girl. The Greeks were worshipping me before there were any temples to Zeus. I was always more powerful. I still am.
I'm sorry, I said. Seriously, that stuff is between you and your husband. But honestly, it has nothing to do with me. I promise I'll stay as far away from him as possible.
One human lover I can overlook, she said, sinking back into the chair. We've weathered worse. You have no idea the bond we have, my husband and I. You'll be gone in a few decades, but we'll still be together 1,000 years from now. However, there is one other thing. I'm the goddess of childbirth. Mothers pray to me, they always have. It's kind of my thing. Suddenly, I'm getting more prayers than ever before, but I can't grant any of them. No new children, no new births. That, my dear, is not going to work for me.
Wait, you're blaming me for what happened to the Fates? Zeus killed them, not me.
Boys will be boys, she said. From what I hear, you opened the door.
But not on purpose. Zeus was the one destroying all magic.
I don't let myself get involved in politics,
Hera said, waving her hand.
I'm a housewife, not a general.
I noticed what looked like a fresh manicure as she finished her champagne glass.
All I know is, everything was working perfectly until you showed up. Now the Fates are dead, and nobody's having babies. Fix it, and I may not kill your friends.
But I don't even know how to do that.
Then maybe you need a little motivation. I never really liked Athena anyway, so I don't mind that she's dead. However, since I'm here, I think I'll kill that creepy leech who's always following you around. And maybe Abel's lapdog as well. Otherwise, Zeus might ask about this little errand, and I'd rather keep the girl stuff between us.
Don't you dare, I said, reaching into my bag. Hera stood up and raised her scepter, which started glowing a brilliant white light. I heard Sitri shouting my name somewhere nearby, and she turned towards him with a cruel smirk. Before I knew what I was doing, I shoved my hand into the black iron glove and grabbed Hera's thread. It was easy to see, burning brightly above her head. For a second, she faltered, but then her eyes lit up with rage and she spun towards me.
"Stupid mortal," she said, clenching her fists. "You dare touch my essence with your filthy human hands."
She let out a breath of pure fire, heating the air between us. The thread turned red like glowing embers. I tried to let go, but my fingers were stuck. I watched in horror as Hef's iron glove turned red hot, burning into my skin with searing pain. I screamed and Hera smacked me with her scepter. I went flying backwards into the stone wall and my vision blurred.
"I can see you might be a problem after all. I think it's better for the both of us that you stay here and rot, like your Egyptian sorceress."
Hera planted the scepter in the dirt with such force that the ground trembled, toppling walls and stones. The sand gave way as the ruins crumbled down into the dark pits below, and the world disappeared as the ground swallowed me up, buried alive beneath the mountain of the dead. 15. I tumbled down into the darkness, riding a waterfall of rubble and sand. When the movement finally stopped, my head was spinning, and for a minute, I didn't know which way was up. I spat sand out of my mouth and gasped for breath, wincing in pain. My head throbbed where Hera had struck me, and I felt blood slowly drip down my cheek. My arm felt like it was on fire. The metal glove was stuck to melted flesh like they'd fused together. I pulled it up to look, but it was so dark I could only see the outline of my arm. I shook my legs loose from the debris, then stood up and brushed myself off. My movements echoed, and when my eyes adjusted, I could see I was in a vast hallway with long columns of painted pillars half filled with dirt and chunks of stone. Far above, I could see a small hole where I'd broken through. I was lucky to have only slid down a river of sand rather than dropping straight in. I wouldn't have survived the fall. The air felt cooler, and in the dim light, now that my eyes had adjusted, I could see further ahead. Unlike the dusty ruins above, this looked like a time capsule, a mausoleum. There was no way to climb up, but I heard the sound of water and followed it across the room. When I stepped off the pile of sand, my feet hit smooth marble tiles with intricate designs in white and blue. The walls were covered with art and hieroglyphs. A slight sparkle in some areas told me they'd once been embellished with gold plating. I ducked through a narrow alleyway on the far end of the room into a smaller chamber. On the edges of the room were tables with bundles that looked like bowling pins wrapped in paper. But when I looked closer, I could see that the tops were painted with whiskers and pointy ears. Great cat mummies. Near the center of the room, another large box had a picture of a scarab on it. I shivered. I didn't even want to see what was inside. I passed through an old archway and found myself in a large cave facing an underground lake of clear, teal water. A small fountain gurgled from the mouth of the giant face carved into the bedrock. I plunged my grilled arm into the cool water and felt relief wash over me. In the quiet, I heard Jessie calling my name, but she sounded far away. "I'm down here!" I yelled back, unsure if she could hear me. I traced my steps back to the wide entrance chamber. It was lighter than before, and I noticed the hole had gotten bigger. I could see the silhouette of Sitri's head peering inside, and I waved up at him.
"You okay?"
He shouted. "Yeah," I said. "Get down here, you have to see this." I explored the room again, and with the increased light this time, I noticed a narrow passage. It was barely a crack in the wall, splintering off at an angle. I squeezed through until I found another small chamber. The doorway was framed by golden statues nearly as large as I was. I wondered if it was solid gold. Inside the room was another sarcophagus, but this one was carved in rose quartz and didn't have a lid. Inside was another gold statue, or, I realized, a person. It was shaped like a casket, carved in wood and painted with gold leaf. The burial mask was perfectly preserved. I wondered what was inside, another leech or something worse. My foot struck something metallic, and I looked down to see stacks of treasure, gold statues, coins, and jewelry. There was more of it piled against the wall and overflowing from narrow benches inside the room. I heard voices and turned back to greet the others. They had found some rope and lowered it down. Sitri climbed down first, followed by Jessie, then Puriel. "Wow," Jessie said, looking around.
"Yeah,"
Sitri said.
"Wonders of Egypt and all that."
"This way," I said. "I found something." I showed them the other room and the coffin. Sitri held up a penlight and shone it on the detailed hieroglyphs and paintings that covered the walls and ceilings. "What's it say?" I asked Sitri. "It's a curse, right?" Jessie asked. "Everyone knows when you disturb a mummy or take their treasure, you get cursed." "She won't hurt us," I said, looking again at the painted face on the carved coffin. Wide eyes were framed by straight, dark hair.
"My Egyptian's pretty rusty," Sitri said. "I mean, it's been a while.
Something about Queen of Egypt, the breath of life, the everlasting waters. There's an underground lake nearby. Maybe those are the waters?
And the breath of life?
Sitri asked. Maybe she needs CPR, Jessie said. It's probably another leech, I said. Maybe it will suck the life out of you?
Wait, I think it says the kiss of life.
Sitri said. Seriously? Jessie asked. Like Sleeping Beauty? That's a bit cliche, don't you think? Sitri shrugged, then leaned over and kissed the lips on the wooden funeral mask. Nothing happened. Maybe it means the real lips? I asked.
I'm not kissing whatever's in there,
Sitri said. We should take off the mask to be sure, I said. Sitri slowly reached down and unhinged the lid of the coffin, then removed the golden funeral mask. I held my breath, expecting to see the remains of a skull. Instead, I saw a beautiful woman with caramel skin. Her cheeks and eyelids were dusted with gold glitter and blue, and her lips were bright pink. Her hair was clipped back with gold pins, and she was wearing a simple gold crown of elegant spread wings, wrapped in coiling cobras, studded with gems and diamonds. In the center was the Ankh symbol.
On second thought,
Sitri said,
a kiss might not be that bad.
A rustling sound behind us made me spin around. The packages on the tables were moving. Bony fingers clawed their way out of their bandages. From the box in the other room, I could hear the scratching of tiny beetles. If you're going to do something, you better do it fast, I yelled, grabbing Jessie. Sitri leaned in and kissed the woman. He tried to pull away, but the woman was suddenly awake, with her dark hands holding his cheeks. Hundreds of candles burst to life at the same time, flooding the room with light. I grabbed Sitri and pulled him away from the coffin. The woman sat up, smiling and stretching her arms. She opened her eyes and blinked, then focused on us.
Oh,
she said.
That's not exactly how that was supposed to go.
Let me guess, Sitri said.
Expecting someone else?
I suppose so, she sighed.
And you did wake me from a marvelous dream. Did you want something? And where is my water?
I grabbed a golden chalice and ran back to fill it up in the underground spring. She accepted it without looking at me and drained the cup. Then she lifted her feet out of the coffin and stood up. I gawked at her flawless body, barely hidden beneath a thin black negligee.
Like what you see?
She asked, a touch of humor in her voice. I turned away, my cheeks burning, as she crossed the room and pulled a stack of clothes out of a heavy box in the corner. She pulled on a long black dress fringed with gold embroidery and pulled her hair back with her fingers, holding up an antique mirror.
Now, is there a reason you're still here?
She said, over her shoulder. I bit my lip. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but this wasn't it. We needed an ally, and this woman was upset we'd waken her from her nap. My charbroiled arm was throbbing in pain, and now that the adrenaline was wearing off, I was overwhelmed with exhaustion. I could feel my eyes watering up and turned away so the others wouldn't see my face. Jessie glanced at me, then stepped forward and made the introductions. We are friends of Abel from Neva. This is Cadence Monroe, the only heir of the three fates who Zeus just killed. We seek to destroy Zeus, but he's bound his thread with thousands of others, including Sitri's, the last of the Zeusian lycanthropes. Isis's expression didn't flinch, but I could see the intensity of her eyes burning brighter with each piece of information, like a computer was booting up. I nodded at Jessie gratefully. I was surprised how much information she absorbed. It was a pretty sound summary, and much more succinct than the stumbling introduction I would have given.
The fates are dead,
Isis repeated slowly, looking back at me. Her gaze fell to the red mark around my wrist, and then to the iron glove,
and the angry red flesh just beneath it. Her face suddenly hardened in anger, and she opened another drawer quickly, pulling out a small bottle of blue glass. A strong smell of lavender filled the room when she opened the top. "You came to me to break the spell," Isis deduced, "because I'm rumored to have knowledge of such things, but Hera found you first." "Wait, what?" Jessie asked. "Hera was here?" Sitri flinched and grabbed my shoulders. "Why didn't you tell us?" he asked. "It literally just happened," I said, "up above." "Few mortals survive an encounter with Hera. Those who do usually wish they hadn't." "Tell us everything," Sitri said. "She threatened you," I said, cradling my arm. I tried to grab her thread, but I wasn't strong enough. There was too much energy. It burned my arm. "People forget she is also goddess of the hearth," Isis said simply. "She loves to play the virgin bride, but her true form is much older. Raw, untamed power." Isis brushed the mummy cats off the table and set up what looked like an antique chemistry set. She whispered, and a flame ignited, heating small stones under a bronze bowl. She spit into the pan, and it sizzled. Then she added water, moss, petals, at least one large insect, and mashed everything together into a paste. I only hesitated for a second when she approached me, but then held out my injured arm. She spread the paste around the metal glove with the palm of her hand, and the pain faded instantly. I sighed as a cool numbness spread all the way to my shoulder. "Thank you," I said, my eyelids blinking heavily. "You've had a long journey," Isis said. "We have much to talk about. But can I recommend a change of scenery? This place, it was never meant for entertaining guests." "Don't you want to get back to your sleep?" "I've slept long enough," she said. She swept past us through the golden statues towards the large lake in the back. From a shelf against the cave, she pulled out a small replica ship. She set it down into the water, giving it a little push, then whispered words that rippled across the surface. It seemed like several people were speaking at once. The sounds filled the cave completely. Then the ship started getting bigger. I couldn't tell if it was just my eyes at first, but by the time it was as large as a car, I heard Jessie whisper, "Are you seeing this?" We had to step back as the long bow of the boat cut between us, nearly touching the sides of the cave. It was at least 30 feet long and probably just as tall, with thick yellow canvas sails and dark wood. "Your reputation is well deserved," Puriel said with a polite bow. "I like this one," Isis said, pinching his cheeks. "Although I've always gotten along well with torches." "Where are we even going?" Sitri asked. I knew he was thinking about the deadline Abel set us. I didn't know exactly how much time we had left, but I knew it was less than a day. Isis didn't answer, but we climbed on the boat after her. I was wondering how we'd even get out of the ground, but decided to wait and see. Isis raised her hands towards the rocky ceiling, then yanked them back as if she was pulling on invisible strings. The rocks crumbled towards us. I ducked and saw Puriel cringe, but the boulders fell harmlessly to the side. Once the hole in the ceiling was large enough to accommodate the ship, Isis breathed more incantations, and the trickling spring became a rushing geyser. The water level rose, and the ship began to ascend. At the top, I practically expected the whole ship to float into the clouds. Instead, the water overflowed down a hill, tearing open the graves of the buried, and the boat rode the flash flood down the new river until it gushed, surrounded by skeletons, into the Mediterranean Sea. I watched the deep blue waters rush below the ancient wooden hull. A pair of dolphins followed our progress, leaping joyfully in our wake. Jessie watched them with interest, but I could tell Puriel was nervous as we went deeper into the open sea. We kept the Egyptian coastline in view on our right, but we were too far out to see individual details. He sat with one arm around the central mast under the long, wide sail, staring at his feet and looking sick. Sitri, meanwhile, stood on the very front, just behind the long, curved nose of the bow, leaning into the wind as if he could speed up our progress. "We are in a bit of a hurry," I said after about 20 minutes into the journey. "Is there any chance you could just tell me the spell to untangle the knots?" Isis and I were sitting on a wide bench towards the front of the boat. My arm was still uncomfortable. The pain had faded thanks to Isis's poultice, but the dry itchiness was driving me crazy. I wanted to scratch it, but the dark iron glove was so embedded in my skin I was afraid to make it any worse. At least we didn't have to row. The long wooden oars were stored neatly in racks, and the wind in the sails kept us at a brisk pace. "Magic isn't what humans think it is," Isis said, gazing out over the water. "It's not just abracadabra. It's more like Newton's third law. For every action, an opposite and equal reaction. An exchange of force. If you truly understand the laws of physics, you'll understand you can alter or effect the change. You can bend the laws of physics, but you can't break them." "How do you know Newton?" Jessie asked. "Wasn't he in, the 1600s? "I wake up every century just to see what's changed, and I try to stay informed, especially in regards to scientific discoveries. I like to think magic is just good science that people are too primitive to understand. I can't travel, unfortunately. I'm on kind of a house arrest, if you will. Egypt is my home, but also my prison." "About the spell, though," I pressed. "Can you remember how to do it?" "You think I can remember one spell out of the millions?" Isis asked coldly. "You are supposed to be cleverer than a million gods," Jessie said. "So they say." Isis frowned and pulled her gray shawl closer around her shoulders. "You have heard many things about me. Let me tell you the truth. I was with Zeus for almost a century. He taught me everything he could. I hungered for knowledge, and I was thirsty. He powered my experiments, which he thought were cute, and he gave me access to energies few mortals encounter. He said he loved me, and he would leave Hera to be with me forever. We had a life together, but then she showed up, and he turned me into a beast of labor. He gave me away willingly to his wife, rather than admit his lie, and I was mute. Helpless. I couldn't talk. I couldn't perform magic. I could barely even think. I was a fraction of myself in a prison of bones and flesh. I stayed that way for many years until Hera had cooled down enough for Zeus to free me. I escaped the watchful eyes of Hera's guard, Argos, but remained a brute animal. Hera tortured me with pain, forcing me to keep moving, wild and restless. Finally, in Egypt, they made their peace and allowed me to return to my human form. I never saw either of them again." "That's awful," I said. "That was just the beginning of my story," Isis continued. "I was heartbroken and weak. Without Zeus's energy, I felt an emptiness that tore me from the inside out. A hole I tried to fill with knowledge, and I was angry. I wanted humans to be free of the gods, free to control their own lives. I knew we had to become powerful, and I wanted to share my knowledge and my inventions. But without Zeus's participation, I didn't have enough energy to make my gadgets and spells work.
But my quest for knowledge brought me allies, other creatures and humans also destroyed by the capricious gods. The torches, especially, were of tremendous help. They needed a function, a purpose. I filled it for them. My hopes and dreams became theirs. We created a living, functional society, devoted to learning. We gathered knowledge and shared it freely, to liberate humanity from thoughtless worship of cruel deities. But knowledge, we learned, is dangerous, and it never comes without a price. The torches slept little, but the darkness of night frustrated our ambitions, and candles were weak and unreliable. Even during the daytime, it was difficult to learn and study, or penetrate the mysteries of creation without a constant source of illumination. So we created batteries and electric lamps.
Wait, we're still talking about ancient Egypt, right? Jessie asked. Didn't Benjamin Franklin discover electricity?
We had it first,
Isis said with a smile. At first I thought her eyes were hazel, like Puriel's used to be, but now they seemed gray or light blue and contrasted with her dark skin.
We built a structure to focus the electricity in the atmosphere and the ground and channeled it into clay batteries lined with copper and iron. I'm sure you've seen it. It's still the largest structure on the earth, I believe.
The pyramids, Sitri said.
It became a running joke, Isis said. It collected static electricity, drawing from the ground, and during storms it would get hit with lightning. It became a myth that started a cult. We stole fire from the gods and used it to better humanity. We killed our god, locked him in a box, and cut him into pieces. We recovered only the penis and stroked the life out of it. We taught them agriculture, we built cities, we tamed the Nile. For a time, we even conquered death. But I didn't realize how difficult it would be for the torches. Being around that much raw energy, what it was like for them, their hunger for knowledge, their desire for power, surpassed even my own. Some started feeding, lured to the dark arts, and became monsters. They hunted each other, ate each other. They became a cancer, sucking the magic out of the kingdom I built. We had no choice but to contain them.
I saw Puriel flinch, and I knew what he was thinking. Isis had locked that leech into the sarcophagus when he was still at his most powerful.
So we moved. We took our batteries, our magic, and we left. We created a new city, a shining beacon where all would be welcome, devoted to the betterment of mankind.
Alexandria, Jessie said. Her eyes were on the shore, and I realized she was commenting on the landscape, not just the story. She pointed, and I could see the fort in the distance. Soon, we'd be in the harbor.
We were here before the Greeks, Isis said sharply. But yes, we helped them grow their empire, as with the Romans that followed. Their trade brought manuscripts from all over the world, which we kept as the toll for entering our harbors. My scribes copied them by hand and kept the originals. Soon we had the largest library in the world. In exchange, they became my spies, opening temples in my name around the empire. When people refer to me as clever, it's not because I had memorized every detail in the tens of thousands of scrolls we collected. It's because I had access to them. But then the library was destroyed, and all knowledge lost.
I took in a sharp breath, but she saw the question in my eyes.
"Don't worry,"
she said, leaning in close to whisper.
"I made a backup and stored all my magic in a safe place. If we can retrieve it, we will find your spell."
16. The boat drew attention as soon as we pulled up to the dock. It wasn't every day a perfectly preserved ancient Egyptian vessel sailed into the harbor. I guess we probably should have mentioned this, I said, putting on my sunglasses and arranging my hijab to hide my face. But we're trying to keep a low profile. We ran into one of your entombed mummies, and things didn't go well.
I knew it was a mistake to let him live, Isis said, sadly. But they were holding so much energy. A lot of it would have been lost if they died.
Wait, you were using leeches as batteries? Jessie asked.
They served a purpose. Most of the torches agreed. They would have wanted it that way if they were in their right minds. I wrapped them up and bound them so they'd last longer. Of course, there were rumors of the eternal undead, and the pharaohs started doing it to themselves, hoping to be resurrected. There was a whole mess last century when the French and British started raiding our tombs looking for gold, and some of the leeches were still clinging to life. I was quite impressed, actually. They were only meant to last a few centuries.
Jessie's mouth dropped open, and I flicked my hand to discourage her from saying something rude. Her face mirrored my own horror, though. Isis was talking about burying people alive with the clinical distance of a psychopath, as if they were a successful experiment she was rather proud of. Isis walked through the streets like the queen she was, stopping to notice changes or point out differences in the city since she'd last seen it. She was particularly impressed by the cars and the colored televisions. More than once, she helped herself to products on display, and Sitri had to hastily thrust some cash at the shopkeeper and pull her away before she caused a scene. Finally, we came to a large gate in the ritzy area to the side of the city. A guard at the gate made a phone call, then opened the gate for us. A wide driveway led towards a beautiful estate, cultured gardens, and a 3-floor white mansion. "Is this your house?" Jessie asked, her eyes widening to take it all in.
I rent it to a watcher, and only keep the top floor for myself. There are 6 bedrooms. You can sleep here tonight.
We were met halfway down the driveway by a man with dark skin, a blue blazer, and white pants. He tugged his red bow tie and his well-clipped mustache before throwing his arms wide. Isis kissed him on the cheeks, and he snapped his fingers at a couple of bellhops who were hovering nearby.
I'm sorry, we're so ill-prepared, madam. We didn't expect you for at least another decade. You really should have told us you were coming. We would have picked you up. I enjoyed the walk, she said, handing him her bag. We've kept your apartment clean as usual, of course, but we usually do a monthly dusting, shine, and polish. May I suggest tea in the garden while we straighten up and prepare for your guests? I suppose that will do, Isis said, dragging her eyes over me in particular. But I simply must get out of these clothes. Honestly, I'm embarrassed to even be seen in them. Please draw baths in the guest rooms and find a suitable range of clothing for my friends. Also, I am feeling peckish, so some sandwiches and the liver pastries I like. You know the ones.
We were escorted through the house, the first floor of which was filled with Egyptian antiquities and Art Deco paintings, but also had a light modern feel. We passed through a large dining area and lounge with giant windows and white curtains, and out over a little bridge that crossed a small stream towards a gazebo. I tried not to take offense as the servants laid down a blanket to protect the pristinely white cushions on the garden furniture from our soiled clothing. The dress I'd bought this morning was ragged and torn and covered in a layer of dirt. My arm was red and covered in medicinal paste, and I was pretty sure I had a large red cut on my forehead where Hera struck me. Puriel and Sitri looked fairly better, but it had been a long day for all of us. Isis joined us moments later with a pair of large white sunglasses and a navy blue, fringed flapper dress with stylized gold-trimmed designs. She couldn't have had time to shower, but her chocolate skin seemed to glow. Minutes later, servants carried out an impressive array of tea with stacked silver trays full of cookies, sandwiches, pastries, and more. There was also a platter of fresh fruit, beautifully cut and arranged, along with a pot of coffee and tea. Jessie and I went straight for the coffee, and I grabbed a handful of cookies. Isis asked for some kind of cocktail with fresh ginger and lime, and when she saw Jessie's eyes following her glass, she ordered another for each of us.
So, where was I?
She asked, holding the stem of her glass loosely.
Alexandria. It was a beacon of hope. Literally, we used the magic we stored. The pyramids were still functional, but they attracted the leeches. So we moved far away to the coast and built a lighthouse on an island, calling all free thinkers. Plus, the pyramids by this time were old tech, and I wanted to build something new. The gods left us alone, because Egypt was still a backwater, until it wasn't. With Alexander, it became part of the empire. Then, Rome. Gods were renamed, fluid for a few centuries, but as our influence grew, the gods were losing their identities. Their grip on power came through mystery and intimidation. We were lifting the veil, and it made them uncomfortable. There was already a shift towards inclusion, towards synthesis. One truth, one reality, one God. So, Zeus claimed monotheism as his own, and started to get rid of all competition. Zeus's zealous new converts destroyed the library, then the lighthouse. The pyramids fell into disrepair. The temples were plundered and abandoned out of fear or malice until all knowledge was lost.
So, the spell? I pressed. We didn't have time for a history lesson.
I remember that spell clearly, Isis said. I discovered it and taught it to Zeus. This was much earlier, of course, when we were still together. I could see where things were heading, all this knowledge, these thousands of scrolls, all the knowledge in the known world, gathered in the same city. I knew Zeus wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye forever, and I also knew paper, parchment. It was too fragile, too volatile. So I took all the knowledge and etched it into a single location, and hid it somewhere Zeus could never find it.
The emerald tablet, I asked, leaning forward. Do you still have it?
Unfortunately, no. Last I heard, Cleopatra had it. She was wearing it the night she died, on a golden necklace. But you may be able to find it.
I looked at Sitri, a spark of enthusiasm in my eyes. At least it was a step forward. Isis snapped her fingers, and Ramses appeared a moment later. He whispered something into her ear, and her eyes lit up. She laughed and clapped her hands.
I've had Ramses keep an eye out for it, she said. It seems, although nobody has claimed to find Cleopatra's tomb, the necklace turned up in a British collection, which is now on loan to the Alexandria Museum of Ancient History.
It's here? Jessie asked.
It would seem so. It's quite fortunate. The humans have no idea of its true value. They only see gems and gold.
So, is that all? I asked. Retrieve the tablet, find the spell?
Well, no, Isis said, stirring her drink. You'll also need a device we built to decipher the tablet. To the ordinary eye, the tablet is unreadable. There's too much information. It's too dense. The tablet can only be accessed with a tremendous power source and a highly focused lens, Isis said. The Emerald Tablet holds the mysteries of the universe, all the knowledge of mankind, but it can't be accessed without the Eye of Horus.
Wait, what? I asked.
It's a kind of lens made from a rare crystal.
I had started making them earlier. We put them at the top of the pyramids, encased in gold, in order to focus and store electricity. Later, I realized, they can be used to read and write information, if kept at a fixed distance.
Like a computer, Jessie said.
A what?
Isis asked.
The world has changed a lot since your last walk.
Sitri grinned.
How much could it have possibly changed?
Sitri pulled out his phone and turned it on.
In the last few decades, mankind has built machines with unbelievable power, and we've been storing information freely, accessibly, open-sourced. Anyone can publish, anyone can access.
Siri, how much does an adult hippopotamus weigh? Jessie asked. Isis's eyes went wide as a disembodied voice responded. The average hippo weighs 1,600 kilograms. Isis snatched the device and brought the screen up close to her eye, scrutinizing the build, turning it over in her fingers.
All the world's knowledge on a tablet that fits in your hand, and the device has its own energy.
Enough for a day or so, then you need to recharge it.
Remarkable. And where is this knowledge? Inside the device?
Well, not really. It's on the web. It's everywhere.
Extraordinary.
The lighthouse? I said suddenly. You mentioned a new technology. The lighthouse was like a giant magnifying glass, wasn't it? To read the tablet?
Yes,
Isis said with a wink.
Clever girl. The tablet stores the information the eye of Horus reads and writes, while also containing the vast amounts of energy needed for the device to function. The lighthouse was merely a shell to hold the two pieces steady, so that a researcher could use them.
But it's in ruins, Jessie said, gesturing towards the stump that was left of the lighthouse across the bay.
Yes, that's unfortunate, Isis said. It needs to be reconstructed.
We don't have time to rebuild the lighthouse,
Sitri said.
We came to find you and maybe the tablet. That has to be enough. We're in danger. Now that Hera knows where we are, our cover is blown. Zeus could be here any minute.
I don't think Hera will tell him, Isis said. He doesn't talk much about his mistresses to his wife.
I'm not his mistress, I said, clenching my fists.
You're a distraction, a novelty. Powerful, beautiful. Hera is right to be jealous of you, and Zeus will be determined to get what he wants.
That's never going to happen, I said, but Sitri was right. My arm was throbbing, and each time I thought we were getting close to an answer, the goalpost moved farther away. We'd found Isis against all odds, but we still needed the Emerald Tablet and the Eye of Horus. Even if we were able to find both of them, it could take months to rebuild a lighthouse. I really thought we could do this, I said. I thought you could just tell me how to untangle the threads and we could be done. But now, I looked down at my mangled arm. I was afraid to take the glove off and see the damage. We'd already risked so much and still had nothing to show for it. I couldn't ask the others to stay in danger any longer. Where's the eye now? Jessie asked.
Underwater, I'm afraid. I was just teaching Hypatia its secrets. We were using Cleopatra's abandoned palace as a laboratory, but then an earthquake sank the whole island. I tried again with some very smart Arabs in the Middle Ages, but more earthquakes toppled the lighthouse completely.
Perfect, Jessie said.
All is not lost, Isis said. You can see the threads of fate, yes? Then you should be able to find the eye. You may be the only one who can. Then I can teach you the spell you seek.
So, to untangle the threads, we need to break into the museum and steal the Emerald Tablet, then also dive through the underwater ruins of Cleopatra's temple and reconstruct a massive lighthouse without letting Zeus discover our location. No problem.
We still have about 15 hours left,
Sitri said. I was being sarcastic, I said.
I know, but we might as well give it a shot.
I looked up at him in surprise. Puriel nodded, his eyes burning with intensity.
I'm in, Jessie said, tossing a pink macaron in her mouth.
You guys are crazy, I said.
This is impossible.
But what choice did we have? If we returned to Neva empty-handed, I knew Abel wouldn't give us another chance.
We're closer now than we'll ever be again,
Sitri said.
Plus, you're having tea with a witch, a werewolf, and a fallen angel, Jessie said, smirking. Open your mind a little.
It's a plan, I said, uneasily. A bad one, maybe, but it would have to do. Tonight, we break into the museum. Tomorrow morning, when it's light, we dive. Get the necklace, the Eye of Horus, read the tablet, and get the spell.
What about the lighthouse? Jessie asked.
There are still some torches left in Egypt, if I'm not mistaken,
Isis said.
Some of the most powerful studied magic with me. We call them Jedi, sorcerer priests, if you will. We may be able to attract a few to our cause, but Zeus will know when the lighthouse is activated, and he'll sense it drawing energy. We don't have much time.
Holy shit, Jessie said as Isis opened the door to the upstairs apartment. Large open doors led to a wide balcony overlooking the sea. From the third floor, we had a clear view of the coast. A cool breeze fluttered past the white linen curtains. The floors were patterned marble. The walls were a collection of paintings and Egyptian artifacts. But this apartment had more personality than the museum displayed downstairs. The windows were rimmed with stained glass scenes of coiled serpents. A large Atlas statue was holding an antique globe, and one wall was entirely taken up with a bookshelf so high there was a second level you could only reach with a ladder. A collection of Art Deco prints and colorful paintings decorated the walls. The middle of the room was taken up with 2 sets of wide leather sofas, an enormous rug, a stuffed tiger, and a marble bust of a young man with curly hair. Dark wood furniture and fancy gold inlay, decorated with palms and geometric patterns, had a distinctly Egyptian feel.
I guess it's all a bit kitsch now,
Isis said, pulling her feet up under her on the sofa as we wandered the studio. Someone had filled her glass, and she sipped it, curling a strand of hair around her finger.
It was the bee's knees in the 20s, and I was so excited for a revival of Egyptian motifs that I went a bit overboard. I was too late to stop the plundering of our tombs. All that happened in the 1880s and the British occupation. It started with Napoleon, of course. He found the Rosetta Stone, which led to deciphering the hieroglyphs. Then came the archaeologists, who weren't clever enough to open the counterweight mechanisms that we used to seal our tombs, and used dynamite to smash and grab what they could. Egyptian treasures became the ultimate sign of cultural refinement. Mummies were unwrapped at fancy dinner parties, though I suppose it was better than being used as fuel for railway engines, as the local public had started doing.
That's awful, Jessie said.
Some would call it progress. For the first time in centuries, people were excited about the future. In 1909, an Italian poet wrote the Manifesto of Futurism. It called for a cultural reset. We will destroy the museums, libraries. Academics of every kind will fight moralism, feminism, every opportunistic or utilitarian cowardice.
Sitri recited.
It was exciting, Isis said. The youth, the energy. It was all about action and immediacy, experiential knowledge, technological advancement, and rebellion. There were parts I liked. One passage in particular they borrowed from Milton's Paradise Lost. Erect on the summit of the world, once again we hurl our defiance at the stars. They glorified violence. It led to the First World War. But also revolution and independence. Did you say the first? The second started in 1939,
Sitri said.
I was already in the ground by then. The party was over, and I was sick and tired of watching the Europeans divide up a land they didn't own and grow rich by theft. Maybe it would have been different if I could travel, see the world, but there are terms to my freedom. I did manage to snag some of their treasures, though, while they were stealing ours.
She waved at the paintings, one of which looked suspiciously like a Klimt. Jessie was standing next to a fractured piece, showing a kneeling woman half concealed by magnificent feathers. "What about the wings?" Jessie asked, pointing at the portrait and studying Isis's slim, dark arms.
I might have encouraged that particular association, Isis said. I absolutely adore flying. Zeus and I would spend hours flitting through the sky, surveying my kingdom from above. But it takes a great deal of power to transform. After he left me, I had to get inventive. You've heard of Icarus, right? Unfortunately, his father Daedalus got a hold of one of my earlier, rather flawed designs.
I closed my eyes for a moment, resting my head against the back of the couch as I listened to the story. After a while, Isis noticed and jumped up.
"Heavens, listen to me drone on! Where are my manners?" she said. "You need a bath and a nap, in that order. Frankly, I'm not tired. If Sitri would be a dear and show me how to use that internet thing, I'll get myself up to speed while you rest."
"You first," Jessie said, grabbing a plate of cookies from the table and settling into a reading nook looking over the sea. Puriel, without direction, sat on the floor next to her and opened one of the books. I soaked in the lavender-scented water until it grew cold, then wrapped myself in a huge, soft towel and dried my hair. I had dark bruises on my arms and legs from my tumble in the tomb, and an ugly cut on my forehead from Hera's scepter. It was my second full day in Egypt, and apart from a few hours' sleep in the police station, I'd been awake the whole time. The wardrobe in the master bedroom was filled with elegant ball gowns and shoes, but Ramses had already procured a selection of modern apparel. Everything was high quality, but I had to remember I was dressing for a museum heist. Finally, I found a pair of black sweatpants and an olive green hoodie with pockets. "Damn," Jessie said when she helped me cut off the price tag. "Who buys $820 sweats?" The boys had their own bathroom, and by the time I was done, they'd both already cleaned up. Jessie took a shower next. I went downstairs for a glass of water. Ramses had moved the vintage typewriter on the wide desk to the side and set up a brand new 27-inch iMac. Puriel was showing her how to use the mouse to browse the internet, though it seemed like they were figuring it out together. In the kitchen, I helped myself to another fizzy ginger cocktail, hoping it would numb some of the pain and help me sleep. When I went back upstairs, I found Sitri had taken over the large table in the loft and was preparing an arsenal, sharpening weapons and cleaning out a pistol. "Where'd you find that stuff?" I asked.
Isis has a whole armory in the basement, but it's a bit rusty. Luckily, Ramses keeps the house up to date in her absence, which included some combat gear. Some of this stuff is pretty fancy. I have a feeling Ramses is involved in less than legal dealings.
I thought Watchers just took bets but didn't get involved.
"They like to be prepared,"
Sitri said.
"How's your arm?"
I flexed my fingers. The metal felt cool against my skin, but the stickiness was uncomfortable, and when I twisted my wrist, I felt a sharp stinging, like my skin wasn't properly attached. "Doesn't hurt," I said. "Much?"
"Maybe we should take it off, check the damage."
"Let's wait until we get back to Alice," I said. "I don't want to make it worse." Sitri frowned, and he stared at me for a long moment, but then went back to cleaning his gun. "What?" I asked.
"Nothing,"
he said.
"It's just, I should have been there. I shouldn't have let you out of my sight. After Alexandria, I was too distracted, too casual."
"Because of me?" I said. He hadn't said it, but I knew that's what he meant. He was backpedaling, again.
I don't think you understand the danger we're in. This was supposed to be a quick in-and-out mission. First the leech, then the son of Cadmus, even the goddamn alligator. You seem to attract trouble.
You're blaming me? I asked.
I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself. Hera knows you're here. Zeus could send 1,000 hunters through that window at any moment. I can't protect you like this, out here.
You don't have to protect me, I said, narrowing my eyes.
It's not like that, Sitri said. I'm not worried about you. You're braver, stronger than anyone I've ever met. When Abel first sent me to Neva, I thought you were just some girl, just another root. I had no idea how powerful you'd become, but we are risking everything by staying. I'm afraid my feelings for you are clouding my judgment.
Tell me more about these feelings, I said, smirking.
Abel would say I'm too involved. He'd want us home already.
And what do you want? I asked, moving closer. Sitri sucked in a breath and looked down at my mouth. I licked my bottom lip involuntarily. He put down the gun and placed his hands flat against the table as if he was worried he couldn't control himself.
I want you to be prepared, he said finally, in case this doesn't work, in case you can't break the spell. This war, it's been going on too long. Think of everyone at Neva. They could all die, and most will if we take on Zeus's forces directly. You have the shears. You have the power. All that's lacking is the will.
No, I get it now. I understand what I have to do. If I have to kill Zeus, I will. But I'm not going to let him take you down as well.
Abel would call it collateral damage, acceptable losses.
They aren't acceptable, not to me.
And that's the weakness Zeus will exploit.
I'd let you exploit my weaknesses, I said, giggling. I was feeling tipsy from the cocktail and drowsy. It was a stupid joke, something Jesse might have said, but I didn't apologize for it. There was something fierce in his eyes, and then his hand moved slowly to my hip. I ran my fingers through his hair, and he bit his lip. Then he put his arm around my waist and drew me in closer, pressing his fingers into the small of my back.
I wasn't sure,
he said, gazing into my eyes.
How you feel about me, even after today in the catacombs.
Nothing has changed, I said.
But you saw me,
he said.
You know what I am, a monster, a killer. You don't know how many people I've hurt. I was Zeus's destruction, and even now, after all these years, I still can't resist him. I was ashamed.
It's not your fault, I said, stroking his cheek with my finger. His eyes were full of remorse and regret, but he didn't pull away. He shoved the guns and blades to the side with one hand, then lifted me up so I was sitting on the table with my legs around his. I raised my chin, and he nuzzled my neck, looking out over the balcony at the moon and the sea. I ran my fingers down his chest, sliding them between the buttons of his shirt. Then I kissed him, and for a moment, time stood still, and there was nothing else, just us. When all this is over, I said, we'll both be free, and then we can figure out what we want. For now, one step at a time. Tablet, lighthouse, spell, scissors. I recited, making a list in my head. He nodded, holding my hands softly in his. He kissed my knuckles, and the stubble on his chin tickled my skin. I brushed his hair away from his face, marveling at being able to touch him. It reminded me of my first kiss with Puriel, but that was chaste in comparison. With Sitri, we were hungry for each other, and my body responded with fire at his touch. but this wasn't the time or place.
Get some sleep,
he said finally, dragging himself away. We said goodnight, and I headed back through the empty halls towards my room. It was dark already, and I flinched when I saw a dark shape standing alone in the living room, facing the ocean. It was Isis, in a black nightgown.
"It's good to see you smile,"
she said, even though she hadn't turned around to look at me. I hated projecting my emotions to everyone, but after kissing Sitri, it was hard to stop smiling. "I guess it's been a while," I said. "End of the world and all that." Even back at JDRI, I wasn't known for my sunny disposition. Neva was full of surprises, but it was hard to ever relax enough to really be happy.
"You will free yourself when you learn the language of your heart. Knowledge is one thing, love is another. Know the world in yourself. Know yourself, and you shall know the gods."
I wasn't sure what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was about to leave, but she seemed so isolated there, all alone in the moonlight. I lingered in the doorway. "What will you do?" I said. "After?"
"Egypt is my home,"
she said simply. "But aren't you lonely here?"
"If you love someone, you are always joined with them, in joy, in absence, in solitude, in strife,"
she said. Then she turned away from the windows and gave me a sad smile.
"Sorry, it's a poem I like. The moon makes me nostalgic."
"You should come with us. I'm sure Abel could protect you at Neva. Plus, I think you and Hef would get along. You have so much in common."
"That would be a thing to see,"
she said wistfully.
"Good night."
17. Jessie shook me awake at midnight. When I'd come into the room earlier, she was already passed out under the covers. I sank into the sheets next to her and fell into a deep sleep. But now she was awake and dressed. She picked out a pair of dark leather pants, a black sweater, and a tight leather jacket, and held out something similar for me. "Isn't this a bit on the nose?" I asked. "I mean, shouldn't we try not to look like thieves?" "Don't be like that," she said, turning me towards the mirror. She wrapped a black scarf around my nose and mouth, then pulled the hood of my sweater up to hide my face. "We haven't broken into a museum for like a whole week. When else do you get to dress like a medieval assassin?" "Fine," I said, pulling the cuff of my jacket down over my black glove. "But only because it's practical." Ramses drove us to the museum in a black van with tinted windows. The streets were mostly empty, and we snuck into the back alley behind the museum entrance. Isis said she had to prepare resources to build the tower, so we were on our own. But how hard could it be? Last time we broke into a museum, the owner had turned into a snake monster. We may not have survived without Sarah accidentally frying him with her powers. This time, we'd be more careful. And I felt stronger, more confident. I had both Sitri and Puriel with me this time, and I wasn't even worried about Jessie. I thought this stuff would be over her head, but she'd always been the strong one. Together, I was sure we could handle a few security guards. The back door had a coded password, and also a padlock with a heavy iron chain, but we came prepared. We'd stopped at a hardware store for metal cutters, a blowtorch, crowbar, and some rope. It couldn't have been more suspicious if we'd have bought black masks as well. Puriel made short work of the chain, but the code stopped us for a few minutes until Sitri pulled out a small black box and did something with the wires. "A gift from Ramses," he said when the door swung open. Inside the museum, there were motion-activated cameras and security guards roaming with flashlights. "We're kind of ill-equipped for all this," I said. "Yeah, I feel like we're more of a smash-and-grab kind of crew," Jessie said. "We don't want to play our hand too early," Sitri said.
If the tablet is stolen, Zeus will know what we're planning. We have to be a little more subtle this time and not trip the alarms. If we get out quietly, they won't know about the robbery until the morning, and it won't hit the news until tomorrow afternoon. By that time, if all goes well, we'll be on our way back to Neva." "So, quietly? Yeah, we can do that." We made our way down the main hall. Puriel's footsteps were the loudest. He seemed incapable of guile or subterfuge, and unbalanced, trying to sneak his large form past the cameras. I heard something wobble and looked back to see him steadying a large vase. "Shh." I put my finger against my lips and held up my hand. Puriel's expression was so comical I almost laughed. But I covered my mouth as a security guard came into view across the hall. He waved his flashlight towards us, and Puriel ducked behind a vase as the rest of us darted into the shadows. The guard craned his neck, and I could see his thread in the darkness. Weak, human. Sitri cocked an eyebrow at me, but I shook my head. I could knock him out, but I didn't want to hurt him, and if he went silent, it could alert the rest of security to our presence. Unfortunately, if he took another step in our direction, he'd see us and radio for help. I couldn't afford to spend another night in an Egyptian prison. I realized I'd been holding my breath, and I let it out suddenly. When I did, I saw the faintest shift in the guard's thread. A small ripple. He turned to look behind him, pointing the flashlight down the hall. My eyes widened, and I gripped Sitri's arm. "I can influence him," I whispered, "without touching his thread." Sitri looked confused, but my eyes were bright with excitement. I turned back to the guard and held my breath so I could concentrate. I zeroed in on the thread until everything else blurred away. "Go away," I whispered. Then very softly, very quietly, I blew on the thread. For a second, nothing happened. Then I saw my breath move the string like it was drifting in a light breeze. The guard's shoulders relaxed and he dropped the flashlight. For a minute, he just stood there, looking at the moon through the skylight. I wasn't sure if I'd stunned him too hard or done some permanent damage. But after a long pause, he grabbed his flashlight and walked back towards the other wing of the museum. "Too close," Sitri whispered, gesturing us forward. We passed by a heavy sarcophagus with bright paint that looked like it had been done yesterday, and a display case with jeweled-encrusted canoptic jars. I'd read about them earlier. The human, baboon, falcon, and jackal heads represented the 4 major organs, each protected by a different god. There were cases of pottery and utensils, hairpins and ancient weapons, then a small dark room with glittering cases of small gold figurines and jewelry. "I don't get it," Jessie said, checking the map and peering through the glass. "I thought we were looking for an emerald tablet. It's just jewelry in there." Sitri and Puriel looked confused as well, but I could see it immediately. In the dark, it shone with green power. I didn't even have to squint my eyes to see which object radiated magic. It wasn't what I expected, though. "It's there," I said, pointing at the gold filigree necklace on a black satin pillow. In the middle, in a gold setting, was a clear, bright green emerald, about an inch big. "But it's so small," Puriel said. "How could they store that much information on something so little?" "Computer chips are small," I said. "But this was made thousands of years ago, right? Stone chisels and tablets. About the same time Moses came down with his 2 stone tablets. I was expecting something, I don't know, more like an iPad at least." "I don't know how it works," I said. "Let's just grab it and figure it out later, okay?" I stretched my fingers out to the glass, willing the necklace into my palm.
On that emerald was the way to save Sitri, to untangle him from the mess I'd gotten him into, a way to end Zeus and his perpetual threat, and it was so close, only protected by a thin pane of glass. Sitri took a diamond-tipped glass cutter out of his black bag, but before he could even approach the case, the alarm went off. I jerked my fingers away from the glass and covered my ears. "What did you do?" Jessie shouted. "I don't know," I said. "I didn't even touch it." I glanced around quickly, looking for more guards, but instead, what I saw took my breath away. 2 green threads formed an X-shaped barrier blocking our exit. They were moving towards us, fast. "Get down!" I shouted. We dove for cover just as 2 nearly identical figures strode into the display hall. Each one was firing relentlessly from a pair of large silver pistols with serpents engraved on the handle. They were wearing dark shades, snakeskin pants, and cowboy hats. They looked like they belonged in a sleazy Vegas nightclub rather than an antiquities museum. They even had matching gold chains and carefully trimmed goatees. They moved as a team, raining bullets. The display cases shattered around us, and I covered my head with my arms to protect from the storm of glass shards. The alarm was so loud I had to cover my ears, and now we were pinned down. "So much for getting out quietly," Sitri growled. The shots stopped, and I could hear the Cadmus brothers walking closer by the sound of crunching glass on their boots. They were dressed differently from the one I'd met in Cairo, but I recognized them from their threads. Puriel grabbed the end of a wooden casket and swung it towards the pair like a baseball bat. It caught one of them in the side, slamming him backwards into the wall. Sitri used the distraction to pounce on the other, tucking into a roll and kicking him up towards the ceiling. He fell at least 12 feet and landed with a crack against the raised platform. The green thread looked like it had been hit with an axe, but it sprang back immediately and smoothed out again. The man stood up and rolled his head with both hands until his neck snapped back into place. "Durable little fuckers," Sitri growled under his breath. "My name is Achion Cadmus. You killed my mistress. Embrace my sword, for I will have vengeance." "Guys, we don't have a problem with you," I said. "Just let us get what we came for, and we can all go our separate ways." "You aren't going anywhere, god killer." The first one grunted. He grabbed the vase Puriel had almost knocked over before and tossed it at us, hard. Puriel held up a golden Anubis statue to block it, and the vase exploded around us, sending up a fine mist of porcelain dust. A second later, the Spartoi were on both sides of us, one exchanging blows with Sitri. His gun discharged as Sitri tore it from his hand, shooting holes in the ceiling and wall. The other pulled out a short golden sword. The wide blade was split with a line of black and decorated with golden hieroglyphs that glowed with power. He slashed at Puriel, who stepped backwards and stumbled over the splintered remains of a display case. I wanted to grab their threads, but it was all happening so fast. I was afraid to accidentally touch Puriel or Sitri's thread. In the close combat of the small room, a momentary hesitation could be fatal. "Cover me!" Jessie shouted. She dove out towards the necklace, just as the Spartoi stabbed again at Puriel. Puriel spun to the side, slamming his fist into the back of the Spartoi's neck, but his own momentum carried him forward, straight into Jessie. She cried out as he lifted her up by the neck, with his sword at her throat. My hand lashed out before I knew what I was doing. I wrapped my iron glove around the thread and jerked down quickly, like I was ringing a bell. He crumpled like a puppet, limbs and joints askew. The other brother charged towards me, his sword raised, but I grabbed his thread with the other hand. "I can't contain them," I said. My left hand was already trembling as the first Spartoi began struggling to his feet. The iron glove made the first Spartoi much slower, but my grip was weak from my injured arm. The other green thread slid through my bare hand, resisting my grasp. They aren't like the others. They're too powerful.
Then let's get out of here, Sitri said, brushing off broken glass. I pulled hard on both threads to create some slack, then looped the extra length of thread around their owners, and then each other, until the Spartoi looked like crocheted hooks in a bundle of green yarn. Jessie tossed me the necklace, and I stuffed it into my pocket. Near the door, we found the security guard again. This time, he lifted his flashlight straight at us, his face flustered with surprise. I flicked his thread lightly, and he slumped to the floor. At least he'd survive. But when we burst through the back doors, we were blinded by the headlights of several police cars. Through the flashing blue and red lights, I could make out several dozen figures with pistols and assault rifles trained on us. I even recognized the corrupt detective from Cairo pointing at us with his finger, probably identifying us as the main suspects in his murder investigation. "This isn't good," Jessie said, raising her hands.
"Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up,"
said the local police chief. While most of the cops were wearing army fatigues and combat gear, he was wearing a light blue uniform with medals and a brimmed cap with a large star on the front. I raised my hands, racking my brain for a solution. If we got arrested, they'd take the necklace. We wouldn't have time to read the tablet and get the key to break the spell. We'd have to go back to Neva empty-handed, and somehow I doubted Abel would let me out of his sight again, especially once he heard about my run-in with Hera. A shot rang out behind me and I flinched. One of the brothers had already gotten an arm free and he used it to fire his weapon. My eyes darted to my friends, then checked my own torso, but none of us were hit. Instead, I looked back and saw the security guard clutching his chest, a red stain around him on the ground. The one I'd chosen to spare, twice, because he'd probably had a family and he was just a guy doing his job, and these aristocratic revenge cult assholes just ended him. In another minute, they'd be shooting at me and my friends, or stab us from behind, while we were standing there like morons with our hands in the air. My eyes flashed with anger, and I let my hands fall quickly with my fingers spread out as widely as possible. It was difficult because of the difference in depth, but easier because I wasn't trying to screen out anyone or look for individual threads. I was aiming for everybody who stood in my way. At least 30 full-grown men in uniforms toppled like dominoes. They were like keys of a piano after I'd struck the chord to depress the lever. There was a clatter as dozens of guns hit the ground at the same time, and then the softer noise of bodies striking concrete. I spun and reached for the green thread just as the Spartoi stalked towards us, gun raised. He only managed to get one round off before I grabbed his thread. I yanked on it, pulling him towards me. Then I whipped the thread like a jump rope, spinning it around in circles. The Spartoi went green in the face and grabbed his stomach. I pushed the thread down low, and he fell to his knees before me, trembling violently. "If I let you go," I said, "will you stop?" "I will never stop," he said. I pulled his own sword from his scabbard, the golden one with the glowing hieroglyphs, and looped the green thread tightly around the blade. Then I reached into my pocket until my fingers connected with the emerald, and I pulled with all my strength, gritting my teeth and sliding the sharp blade across his lifeline. Ever so slowly, I felt it shift, like I was sawing through a thick steak with bones and tendons, and then it gave way completely. For a second, the Spartoi stood there with a stunned look of surprise. "Ekion!" his brother called from the other room, still untangling the last of his thread. Green bile bubbled up from the Spartoi's lips, then a thin red line cut through his body, from his shoulder to his waist. I turned away as the top half of his body slipped away from the bottom half, and his dismembered arm flapped on the ground like a dying fish. His brother roared against his confines, glaring at me. "You want some of this?" I said. "Come find me.
But right now, I don't have time to deal with you. Go back and tell your brothers to stop bothering me. 18. I didn't notice Puriel was bleeding until we were almost back to Isis's manor. Ramses was driving the black van at a breakneck speed through the narrow alleyways, and I wouldn't have even noticed the black blood seeping through Puriel's jumper, except for the slight sheen of wetness in the lamplight and the metallic odor. "It's fine," he said when he saw my eyes widen. "You were shot," I said. "How is that fine?" Sitri tore off his jacket and pressed it up against Puriel's abdomen. "Hold this," he said to Jesse. "Pressure on the wound." By the time we peeled through the front gates, Jesse's hands were slick with blood, and Puriel was much paler than usual. I was afraid Isis would be out, but she greeted us downstairs as if she knew we were coming and shouted orders at the servants. In minutes, Puriel was flat out on the dining room table, surrounded by a mix of modern healing supplies and ancient remedies. Jessie washed her hands in the kitchen sink, and I noticed they were shaking. She grabbed a kitchen towel, then stood frozen as if she didn't know what to do next. Isis stood over Puriel with a long pair of bronze tweezers, one hand holding up her loose sleeves to keep them out of the way. Puriel's blood reminded me of soy sauce, and I could almost picture Isis at a sushi restaurant, about to dig into a plate of sashimi. "Will he be okay?" I asked, pushing the thought out of my mind. "Please, I brought Osiris back to life after he was cut into 14 pieces. I think I can handle a bullet wound." "I thought that was just a myth," Sitri said, darkly. "And medicine has improved a little since the 1920s. "I know my way around the body," Isis said. "Surgery began in Alexandria, under Galen. We had a whole hospital wing in the Serapeum. Also, I was awake during the 1919 revolution, so I've had some practice with bullets. It's not all that different from locating a spear tip or an arrowhead, and much easier to remove." "Ah, got it," she said, pulling out the small ball of metal and plunking it into a glass of water. Puriel's torso was covered in sweat, but he hadn't made a sound through the whole process. "It will take a few weeks to heal," she said. "So, no fighting and plenty of rest." "I can't promise that," Puriel said. "Suit yourself. You'll heal faster if I give you some magic," Isis said, bending down. "But if I've learned one thing, giving magic to a leech is rarely a good idea." "No magic," Puriel grunted, trying to sit up. "Very well. At least let me seal the wound." She stitched up the bullet hole with careful, precise movements, then began smearing a sticky substance over the area. "Is that honey?" I asked. "Egypt's finest," Isis said. "Its antimicrobial, hemostatic, analgesic, and healing-enhancing properties are unmatched by modern medicine. Sometimes the old ways are the best." Sitri said. He sat in the corner, holding something green in his hand, pulsing with power. I thought it was the emerald at first, but I reached into my pocket and felt the cool stone against my fingertips. "What is that?" I asked. Sitri finished wiping it with a paper napkin, which came away full of bright green gunk. When he held it up to the light, it looked like a curved piece of bone, about 2 inches long. It sparkled in his fingers like it had been dusted with gold glitter. "I pulled it out of the Spartoi you butchered," he said. There was a tone in his voice, like he wanted to say something else, and he wouldn't make eye contact with me. "It must be one of the dragon's teeth, from the dragon Cadmus slew." "How is that even possible?" Jessie asked. "They must be passed down through the families. I think they implant them under the skin. It would explain why he was so hard to kill." "Very rare,
And very magical, Isis confirmed quickly, glancing over her shoulder. She was scribbling some runes and hieroglyphs on a piece of papyrus, which she then stuck firmly against the honey. She chanted something, and the runes and symbols heated up, glowing red and burning the papyrus enough to let out a wisp of smoke. Puriel shifted uncomfortably, and I stepped closer to hold his hand. He gripped my palm tightly until Isis had finished wrapping his torso in white gauze. "All done," she said, taping the bandage off. "You should get some rest now. We've prepared the downstairs bedroom for you. Ramses can show you." Ramses bowed and helped Puriel off the table and down the hall. "I ruined the towel," Jessie said quietly, holding up the white dish rag that was now dark gray from Puriel's blood. "Throw it out," I said. "I think they can afford another one." "How did you do that?" Sitri asked suddenly, interrupting us. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "You killed a Spartoi," he said, getting to his feet. There was anger in his eyes, and I noticed the tension in his shoulders and the clenched fists. "I thought you needed the shears to cut the threads. I thought that was the whole point." "It's happened before," I said. "When I went down into the caves to find the Fates, there was a water serpent. I almost died. I cut the thread with my teeth." "So you can use any sharp object?" Jessie asked with raised eyebrows. "I don't know," I said. "I think it depends on how strong they are and how much magic they have. Abel told me he thinks the Fates hid their energy into the shears, which is why Sarah was able to kill them so easily. He thinks the shears have enough energy to kill Zeus." "Why didn't you tell me any of this?" Sitri asked. "It didn't seem important." "I can't protect you if I don't know what's happening," Sitri said, raising his voice. "You can't keep secrets like this from me, from us." "Enough," Isis said. "You're back safely. Did you retrieve the tablet?" "Yes," I said, pulling out the golden necklace. Isis took it and held it up to the light. The emerald cast patches of green light around the room, like a disco ball. "Can you read it?" I asked. "Not without the eye," she said. "But you've done well. Ramses, some champagne. We should celebrate." Ramses returned from out of nowhere with 2 green bottles that looked vintage. He popped the cork and filled tall crystal flutes with bubbly liquid. "I don't feel like celebrating," Sitri muttered darkly, storming off. "Let him go," Isis said. "He is just worried about you, and angry at himself. Men like to be in control of everything, or at least imagine that they are. There's nothing you can do now. Relax. Celebrate your achievements." "Some achievement?" I said. "What happens now?" "I've called in a few favors from some old friends. They're cutting the stones as we speak. At first light, we'll begin building a new lighthouse. A boat will take you into the harbor to locate the sunken ruins of Cleopatra's palace. If all goes well, we will be finished before noon." Just in time for the deadline Abel gave us. She made it sound so easy, but I knew it wouldn't be. We thought the museum would be easy too. I wanted to check on Sitri and go over the plan, but he wasn't in his room. One of the maids said she thought he went for a run on the coast. Instead, I checked the news on Isis's new computer. The museum robbery was everywhere. If there was any silver lining, it was that the museum exhibit was so destroyed, they were talking more about the shot security guard, and of course blaming it on us. Now, we were wanted for double homicide, and our mugshots were all over the local news. They didn't mention the missing emerald, and they still didn't have our real names, but we'd blown our cover, and I knew it wouldn't be long before Zeus tracked us down.
I'd been so confident when we left Neva, but the longer we stayed in Egypt, the worse things got. I heard laughter and went out to the balcony. Downstairs, Jesse and Puriel had resumed their card game from the boat on the outside patio. I guess he wasn't sleepy. Jesse's voice carried through the garden, and I wondered how many glasses of champagne she'd had. I saw Puriel grin and lay down his cards. Part of me wanted to tell them to go to bed, because we had a big day tomorrow, but I didn't want to spoil their fun. They'd both been through a lot today, because of me. I wished I knew where Sitri was. I leaned out over the balcony, looking towards the city. Blue and yellow lights dotted the shoreline, along with a row of evenly spaced palm trees that reflected on the rippling surface. My eyes traced the coast before gazing out over the midnight blue water. "He'll be back soon," Isis said, appearing silently beside me. "Am I that obvious?" I said, pining over a boy. "You care for him," she said. "Unfortunately," I answered. "It might all be easier if I didn't." "Does he feel the same way? Have you lain together?" I blushed, turning my head as I felt my cheeks heat up. "I've never actually... Abel wants me to stay pure." Isis scoffed, and there was a flash of anger in her eyes. "Love is not a sin, nor is it just a pleasure. Sex is the art of giving, of losing yourself, of awareness and experience. It can be transformative, and it can make you stronger, not weaker. I was a virgin serving Hera until Zeus seduced me. I thought I'd be losing myself, losing something that made me special, precious. Hera taught us our bodies only had merit by satisfying our husband's lusts, and that if we gave up our purity, we became worthless, outcasts. It's not true. We lose nothing. We do not become weaker by submitting, nor stronger by resisting. As women, we are renewed, recharged, like the moon, sometimes shining brightly, sometimes fading into darkness. It is this change that frightens men so much. They look for consistency, certainty, but there is none, and our power comes from our ability to change." "But what if, after I have sex, I can't see the threads anymore?" I would be worthless, I thought to myself, at least useless to Abel, unremarkable to Zeus. They'd probably leave me alone. I could have a normal life, and this supernatural battle could take place 1,000 years from now. That thought wasn't entirely unwelcome. "Love can make you weak, yes, but it can also make you strong, and far more dangerous than any man. A man will consider and weigh and decide, justice, equality, an eye for an eye. Zeus takes what he wants, and that is all. But Hera's vengeance is far worse. Once, in the form of an eagle, Zeus snatched up a maiden named Aegina from her father's house. When she bore him a son, Hera sent a plague that wiped out her entire city. Another time, she heard a pair of lovers whisper they loved each other more than she and her husband. Insecure in her own relationship, she drove them mad. They were both artists, and she began by driving them towards competition, appealing to their pride. They decided to race. Aegon crafting a piece of embroidery, and Polytechnos a chair. With Hera's help, Aegon won. They agreed the prize should be a female slave, but Polytechnos was so furious he refused to honor the bet. Instead, filled with Hera's rage and mania, he went to Aegon's family and kidnapped her sister, Keledones. He raped her, then dressed her up as a slave and swore her to secrecy on pain of death. Eventually, Aiden realized what had happened, and the two sisters conspired against her husband, wanting to cause him as much pain as possible. Aiden murdered her own son Itis, then served him as a dish to his father. That's horrible, I said. The two women fled their father's house. Polytechnos pursued them, but he was bound, smeared with honey, and left exposed to the wilderness so the insects could eat him alive. Why are you telling me all this? I asked. To show you the depths of Hera's jealousy. What started as a romance ended in a tragedy. Love each other, but dare not presume to love more than Hera does her husband. She's cruel, vindictive, violent, but she justifies it all because of her blind eternal love for her philandering husband. I shuddered and crossed my arms. The champagne had made me sleepy, and after Isis's gruesome story, my stomach was cramping painfully. I found my way to my room and opened the window, letting in the salty sea breeze that caressed the white curtains and the soothing sound of the ocean surf. I fell into a fitful sleep, tossing and turning. The sheets were smooth and soft, but my arm itched, and when I tried to scratch it, my fingers were stopped by the metal cast. I dreamed I was inside a pyramid, being chased by a mummy. Then my attacker became an alligator, and we were on the Nile. I heard a rushing sound of feathers and felt a presence in my room. I sat up to see a dark figure at the foot of my bed. I wasn't sure if I was still dreaming at first. The face was indistinct, hidden in shadow. But then he stepped forward, and I saw that it was Sitri. "You're back," I murmured, reaching out for him. He came closer, standing next to the bed, but he didn't say anything. Was he still mad at me? "I don't want to fight," I said. "Me neither," he whispered. He bent down and kissed me deeply, running his tongue over my lips. His thick stubble burned a trail of fire down my skin as he kissed my arm and my shoulder and neck. My fingers dug into his strong back, pulling him closer, wanting to feel his body next to mine. I felt an aching loneliness inside of me, like there was a hole in my heart and I was falling through it. He hesitated for a moment, his hands lingering on my waist, staring at me with a question in his eyes. Then he climbed on the bed and started unbuttoning my jeans. Heat flushed to my face when I figured out what he was doing. "Are you sure?" I asked. "What if I can't see the threads anymore?" "I don't care," he said. "I can't help how much I want you. Why should we fight for someone else's war? Forget about everything else and focus on how you feel. What do you want, Kai?" He whispered my name into my ear, and my face flushed, my heart beating against my chest. He kissed me again, and I gasped as his fingers wrapped tightly around my bare thighs. I thought back to what Isis said about sex and power. Then I thought about the Morai and their 3 roles: creator, preserver, and destroyer. Together they'd been stronger than Zeus, and only one was a virgin. They determined their own fates and the fates of all mankind. Sitri was right. I was tired of being used and told what to do. Something felt off, like there was something I was trying to remember but couldn't. But my thoughts were muddy from the alcohol and exhaustion, and I didn't want to stop. I didn't know what would happen tomorrow, but right now I had this. The way Sitri's body felt next to mine, the heat between us. "You," I said. "I want you." He kissed my neck hungrily, palming my breast while reaching between my legs. I arched my back, pushing my chest up towards him. He pulled down my dress and took one nipple in his mouth. I shuddered, crying out softly as his teeth brushed my sensitive skin. He pulled off my underwear slowly, letting his fingers drift along the inside of my legs. I realized I hadn't showered since coming back from the museum, but he didn't seem to mind as he climbed on top of me. I ran my hands over his hard body. A moment later, he was inside me. I moaned, gripping the sheets as every cell in my body sparkled and sang. I felt like I was lit up from the inside with Christmas lights. He flipped me over, plunging my face down into the pillow. For a second, I couldn't breathe. But I gave in to the rhythm, the motion, sucking in short breaths as the pace became more and more frantic. Sitri grunted as he came, grabbing me by the back of my neck and squeezing my throat. My vision went white, and I felt an explosion of energy rushing through my body. I felt like I was dissolving into nothingness. I didn't know where I ended and he began. Then he shuddered, and I felt him go limp. I felt sated and delicious, like chocolate melting in a microwave or a gooey marshmallow roasted over a campfire. Suddenly, I was overcome with drowsiness. I fell asleep holding his hand, my body thrumming to the crash of the waves out the window. 19. When I woke up again, it was morning, and I was alone. The first thing I felt was the cold iron against my skin. I smiled, my fingers playing with the morning light until my eyes cleared. I rolled over, expecting to find Sitri's tight body twisted up in the sheets. Instead, there was a small gold bracelet on the dresser near my bed. My mind sharpened suddenly, and the events of yesterday came rushing back. Things were fuzzy after my talk with Isis. Was Sitri really in my room? I checked under the sheets, feeling my bare skin. I pulled on a pair of pajama pants and a t-shirt and headed straight to the bathroom to shower. My stomach was in knots and grumbled with hunger, but otherwise, I felt pretty good. I'd slept better than I had in weeks, and my reflection in the mirror looked healthier than I was used to seeing it. My skin was practically glowing. I dried off carefully, then returned to my room for fresh clothes. When I went downstairs, Puriel was already up, eating dry toast and black coffee at the dining room table, the same table where Isis had operated on him last night. I practically cried when I saw his thread, dark and coarse, like a black shoelace. Jessie was in the kitchen cracking the shell of an egg over her plate, which was filled with bacon, chickpeas, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Her thread was the lightest shade of blue, I realized. I'd never noticed before. I broke into a wide grin, relieved I could still see them. If anything, my vision seemed to have improved. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jessie asked, her eyes narrowing. "Maybe I'm just happy to see you," I said, grabbing a piece of fried potato off her plate and biting into it. It was dusted with cumin and bits of salt, and tasted delicious. "Well, knock it off. It's creepy," she said. "You're probably delirious. You should eat something. Also, try this coffee. It sure beats the instant crap we had at JDRI. After breakfast and my second cup of coffee, I was practically bouncing with energy. "Where's Sitri?" I asked finally. "He and Isis went to the harbor already to get the construction started. They left at dawn. He thought you and Puriel should get some rest. When you're ready, Ramses will drive us out there." I frowned, annoyed at being left behind. I'd hoped Sitri and I would have a moment alone just to make sure things weren't weird between us after last night. But I did sleep well. I pulled my hair into a ponytail and put on a baseball cap and sunglasses, jeans, and a baggy sweatshirt. I looked like an American tourist. We took a different car this time, a curving blue station wagon. It zipped along the promenade and took us as far as the citadel of Kate Bay. "Now what?" Jessie asked. Ramses led us past the tall limestone walls to the very tip of the peninsula. My vision blurred, and the air seemed to warp around us as if we were stepping through a portal. Then, suddenly, we could see it. The large, newly erected foundations of the lighthouse. It was a flat, square platform made of immense stones. In the center, a handful of torches dressed in brown hooded robes were already starting on the building itself, stacking massive bricks together to form the outer wall of a square tower. Around them, more torches were cutting stones or casting spells, raising long staffs with glowing blue spheres at the end. Sitri and Isis were standing near the center, overseeing the construction. They waved when they saw us and came over. I smiled at Sitri, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. I wondered if he was already regretting what happened between us. I wanted to tell him it was okay, that I could still see the threads, but it could wait until we were alone. "This is incredible," Jessie said. "How come nobody else is seeing this?"
"We've set up a protective ward," Isis said. "It projects an illusion, for now. It'll become harder to hide as it grows taller. Are you ready to retrieve the eye?"
I nodded, unsure exactly what I was agreeing to.
"We've chartered a boat,"
Isis said, pointing to a small blue craft not far away.
"And paid the captain handsomely. He'll take you to the right area, but the rest is up to you. It'll be buried under rubble, but you should be able to feel the power. I'll stay here and keep working on the lighthouse."
"I'll stay too," Puriel said quickly. His eyes flicked towards the sea nervously. I could see he was already uncomfortable being this close to the water. "I'm going with you," Jessie said immediately. "Me too," Sitri said. "Wouldn't it be faster if you help Isis with the tower?" I asked. "I don't want you alone." "But Zeus's forces are afraid of the water anyway, right? We should be safe once we dive." I wasn't sure why it mattered or why I was refusing the extra help. Maybe I just wanted him to see that I was fine, and I didn't need him to protect me all the time. "Don't worry, I got her back." Jessie smiled, holding out her palm. She was still carrying 3 Q-bombs. "Where did those come from?" I asked. "We had a chemistry lesson before I left Neva." She shrugged. "I kept a few in my pocket. I thought they might be useful." "But what if you need someone to carry the eye?" Sitri said. "What if you need help, or what if something happens and I'm too far away?" "The lighthouse is the biggest weakness," I said. "It's totally exposed, and like Isis said, it'll get harder to hide. If something happens to it or it doesn't get completed, it's game over. Plus," I said, looking at the boat, which had at least 5 crew members, "it's not like we're going out there alone." Sitri rubbed his jaw, considering. I knew he was anxious, but in the end, he agreed with me. He was a fighter, and he couldn't fight underwater. He walked us over to the boat, and I saw him hand a large pistol to the captain. Then he tested the scuba equipment to make sure everything was working. Finally, he nodded his approval and helped us climb on board. "He'll radio for help at any sign of trouble," Sitri said. His eyes searched my face, and his arm lingered on my arm. I thought he was going to say something, but finally he tapped on the side of the boat and jumped back to the rocky shore. "Be safe," he shouted as we were turning away. "You too," I said. The ship took Jessie and I out into the bay. Choppy, dark water. "Does he even know where we're going?" Jessie asked. "Cleopatra's palace. They found it earlier this year. The Eye of Horus must be around there." "Too bad we didn't have a pool at JDRI," I said. "I'm not a strong swimmer."
We stripped to our underwear and put on the rubbery wetsuits, trying to stay on our feet as the boat bounced across the rough water. I sucked in a breath as Jessie helped me zip the front of my suit. In the middle of the bay, the captain cut the engine and let the boat drift.
There.
He pointed over the side of the rusty dinghy, past the peeling paint and fishing nets. I could see nothing except dark water. This far from land, I felt totally exposed and almost wished Sitri had come with us after all. My heart was pounding and my dark hair whipped in the early morning wind. "Are you sure?" I asked.
I'll drop an anchor down, he said. When you get in the water, just hold onto the rope and pull yourself down until you see the ruins.
I panicked a little when our guide strapped the oxygen tank to my back and put the glass mask over my eyes and nose. He showed me how to hold the tube between my teeth and sit on the edge of the boat to put my feet in the plastic fins. I took a deep breath and plunged over the side of the boat. The water was freezing, but I could already feel the warmth of the suit covering the chill. I forced my mask and face underwater to make sure I could breathe. I could see Jessie's legs next to mine kicking in the deep, murky water. I let go of the boat, swimming to the side of the boat so I could grab the rope. It disappeared into the deep blue abyss after about 20 feet, but the line seemed secure. I nodded, then began to pull myself down, kicking with my legs to descend faster. For a while, all I could see was the murky gray of the Mediterranean and the rope leading down into the darkness. The silence was so complete. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Suddenly, shapes loomed up through the haze, and I could see the bottom. I gazed out over the rubble, picking out more remains scattered nearby. A stone sphinx holding a giant urn, engraved hieroglyphs in stone markers, broken pieces of mosaic and shattered pottery. Looking further, I could see the crippled remains of an archway. I checked to make sure Jessie was still behind me, then took a deep breath and kicked myself away from the rope, using my fins to propel myself forward. Getting a sense of my bearings, even though everything was flat, I could guess which chunks of stone used to be walls and the wide flat area that must have been the floor of Cleopatra's palace. I followed a long corridor of huge granite pillars, 6 feet wide, but I couldn't see anything that might be the eye of Horus. I didn't even know if I was going in the right direction, but Isis said Cleopatra's private chambers would be near the center of the palace. I reeled back suddenly as a giant face loomed up from the wreckage. It gazed up towards the surface, longingly, half buried in sand. I saw a statue of a bald priest in what must have been an old altar. This deep, the waters were darker, which cast an ominous blue haze to everything. I'd never been much of a swimmer, but I think especially since my run-in with the monster in the caves, I'd been avoiding large bodies of water. Now, with the expanse of blue surrounding me, a tiny dot in the center of the massive stone complex on a sunken island, I felt utterly insignificant. We pushed forward, and I started to see chunks of white marble that stood out from the dark sand and stone. An arm holding grapes, a leg sticking straight up out of the sand. They were fragments of what must have been a large sculpture garden, but now their broken pieces looked like a cemetery after an earthquake had unearthed the bodies. I kicked harder until they were behind us. We passed a large, perfectly intact stone lion with one paw resting on a large round stone. Behind him, a tall column that looked like a giant candlestick. A staircase was framed by large bullheads with a solar disk between their horns. Shimmering fish swam past a pharaoh's portrait. In broken walls, square holes that must have been windows were dotted with bright green and blue coral. Jessie tugged at my arm and I turned to look at her.
She raised her eyebrows, pointing out features in the square-shaped area below us. A sliver of polished glass, the flash of a silver candlestick, the slight bit of colored pigment on the crumbled wall sections that must have once been a beautiful mural. This was it, Cleopatra's palace. I closed my eyes, hoping to at least get a sense of direction. It was hard to know for sure, but it seemed like the right side had more light coming from it. We pushed forward, over the mounds of massive rubble and broken statues. A school of fish twisted its way around us, glinting in the light from above. I froze as I saw a large shape moving along the bottom. A manta ray, nearly as big as I was, floated along the sandy floor. I could see its silver thread glowing in the water. It looked softer, fuzzy. I followed its path and realized it was curved inward, almost like something was sucking it in or warping it. I focused my eyes, blurring out the underwater ruins until I could just see the threads. Some of them, like the smaller fish, I could barely see. The vital threads of the small fish looked like long blonde hairs. Schools of fish looked like a spider web. Altogether, it was a moving tapestry of threads, a whole ecosystem of life. And as I studied it, I realized it was also a map of the terrain. I could see the creature's movements and paths, and there was a spot on the terrain where everything dipped, like someone had smudged it with their finger. "It's there," I mouthed, pointing forward. On one wall, which was partially still standing, there was a hieroglyph I recognized, a stylized painting of a large eye rimmed with gold leaf and blue paint. This time I could see exactly where the glow was coming from, and it was pulsing like a beacon. I pointed at a large slab under the symbol and dove downwards. Jessie grabbed the edge and nodded. Together, we were just able to brace ourselves and lift it enough to turn it over. A large crab scuttled to the side, bearing its pincers at us. We waited for the sediment to clear, revealing a black hole barely large enough for our packs to fit through. I shivered as the temperature dropped. Our headlights cut through the dark void, illuminating our path as we descended into the large room. It was like a time capsule from thousands of years ago. Colorful figures beckoned from the large wall murals, their faces smiling and their eyes full of secrets. Silver spoons and broken pottery sparkled from the dark fragments of the wooden furniture. Jessie picked up a golden earring from the ground, and it sparkled in her headlamp. Then I saw it. A large blue orb, just bigger than my head and nearly translucent. It was buried in nearly a foot of debris and sand, but somehow I could see it anyway. Jessie helped me clear away the dirt until I could get my fingers around the crystal sphere. I struggled at first to lift it, but found a way to tuck it into my sack and tie it around my waist. I gave a thumbs-up sign, and Jessie and I headed back towards the ceiling of the chamber and squeezed through the small hole. I heard a squeal behind me and turned to see Jessie thrashing in the water. She pointed, and I could see the strap of her tank was wedged between two large stones. I grabbed her arms and pulled, which just seemed to jam her in tighter. Her eyes were frantic, but I held her shoulders to calm her down. We weren't that far from the surface, maybe 30 feet. I glanced up, and the light was brighter than it had been earlier and sparkled on the surface with flecks of yellow. I picked out the dark shape of our boat, not far away. I reached for the knife on my belt and held it up to show Jessie. She nodded, and I began cutting the strap of her tank with a serrated edge. A few minutes later, she was free. She took a last, long breath from the tank, then pulled out her breathing tube and swam towards the surface. I followed close behind her in case she ran out of breath and needed to use my tank. As soon as we got closer to the surface, I blinked, confused by the dark shapes floating on the surface around the boat and the flickering red and yellow lights. Suddenly, adrenaline coursed through my veins as I realized our boat was on fire, and the water was filled with bodies. 20. We pushed to the surface of the water and emerged surrounded by smoke and fire. I tore off my mask and sucked down air, choking on the fumes. The boat was in pieces and already starting to sink. I grabbed a large piece of the bow and dragged Jessie on top as well. It was more difficult because of my weak left arm, which now felt limp, and the constraining wetsuit. The eye hung heavily in my bag, threatening to pull me back under. The body of the captain floated past us, his face charred and his clothes still smoldering. We were only about 500 meters off the main coast, but the lighthouse was nearly 3 times as far in the opposite direction. I squinted, trying to see the others, but my eyes were burning from the smoke and the salt water. I heard a motor and glanced to my left to see Sitri piloting a sleek motorboat. His eyes lit up with relief when he saw me. He swerved hard to bring the boat up next to us, putting the engine in neutral. "Jessie first," I choked. He grabbed her arms and hauled her up, dumping her in the seat behind him before coming back to me. "Take the eye," I shouted above the wind. I was too weak to even lift it up, so I just turned my body so he could reach around and grab my bag. He tucked it in a hidden cupboard under the back seat, then grabbed my arms and pulled me on board. I winced as he grabbed my wrist, and I felt the tight tug of the iron glove against my skin. I was shaking and shivering, so he rubbed my back with his palms, trying to warm my skin until I could speak. "What happened?" I asked through chattering teeth. "Hera's back," he said darkly. "You're lucky you were both underwater. I'm pretty sure she wants you dead." "What's her deal?" Jessie said. "Does she know about the Emerald Tablet? Is she trying to stop us from reading it?" "I'll ask her on the next pass," Sitri said, nodding towards the horizon. A large shape flew towards us, low in the sky, and it was closing in fast. Jessie and I stared in astonishment as Hera's golden chariot bobbed closer, pulled by 2 enormous armored peacocks. The birds had to fly at an angle so that their large wings wouldn't crash into each other, which made the chariot bounce and weave erratically. Hera's white sequined dress sparkled in the sun, and with her crown and scepter, she looked more queen than bride. She was so close, I could see the cruel smirk on her face and the fury in her eyes. "Go!" Jessie screamed. Sitri gunned the engine, throwing us backwards into our seats. The speedboat cut smoothly through the choppy waves of the bay, but it wasn't fast enough. One of the peacocks snapped its sharp beak at us before reaching out with its long talons. The other bird opened its mouth, revealing a furnace of raw heat. I grabbed the wheel and pulled hard to the left, just as the bird unleashed a torrent of liquid lava. It was so hot I heard the water boiling and smelled singed hair, but it missed the boat. Dozens of dead fish floated up to the surface behind us. The chariot flew by overhead, continuing towards land, and Sitri brought the boat back on course. "How's the tower coming?" I shouted. "See for yourself," Sitri said, nodding up ahead. My jaw dropped as we got closer to shore. Isis's cloaking spell only covered the bottom half, which made the enormous tower seem like it was floating in midair. I could see the top of the square base, then an octagonal section in the middle with a tall, round tower on top. I could just make out Puriel lifting a block of stone larger than he was, taking slow steps up the wooden scaffolding that spiraled around the structure. Isis stood on the open top with her arms raised. I cried out as Hera's chariot hung just above the tower while the birds flapped their wings backwards and showered the tower with flames. Isis held it off with a blue wave of pure magic, her palms wide, her hair wild, pushing back against the inferno. "She could do this all day," Sitri said, "but we can't stick around. Even if she hasn't told Zeus where we are yet, he's not going to ignore an open battle like this. He'll step in if she's in any real danger." Sitri parked the boat on the rocks and I jumped out, stripping away the wetsuit. I had it down to my waist before I realized extra clothes were in the flaming wreckage of the boat that was sinking into the harbor. "Shit," I said. Sitri grabbed a bundle from the dock and tossed them to me. I held up the garments, frowning. "What is this stuff?" I asked. "I don't know. Isis packed it. She said when you have a date with destiny, you should always show up overdressed." I pulled on some kind of chainmail tunic lined with soft fabric and red leather. The breastplate was plated armor featuring 2 winged birds framing an oval of black obsidian. I clipped on the large bronze belt with a round center filled with a winged scarab. Jessie helped me strap on the armored greaves and shoulder plates and the thick bronze collar decorated with bright blue turquoise. "One more thing," Sitri said, draping a deep scarlet hooded robe over my shoulders. "This is the only thing I like." I frowned, pulling the robe around me like a blanket. "The rest of it is ridiculous." "If you think that's bad," Jessie said, turning to model a tight-fitting, shiny silver dress. Deep folds of fabric covered her chest, held together by a small golden clip in the shape of an ankh. Swaths of bright blue fabric hung from golden bangles on her arms and wrists, giving her the illusion of wings. Her stiff collar plate was studded with sapphires and a bright red garnet. "After this is over, we're going to have a serious talk about that woman's wardrobe," Jessie muttered as we hurried towards the tower. On the bottom level, a doorway opened up into a large, square room. Isis had built some kind of podium in the middle that rotated slowly on an invisible axis. The emerald tablet sparkled from an onyx stand, casting glowing hieroglyphs against the stone walls. The vaulted ceiling was open in the center, revealing a complex series of staircases and arches that looked like an Escher drawing, a repeating spiral of stone that made me dizzy just looking at it. I couldn't believe it had all been built in a day. I followed Sitri up a narrow staircase on the side of the room, and we climbed higher and higher until my legs were burning. Finally, at the top, we emerged onto a wide, round courtyard flanked by pillars holding a metal dome like a shield. Some of the stones had already been blackened by Hera's fire-breathing pheasants. In the center of the platform, Isis stood next to a large stone altar with a round depression in the middle and a small hole drilled straight through the rock. "Did you get it?" Isis asked. She was breathing heavily, and I wondered how much energy she'd already exhausted defending the tower from Hera. She was dressed in all black and gold, with a low-cut bodice and armored cuffs around her wrists that sparkled when she moved. On her head was a golden crown with a hooded cobra next to a vulture with a curved beak, studded chunks of turquoise and coral. Sitri raised the bag and I pulled out the large round stone. Isis's eyes reflected the glow of the enormous gemstone. In the natural light, the stone looked yellowish, but as soon as Isis placed it on the altar, it started to glow with greenish-blue energy. Isis's dark fingers hovered near the ball, and I noticed her fingernails had been carefully painted with gold polish and decorated with small hieroglyphs. There was something scary in her expression, a calculating eagerness as she leaned forward over the glowing orb. Around the edge of the platform were large vases with copper wires extending to the altar. I marveled at the technology. Isis flipped a switch, and the ball began to glow with a blinding white light. Arcs of raw energy slashed between us, and I ducked as they lit up the tower from the inside. "It can't hurt you," Isis smiled. "It's just static electricity, unless it's focused," she said with a dangerous grin before gazing into the crystal ball. She started chanting quietly to herself, completely absorbed, her eyes glowing with raptured concentration as she peered deep into the heart of the lighthouse, unlocking the secrets of the emerald tablet. All the world's knowledge, a complete history of magic. I wondered how one person could even handle that much information. I heard the rustle of wings and shouted a warning just before Hera's chariot came back into view. Isis turned away from the stone with a fierce expression, sending out a powerful pulse of blue energy just in time to block the fiery blast from the armored birds. There was a swirl of black smoke and blue feathers, and a shriek of fury. I didn't know if it was coming from Hera or her companions. The tower trembled from the attack, but stood strong as Hera's shadow passed above us. "I can't operate the device and deal with that pest at the same time," Isis said, frowning. "What do you want me to do?" I asked. Isis blinked, the gears in her head turning. "When she comes around again, try to hold her still, just for a second." I stepped towards the edge of the platform as Hera came around for another pass. Isis put her palms against the eye, and her hair lifted, waving in the air. I felt weightless, like I was still underwater, and held onto the nearest pillar for support. "Now!" Isis yelled. I took a deep breath, focusing on the chariot. Last time I tried to grab Hera's thread directly, it nearly took my arm off. I was hoping her two companions weren't quite so strong. I gripped both of their threads, and they froze with their wings spread wide. For a few seconds, the momentum carried them forward. Then they started to sink. But it was enough. Isis muttered an incantation, her eyes glowing, then stepped behind the podium facing Hera's plummeting craft. It felt like all the air was sucked out of the sky, like gravity didn't exist, like time had frozen. Then the eye released a pure, bright beam of liquid energy. It was like a fire hose, but burning and bright and magical. The whole tower trembled at the force. The beam of energy hit the chariot squarely, and it erupted into fire, knocking it off course. It fell like a flaming meteor, streaming black smoke across the sky. The air screamed as the scorched craft ripped through it, and all of Alexandria was lit up in fiery red light. Then it hit the sea and was swallowed up by the depths. The horizon seemed to wobble, like the earth had shifted its axis, and the sky was suddenly darkened. I looked up to see thousands of hunters, their white wings standing out clearly against the dark storm clouds that had appeared out of nowhere. A rumble of thunder sent a shiver down my spine. "We've got company," Sitri said, drawing his sword. Isis had her back to us, captivated again by her glowing ball. Her face was illuminated with an eerie green light against the darkening sky. Lightning forked in the distance. Puriel appeared at the top of the stairs, his sword raised. "Zeus knows we're here," he said. "We have to go." "What do you see?" I shouted to Isis. "Can you find the spell?" She ignored me, her lips mumbling a language I couldn't understand. A battalion of hunters filled the sky behind her. I watched as they dove towards us, perfectly arranged like fighter jets. I ran to the edge of the tower and slashed at their threads with my armored fingers. I felt a sizzle as the tips of my iron glove touched their threads. It felt like putting steaks on a grill. Their brightly burning threads turned dark as they were cut off from Zeus's power. I watched them plummet in horror as gravity seized them. A handful recovered before they hit the ground, but I heard the rest smash against the foundations of the lighthouse with a sickening squelch. With their armor, it sounded like a can of soup getting run over by a car. Another formation was already on its way, and I saw more behind them. They were just going to keep coming. This time I grabbed all the threads with one hand and held them tightly. I closed my eyes, feeling them squirm in my palm as they tumbled towards the sea, squeezing tightly until they were deep under the fatal waters and grew still. A tear slid down my cheek. Even though they were the enemy, even though they were trying to kill us, they reminded me of Puriel, and they thought they were doing the right thing. They were just following orders. "How much longer?" I shouted. This time I heard Isis respond over the rumbling thunder. "I need more time," she yelled without taking her eyes off the orb. The wind grew furious around us, hurling a storm of winged hunters at us from all sides. Sitri and Puriel stood on the edges of the tower, fighting them off with swords and spears. I saw Jessie toss a Q-bomb into the wall of feathers. It took out maybe a dozen hunters. They were close enough I could see the shocked expression on their handsome faces as they fell. 100 more filled their space immediately. No matter how many hunters I took out, there were always more. I cut through their threads with my glove like I was lifting a beaded curtain and caught a glimpse of the horizon and the city below us. Far below, Isis's Jedi were casting defensive spells as hundreds of hunters rushed the tower with giant hammers. I felt the tower tremble as a few of them slipped through, smashing the foundations with us still inside. We were trapped and massively outnumbered. I heard a steady beat over the thunder, and a cool wind lifted the hair on the back of my neck. I turned to see a black helicopter carving a tunnel through the maelstrom of wings and armor. Hef waved from the cockpit, and hope flared in my chest. Dion and Tori stepped out of the vehicle, plummeting towards the hunters below like ballistic missiles. Sam was behind them, and he jumped towards us. He landed on the back of a hunter, plunging his thin sword through its neck, and took out 3 more, using the hunters like a floating staircase before stepping lightly onto the platform. "Your ride awaits," he said with a bow. "We've got to go, now." "But we're so close. We don't have the secret to the spell yet." "We'll figure that out later, but only if we don't all die today." Guys," Jessie said. "What should we do about that?" It had suddenly gone quiet, and her voice echoed in the domed tower. The wall of hunters was gone, and Jessie pointed towards the sea. I gasped and grabbed Isis's arm. I was rewarded with a vision of her severed head, and I snatched my hand away quickly. Isis broke her concentration, staring deeply into my eyes, a question on her lips. Then she looked past me at the swelling sea, and we joined the others on the ledge. Down below, the shore of Alexandria had retreated several hundred feet, leaving some of the ruins bare for the first time in 2,000 years. In front of us was a solid wall of water, an impossibly high wave with white water foaming at the crest. It curled upwards, clawing at the sky, blacking out the sun, and casting a deep shadow. Through the translucent blue water, I could see the remains of a dozen ancient ships gathered up from the ocean floor, which were about to come crashing down into us. Near the base of the lighthouse, Dion was tossing the remaining Jedi into the helicopter as Tori was fighting off dozens of hunters. She looked up, and I saw her eyes widen just as Hef started taking off. She dove and caught the landing gear. Dion helped her inside as Hef spun the vehicle wildly up towards the top of the tower. There was no more time. In less than a minute, the tower would be submerged, and the emerald tablet would be buried under a mountain of rubble and an ocean of water. Even if we made it out alive, the entire quest would have been a waste of time. I caught Sitri's gaze across the tower. He shouted at me and waved towards the helicopter, which was hovering just higher than the platform, its 2 large propellers barely clearing the top of the tower. I could see his thread being pulled at a sharp angle towards the dark storm clouds above the massive wave, where I knew Zeus was watching from above. If I ran now, one way or another, Sitri would have to die. I sprinted towards the center podium, grabbing the glowing sphere with both hands, and disappeared. I was everywhere and nowhere. At first, looking through the sphere, I could see the glowing green tablet down below, etchings and pictures and formulas, engraved, microscopic, scratched, and embedded on multiple layers like a reel of slides. Ancient Egyptian and other antique scripts I didn't recognize flashed in front of my eyes, filling my vision with a green wall, like a chalkboard stretching out in every direction forever. I couldn't understand the languages, but they were coming out of my mouth like I was speaking in tongues. It was too much knowledge, a torrent of information. It reminded me of scrolling through 100,000 Wikipedia pages at once, or watching 1,000 channels at the same time. But I couldn't look away. My grip grew firmer on the stone, and it heated beneath my palms as my eyes widened, opening involuntarily to the mad rush of knowledge. My brain felt like it was on fire. It felt like a revelation, an omniscience. I could see everything, but understand nothing. Someone was shouting my name, and a hand seized my chin and pulled it to the side sharply, breaking the connection. I blinked in confusion. Sitri was gripping my arm, dragging me towards the helicopter. His face was half wolf, and his claws dug into my arm, drawing blood. Behind him was the roar of the ocean, 10,000 hunters in gold armor, and a wave as tall as a mountain. Isis was holding it back, like she'd done with the fire, but blood was dripping down her nose. I knew I should let go. I was putting everyone in danger. Jessie was hurling Q-bombs, setting them to explode in midair. She turned and grinned at me, fearless, savage. I'd never loved her more. She was the hero I'd never be. Puriel was hanging off the ledge like an ape on a skyscraper, skewering hunters with his sword. Something was wrong with him. White light shone out of his eyes and mouth as he slashed through a dozen hunters at once, faster than I'd ever seen him move. He grabbed a hunter and tore a chunk out of its neck, then tossed the body aside like an empty beer can. Silver blood dripped down his chin. He was incredible and terrifying. Then he scooped up Jessie and launched himself through the sky towards the helicopter, latching on with one hand and holding her with the other. I watched them dangling in the air and felt a splash of water on my cheeks. The wave was nearly above us now, and it was raining ocean. Somehow the roof of the tower had been torn off, and I realized we were standing under the open sky. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. I broke out of Sitri's grip, reaching back to grab the eye of Horus. He was waiting for me at the ledge, his eyes frantic, his arms outstretched, reaching for me. I saw him shift, his upper half going fuzzy, his sharp teeth snapping a warning as he dove towards me. I thought we were going to make it, but suddenly a blistering bolt of lightning tore the sky in half. It eviscerated the base of the tower, and I was weightless as we fell, tumbling towards the sea. 21. I could feel the light behind my eyelids long before I could open them. Then the voices started, arguing, but they seemed far away. For a long time, it was quiet, the gentle murmur of a stream, whispers in the darkness. When I finally blinked my eyes open, I was wearing a simple white dress and covered with a heavy blanket. My limbs felt heavy, but I reached out and flexed my fingers. Sarah was in the bed next to me. Her eyes opened when I stirred. "You're back," she whispered. "Yes," I smiled. "Were you worried?" "A little," she said. I opened my arm and she smiled and ducked under the covers with me. We used to do this all the time at JDRI, but it was different now that she was so much bigger. Soon she'd be as big as me. I reached my arm up to brush her blonde hair out of her eyes, but froze when I realized my iron glove was gone. I turned my wrist, marveling at the whorls and spirals marked on my flesh in light pink. It was subtle, but definitely there. Lighter skin, raw where Hef's armor had seared into my flesh. I did the best I could. Alice said, coming into the room with a tray of food and a bronze teapot. I like it, Sarah said, tracing a finger around the spirals. My stomach growled loudly, and Sarah laughed. We'll take it easy today, Alice said. You haven't eaten for a while, so just toast, butter, and chamomile tea. How long is a while? I asked, stretching my arms. My joints were stiff, but not painfully so. 3 days, Alice said. I tensed, then shifted myself forward until I was sitting upright. I was back at Neva. The trickling of the fountain, the floral scent of the gardenia and rose bushes, glass windows of the infirmary, it was all exactly as I remembered it, but I wasn't sure how I'd actually gotten here. I had a vague recollection of lightning, stones, water. Where's Isis? I asked, and the emerald tablet? Alice frowned, and I felt my blood go cold. What is it? I asked. Tell me. We barely got you out alive, Alice said. The lighthouse crumpled with you still inside it. You're lucky Sitri's a tough son of a bitch. He took the brunt of the blows, protecting you until we could get you into the helicopter. But he's okay, right? And Puriel? They're both back safe. Mostly. You'll see them soon enough, and you can ask them yourself. However, right after Zeus took down the lighthouse, a tsunami wiped out the whole city. Most of Alexandria is still underwater, and it's swarming with hunters now. Isis hasn't been seen since. My throat tightened with pain as I remembered the girl with the flowers and the baby. I saw her death before it happened. I assumed it was just a drowning accident. I thought if she just stayed out of the water, she might survive. I wondered how many other people I'd killed, trying to find a way to break Isis's spell. So, we failed, I said softly. It was all for nothing. Well, you did bring back that big crystal thing. The Eye of Horus? I asked. Sitri said you wouldn't let it go, even to swim to the surface. But it's just a lens, I said, pulling at the hem of my dress. Without the emerald tablet, it's worthless. Maybe not, Alice said. From what I hear, it had enough power to take out Hera, at least for a while. Hef is running tests on it. Wait, Hera's still alive? Abel thinks so, but she took a hard crash after you zapped her. She's probably holed up somewhere, recuperating, like you should be. She won't underestimate you next time. I shivered, remembering Hera's look of rage and fury as she attacked the lighthouse. I could understand her going after Isis, but what had I ever done to her? The first time we'd met was almost cordial. What changed? Why don't you go take a shower and get dressed? You'll feel better. Sarah, will you walk her up to her room? Sarah nodded and jumped up, leading the way upstairs. I showered and put on a fresh pair of jeans. The air was chilly, so I put on socks and a slim pair of jeans, and then a black tank top, purple sweater, and then a leather jacket. I almost felt like myself. I looked in the mirror, admiring the marks on my arm. I remembered reaching for the threads, pulling down the hunters from the sky. How many had I taken? A dozen? Maybe more? I felt guilty about each one, but not as guilty as I felt for the people of Alexandria. I tried to remember the faces of all the people I'd met in the city, the drivers, the servants working for Isis, the street vendors. If they were still alive, they were picking through the wreckage, searching the waters for lost family members. I didn't know exactly what Isis was going to do, but when we'd taken out Hera, I wasn't concerned with collateral damage. All I cared about was saving Sitri, finding a loophole so I wouldn't have to make any hard choices. Look where that had gotten me. By trying to save one life, I'd killed thousands of innocents. I was playing with fire and forces I couldn't possibly understand. Still, it wasn't all bad. I twisted my wrist, admiring the golden bracelet Sitri had left for me after our night together. Someone knocked on the door, and I turned to open it. Jessie was standing in the hall and smiled shyly when I answered. We hugged silently, holding each other for a long time before pulling away. "I'm glad you're awake," she said finally. Her eyes were wet, and she wiped them with the back of her hand. "Me too," I said. "When the lighthouse fell, that wave destroyed everything. You and Sitri were gone. Hef was already flying away. I wanted to stay and search for you, but there were too many hunters. We barely escaped." "It's okay," I said. "It was my fault. I went back for the eye. I couldn't leave it, and I thought there was more time. It was stupid." "It's a good thing we had help," Jessie said. "Puriel grabbed me at the last second, and Sitri kept you safe until the Daughters of Triton picked you up." "They were there?" I asked, my eyes widening. "They brought you to Cyprus," Jessie said. "That's where we picked you up." "I don't remember," I said. She bit her lip, and I knew there was something else she wanted to say. "You should talk to Puriel," she said. "He's been weird since we got back." "Weird? How?" "I don't know. Moody, distant. He spent the last couple of days out in the desert, building something. It's like he's still stuck in Egypt, like a part of him didn't come home." "I'll find him," I said. "Don't take too long," she said. "It's cold out there." Also, I had Hef set up one of his widescreen monitors in the family room. We're going to get sick on popcorn and binge-watch romantic comedies tonight. Sarah said she's old enough to watch all the PG-13 stuff now. "That sounds amazing," I smiled. "Count me in." It was snowing by the time I made it out over the hill and through the large boulders marking the flat, rocky stretch of land the torches had claimed as their own. The last time I'd been out here, I'd seen the hive, the massive, perfectly round entrance leading into the underground cave complex. It had been for a funeral. Sitri wanted me to see the torches as individuals, especially after they'd given their lives to protect mine. It was also when he first told me about the leeches, fallen angels who try to earn their redemption by continuing Zeus's commands, even after being cut off from his power. After centuries of loneliness and isolation, they go mad and start consuming their victims. I'd hoped Puriel would be different. I thought living at Neva with the other torches would help, but as soon as I saw the tower standing all by itself away from the deep entrance to the hive, I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. It was built like a prison or a fortress. Thick stone walls, tall iron gates. It was much rougher than the lighthouse had been, probably because Puriel didn't have Isis's Jedi to help him cut the stones with magical lasers. It was partially unfinished, so I walked around the structure until I could see inside. Puriel was shirtless, his upper body glistening with sweat despite the cold, tearing great chunks of stone out of the ground and piling them up around himself, like some kind of burial cairn. Near him, on the ground, were a thick set of chains and iron restraints. I wondered if he'd pulled them from Abel's dungeon. "Stop playing in the dirt and come give me a hug," I said. He smiled when he saw me, though his eyes were guarded. A gust of wind blew my hair and I pulled a snowflake out of my eyelash. "Come inside," he said, taking a tarp and hanging it across the unfinished section of the tower. Inside, it was bare, except for a few pots and pans, some tools, and a rudimentary fire pit. Puriel tossed a log on the fire and blew on the embers until the flame caught the wood. "I like what you've done with the place," I said, trying again to lighten the mood. In one corner was a long mattress, in the other a desk and bookshelf. There were only a handful of volumes on the shelf, but I noticed a stack near the door.
The others brought them, he said, following my eyes. They seem eager to donate to my re-education. I'll have to bring some of my favorites, I said, earning a genuine smile. I'd like that, he said, holding my gaze for the first time. Are you sure you wouldn't feel more comfortable in the house or the hive? I asked. Purial structure reminded me a little bit too much of Abel's basement prison, and it bothered me that it was self-imposed, almost like he was trying to punish himself. I knew the hive was austere as well, and that the Torches preferred to live simply, but at least they enjoyed each other's company. It's not safe, he said finally, looking towards the horizon. You wouldn't hurt anyone. You don't know that, he interrupted, his muscles tensed and his eyes flashed with rage. I took a step back, involuntarily. He noticed and looked away, ashamed. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Sorry, he said. You don't know what it's like, dealing with these emotions. Anger, fear, hunger. At the lighthouse, I lost it. I wasn't in control of myself. It was like something else was driving me. I killed so many. But you saved us, I said, putting my hand on his arm. And you saved Jessie. I saw you. She wouldn't have made it without you, so even at your worst, you're still you. You still know who your friends are. Maybe, he said. But each time I let myself feed on magic with abandon, the thirst gets stronger, and it's harder to resist. I don't know what I'm capable of doing, and I'm certainly not going to risk it by living in the same house with that much magic. It's too dangerous. I just don't want you to be alone, I said. Solitude, discomfort, two things I have very little knowledge of. I think it's about time I got used to them, at least for a while. I nodded, though I didn't really understand. I couldn't begin to imagine what he'd gone through. I hated to see him like this, but maybe it was easier for him this way. He froze when I leaned in close and kissed him on the cheek to say goodbye. I headed to Hef's workshop next. I told myself it was just to thank him. If he hadn't come to pick us up at the right time, none of us would have made it back from Egypt. But secretly, there was something else. I couldn't forget the feeling I had from holding the eye. My fingertips burning, my brain on fire. I couldn't navigate the stream of information, and I still felt changed somehow. Like at one point I'd known everything, but had forgotten it all. There was an uncomfortable itch, like there was something on the edge of my awareness or the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't remember what it was. Hef wasn't in the workshop, but I followed a trail of black wires and found a newly constructed shed halfway towards the woods. When I got closer, I could see flashes of light coming from a large entrance. Hef was standing on some kind of scaffolding that looked like a lifeguard's tower with a long coat and a pair of aviator goggles. He'd erected a makeshift podium for the large crystal sphere, and it was flickering against his black rubber gloves like a light bulb with a faulty connection. He turned around when I shouted his name and climbed down the wooden ladder. He took off the gloves and lifted his goggles before giving me a hug. "This thing is incredible," he said. "It could power a whole country for 1,000 years and hold nearly a limitless amount of energy." "But it's just a battery," I said, folding my arms. I was tempted to ask if I could touch it, hoping to regain some of the power I'd felt before, but I knew it would be a disappointment without the emerald tablet. "Huh, maybe," Hef said, pulling a dollar bill out of his back pocket. "But check this out. Look, an eye on the top of the pyramid. A symbol for knowledge and power. It's been an esoteric symbol for thousands of years, but it was just a memory, an instructional manual for a lost technology. And now it's here." "Is it any good without the tablet? I mean, can it actually do anything?"
I don't know yet, but give me a few weeks, and who knows?
What does Abel think?
He thinks Isis played you, that she never had the spell but just needed your help to find the eye and rebuild the lighthouse so she could fry Hera.
That's not true, I said. She didn't even know Hera would come back. I'm still not sure why she did.
So she was just helping you out of the goodness of her heart?
What does it matter? I said. She's gone now. But was she? Suddenly, I remembered the vision I'd seen in the tower. Isis's head, disconnected cleanly from her body, dripping with fresh red blood. If she'd been crushed by the tower or drowned by the sea, then why didn't I see that? Or did it mean she was still out there somewhere, still alive? If so, maybe not everything was lost. After all, she's seen the tablet. Maybe she already found the spell but just hadn't had time to tell me yet? But if she was still alive, why hadn't she contacted us yet? Was she still hiding in Egypt, bound to that ancient agreement between Zeus and Hera as a condition of her freedom? She wasn't like that, I said finally, half to myself. She was brilliant and funny and kind. She reminded me of you, actually. I left Hef to his experiments and headed back towards the house. I was surprised nobody had told me to check in with Abel and update him. He usually demanded a full report after one of my adventures. The silence was unnerving. I mean, maybe we did almost get killed and trigger a large-scale battle with Zeus's forces, but we might have also brought home a new weapon while maiming Hera in the process. Deep down, though, I knew this mission had been a failure. We still couldn't undo the thread. We'd destroyed an entire city, and my feelings for Sitri were even stronger than they'd been before I left. But Abel couldn't know we'd slept together, unless Sitri told him. My cheeks flushed and my chest tightened painfully. Is that why I hadn't seen either of them since I woke up? They were sipping whiskey somewhere, discussing my sex life. I was so distracted, I'd nearly walked past the mound, piled up near a large hole in the ground, before I realized they were bodies. Almost 50, it looked like. I didn't have to wonder where they came from. Some still had apples in their mouths, though the red hue had faded, leaving them lifeless and rotten, like the corpses that held them. Zeus had enough power to follow us to Egypt and mount an attack even while he continued to drop humans into Neva. I thought he'd get tired of this little joke, or distracted. I had to admit his psychological warfare was effective. The pile of bodies was impressively horrific after only a week. I couldn't imagine what it would look like in another year or two. As if on cue, I looked up to see a shadow moving behind the white clouds, just before the silver wings of the hunters emerged like a great whale breaching for air. I clenched my fists, squinting my eyes, but the threads were too far away to reach and obscured by the falling snow. I screamed in frustration, throwing a rock into the sky. "I got this," Mist said, appearing at my side. She knocked an arrow and shot it up into the sky, then 5 more in quick succession. 6 hunters fell before they were able to drop their payload, falling along with the bodies they carried and being swallowed up in the woods. One fell not far from us, with one of Mist's arrows sticking through his eye. The startled expression on his beautiful face made me sick to my stomach. His one eye gazed longingly towards the sky as Mist put another arrow through his ear. I turned away and threw up in the bushes. "At least it'll send a message," she said. "One of theirs for every human." "I thought you didn't like humans," I said, wiping my mouth. "I'm coming around," she smirked. "I mean, most of you are basically useless, but you're not as weak as I thought you were." "That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me," I said, without returning her smile. "Heading inside?" she asked, nodding towards the house. Alice has been baking cupcakes all day. I'm sure there's a few left, if Dion and Hef haven't already eaten them all. I'll see you later, I said. I have one more stop to make. I didn't know what time it was, but the light was already fading as I headed towards Sitri's cabin in the woods. My hands were freezing even though I was wearing my leather gloves, and the snow was starting to stick. Warm lights beckoned from the main strip of camp, and I could smell hot spiced wine and pots of hearty meat stew. My stomach was still in knots, and I knew it wasn't just about the growing pile of dead bodies in the meadow. It was a physical reminder that Zeus was still out there, that the conflict would continue, but there was nothing I could do about it today. I was worried about something else. Sitri and I still hadn't talked since what happened between us. I knocked timidly on Sitri's door, wondering what to expect when he opened. Hope and fear competed for dominance in my chest. I wanted to see him again, to tell him I didn't regret what happened, that I could still see the threads, that I felt stronger than ever, more certain, more confident. I knew what I wanted, and I knew he wanted the same. But when he opened the door, I stood in the threshold awkwardly. He stepped aside and gestured for me to come in, then made some hot chocolate from a package. The tiny marshmallows were sickeningly sweet, but the cocoa was warm and soothing. He sat next to me on the couch, and the heat between us grew unbearable. Finally, he turned towards me, his lips parted. I thought he was going to kiss me, so I leaned forward and pressed my lips against his just as he started to speak. "Sorry," I mumbled, my cheeks burning as he pulled away. "What happened in Egypt?" he said finally. "It was a mistake." My chest tightened, painfully. "Not for me," I said. "I will always be there to protect you, but only that. Nothing more." "So what does that mean for us?" I asked, holding my breath. "There is no us," he said, turning away. "There can't be. You're too important." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What happened to not fighting someone else's war? I just thought, after what happened in Egypt, things would be different. "I know," he said. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kissed you. I let the moment get away from me." "We did a little more than just kiss," I said. "What do you mean?" "Are you seriously going to make me spell it out for you?" I shook my wrist, showing off the golden bracelet I'd found next to my bed after our night together. "Did you pick that up in Egypt?" he asked. "It's pretty." His clueless face sent a spike of terror through my heart. Something was wrong. My brow started to sweat and a chill ran down my spine. "After the museum, back at the mansion," I prompted. "In my room?" His eyes were blank. He didn't know what I was talking about. It wasn't him. My face paled and my knees felt suddenly weak. I tried to stand up, but I leaned against a chair for support. Bile rose up in the back of my throat suddenly, and I realized the truth. The open window, the flutter of wings, the golden bracelet. It wasn't a gift, I realized. It was payment for services rendered. I crossed my arms, shaking violently, then bent over and crouched on the floor. "Kai, what is it?" Sitri asked, his arms around me. "You can tell me." His eyes were full of concern and worry, but I couldn't find the words. My tongue didn't work. I'd heard all the stories. I'd been warned 1,000 times. Zeus was a shapeshifter. He seduced girls by hiding his true identity. It all made sense now. Hera's fury, Sitri's distance. I gasped for breath, tears filling my eyes as I realized part of me already knew. That night, he'd smelled different. He'd acted weird. He said everything I needed to hear and used my attraction for Sitri against me. I'd been such a fool. At JDRI, Sitri had saved me from being defiled by a guard. But we'd only postponed the inevitable. Now, in some bizarre twist of fate, Zeus had done it anyway, through the body of my savior. Even with everything else going on, a day after his wife had warned me to stay away from him, in the house of his former mistress, he'd found the time to visit my bedchamber and destroy my life. Hera was right. Zeus always gets what he wants. Thank you for listening to The Emerald Tablet, Book 3 in the Fated Destruction series. Written by D.S. Murphy, performed by Austin Gray.